Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone to the round three of uh, candidates. I was just trying to get everything in order. What a day it was for Indian chess, guys. It was a huge, huge day. And so uh, the Prime Minister visiting the torch ceremony and so many things happened, and it was really really nice, and we did stream it. A lot of people watched it, and sorry for this delay, but I was trying to fix everything, and now we are back for this candidates stream where we have a lot to learn, lot to see, lot to enjoy chess all about. So a big welcome to everyone in the chat. Abhay, Disha, everyone. Guys, today is a very exciting day. We have very interesting matchups. I think my favorite matchup for today is definitely um Firuja versus Nakamura. I think this is going to be an epic encounter. We also have Fabiano Caruana versus Duda, and we also have Nepo versus Rajabov. So all these games are going to take place today, and we are going to have a lot of interesting chess happening. So sure everything is okay. Okay, done. So should which game should we begin with? Let's ask the chat so that you guys can tell me what is the game that we should start off with today, and accordingly we'll get it rolling. Fabi Duda. Okay, that's what many of you want to start off with. Let's start with Fabiano Caruana versus Duda. Is my volume low? I think my volume should be. I'm just trying to invite a few people who attended the Prime Minister's unveiling of Torch, and they will maybe join us today from Delhi. So we'll have nice commentary today. Let's see who will join. I've sent many of them. Let's have a look at first the game of Fabi versus Duda, and where did Vishy go after taking it from Modi? I think he must have run a bit, not a lot, yeah. So you guys were all commenting, oh, the news is Vishy is still running and all of that. Uh, Chess Olympiad is trending on number 2 on Twitter. Wow, that is so cool. That is so cool. That is so cool. Dilip Kulkarni says, again, you are late. Do you enjoy coming late? Dilip Kulkarni, actually, I was preparing for the stream of Olympiad. Just 5 minutes before 5 o'clock, I got to know that I can stream the event of the Prime Minister unveiling the Olympic torch. So I streamed it, and then all my preparation for that, for the Olympiad stream was left. Sorry, not Olympiad, candidate stream was left unfinished. So that's the reason why I am late. But yeah, hopefully I can make up for it with some good commentary. And the live board somehow shows something else. Make sure it's the right. Okay, so should we start off with this game? E4 by Fabiano, C5 by Duda, Knight F3, D6, D4, CD4, Knight D4, Knight F6, Knight C3, and A6 on the board. Guys, what opening is this? Can you tell me? Can you tell me what is this opening? This is the very exciting. Yes, Sicilian Naidorf. Absolutely right. Naman Nair, Robin Singh, Hina Firdosh, Chess Codes, Arindham, Prahlad Sen, Shubham Seth, Vignesh, Dhruv. Well done. And it's the Naidorf. It's one of the sharpest openings out there. And f3 was played by Fabiano, and e5 played by Duda. Okay, so the knight has to move. It goes to b3, bishop e6, bishop e3. And you know, one of the questions I always had on my mind, and I want to also share with you, is why can't black play the move d5 here? What is the problem? Because it looks like black always wants that move. It opens up his bishop. He also gets the central break. However, here the move that is correct is ed, knight d5, bishop d5, knight d5, bishop d5. And what would you play here as white to move? Yeah, the move, you guys are right, is c4. Absolutely right. uh World Championship match, why is it that we see dull openings while in the candidates we are able to see some very good sharp lines? Well, I think one of the main reasons is that in the candidates people have to win many more games because there are many other players playing, while in the World Championship what happens is that you can actually even if you win one game more than your opponent, then that is good enough. So that's the reason why you will see more players taking less risk in the World Championship than in the candidates. So I think that is one of the reasons. So c4 is an interesting move suggested by all of you, and after bishop c6, queen d8, king d8, it is feasible. And I think long castle, or you can start with check, king c8 or king e8, and then long castle. It looks wonderful. However, actually there is also a possibility to play, instead of c4, just queen d2, and next move I will long castle and white gets very good play. Sagar bhai, will Nepo break Smyslov record? What is Smyslov's record? Karthik Balamurugan, I don't know. Could you tell me? What is the Smyslov record there? Okay. So while he tells me what the record is all about, d5 was not played. What was played in the game was h5. Qualifying for World Championship twice through candidates. Two times he won the candidates. Ah, okay. So Nepo has only won it once, right? So then how can he break his record? He will tie, no? With him. Anand actually. So h5. I think winning it in a row, yeah? Maybe winning it in a row is. Yeah, consecutive. h5. The idea of h5. Can anyone tell me what is the idea of h5 there? Yes, stopping g4. Nikhil Maroti, Mistadam, Pushpak Jana, Sendil Nathan, Krishna Hazarika, Cardiotoxic, Sovan Ghosh. Fantastic. So g4 cannot be played. That is why h5 is played. Queen d2, knight bd7, long castle, bishop e7 here, king b1 played, and now b5. Earlier everyone used to go g4 very quickly, but now with h5 you stopped that. So the question that was asked was, where should black park his king? And Kasparov's famous reply comes to mind. He said that if you are worried about a king in the center, you shouldn't play the Sicilian Najdorf. It is a very, very normal way to play in the position by keeping the king in the center of the board. So here b5 was played. Now the knight jumped to d5. And if you take with the knight, then I take back with the pawn, hitting the bishop. So the bishop would be attacked. So that's the reason why knight d5 he took with the bishop. Pawn takes. And now Duda went knight to b6. Now, if my memory serves me right, then many times black sacrifices the pawn, white sacrifices the pawn on d5. He gives it up. But here, white decides to take on b6, queen b6, and this is the live position on the board. And he goes knight a5. This might still be theory, and it will be very interesting to see how deep is Caruana's preparation. He has 1 hour 41 minutes on the clock, and his opponent is still also has 1 hour 46 minutes. So let's have a look on our chess-based board to see how many times this has been played before, right? Should we do that? Let me just see if I can start the fire up my chess-based 16. Friends. Okay, there we have the board. So here the moves that were played in the game. Were e4, c5, knight f3, d6, d4, cd4, knight d4, knight f6, knight c3, a6, f3. So you start with f3 because bishop e3, there is this line knight g4 that comes up often. So with this, what you do is you go f3, e5, knight b3, bishop e6, bishop e3, bishop e7, queen d2, h5. This is what happened. Long castle, knight bd7, king b1, b5. And if you see this position, it has been reached 924 times. Knight d5 was played in 463 games. And after take, black played the move here, knight b6, 441 times, and 427 times it's been taken. So maybe I was clearly mistaken by some other line in which this sacrifice happens. It goes like bishop g5 and stuff. I don't know which line it was. Maybe I'm missing something, but here takes, bishop b6, queen b6, and knight a5. I think this is not a very modern line. If you see, it's not even played once in 2022. And the top players who have played it are Ivanchuk, Dominguez, Akopian, Inarkiev. So actually, Fabi has gone into some kind of an old ancient line here against it. I think there are more modern ways to play. Long castle. So h5, long castle, knight bd7, king b1, b5, knight d5. But it looks all kind of normal, no? So I think this is something which, but it's not been played. I don't know which side is not playing it. Maybe white is not playing it. White is not going into this line. But if white doesn't go into this, then what is white generally playing here? What are the top players playing after, let's say, h5? Carlsen. Okay, maybe they go knight d. Maybe this is the line, yeah, that I was talking about. Take. Maybe not. Vidit versus Zavain and Resyan. Okay, this is a positional line. So maybe there is something here which we need to figure out. But this has not been played so many times. And that will be interesting to see how this game continues after knight a5. Has there any move been played? Yes. Rook c8 has been played in the position. Wow. Rook on c8. Now, one question here is after knight c6, what is the tactical idea that black has? Black to move. Yeah, absolutely right. Hina, Firdaus, Rayan, Prahlad, Akshay, Abhay, so Aditya. So the move that I was looking for is knight takes d5. And here, if I take queen takes d5, you simply win a pawn after queen takes c6. So the point is after knight e7, knight e7, queen d6, queen d6, king d6, and to play this position. But this looks around equal after knight c6, king e7, and rook d8. Uh, and I think Fabi would not go for knight c6 here because this leads to equality. So if he doesn't play that, then what is the move that he is going to play is a question here. Um, let's check also the next game between Firuza and Hikaru Nakamura and see what is happening there. Oh my God. Wow. Wow. What a game we have on our hands here between the two really beasts on the chessboard. Who is better and who is not is the question here. Manjunath says, why not knight takes d5? Manjunath, if you play knight d5 before rook c8, just very quickly to show you the point here. If you play this here, queen b6, knight a5, knight d5, then after queen d5, if you play queen a5, what is the problem? Do you see it now, Manjunath? Ali Reza has just sacked the knight. Let's see, let's see. We'll try to analyze that. Can we put a poll for Ali Reza and Hikaru? Yeah, we can do that. It's a good idea. Let's try to put a poll. One second. So on the poll, we have 43% for Firuza, 40% from Nakamura, 17% draw. Let's see what happens. So this is done. Queen takes A8 is hanging, so you can't really go for this. This would be hanging. So let's quickly check what is happening on this board between Alireza Firuza. Okay, so Alireza Firuza goes for D4. He moves his pawn up the board. This is my favorite game for today. Okay, I think the reason for it is because both of them played a lot of online chess. Nakamura is this streamer who loves to stream. He's not into professional chess, yet he's playing the candidates. On the other hand, you have Firuza, who is this young 19-year-old boy and 1 day old, 19 years, and yesterday he celebrated his 19th birthday, and he's here, and they are both clash of personalities here. So knight f6, c4, e6, knight to c3, bishop b4, queen c2, castles. And now he played the move a3. Okay, Firuza is going for the very solid line, very positional line here in the... Guys, what's the name of this opening? Which is the... Tell me like the full name of this opening. Yes, Ajay Kumar, Nimzo Indian. Is this the first ever encounter? In classical chess, maybe they haven't played much, I think. They have played definitely Rapid and Blitz. I'll check in the Mega database if Firuza versus Nakamura. They've played each other many times, but when it comes to classical chess, actually not much. It's all online, mainly online. Maybe this is their first ever classical encounter. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but I think this is their first ever classical encounter that is happening. Okay. It is known as the classical variation of the Nimzo Indian. Now, all those who are asking what is the point of this opening? So, firstly, what white gets is the fact that white gets the bishop pair and also a good center. But what black gets in return is development. He's leading in development. All of white's pieces are inside. Also, the queen on c3 is slightly exposed. So d5 is the solid move here. Bishop g5, d takes c4, queen takes c4, and now you want to attack this queen somehow. So what is a good move here, guys, to attack the queen? Yeah, first classical game. Nimzo Indian classical variation is the opening. Prahlad Sen b5 might be taking it a bit too far, because if I take maybe queen d4, it's an interesting actually pawn sacrifice. I don't know if it has been played before. Nice suggestion by you. But the right move, I would say, is b6. Rudraksh, Naina Gorli, MB, Som, Ultrasonus. I'll look at b5 if it has ever been played. But b6 was played. The idea is bishop a6 to hit the queen here. Rook goes to d1, bishop a6, queen a4, h6, you go bishop h4, queen e7. Okay, he goes queen to e7, not knight b d7. He could have also played that, I guess, but okay, queen e7, knight to f3, rook to d8, queen c2, c5 played in the position. That's how it got sharpened. Yeah, bishop e4 takes, rook takes. He didn't even take with the king here. He took with the rook, and look at Firuza's time, 155. Nakamura's 135. G5, take, take, take. Knight c6 played after. Oh, but knight c6 was played very quickly. And he's played queen c1 also with 153. This is scary, yeah? Facing Firouzja with this prep. And Nakamura, on the other hand, unprepared. Okay, here's my question to you. What happens after e5? What was Nakamura's idea here? After just e5. Yeah, Alireza has come really well prepared for the game. Yeah, Prahlad Sen, you're right. Naina Gorli, Kanwa Sen Gupta, Rohit, Prithviraj, Satvik, Sendil Nathan, Hussein. So yes, you take here. Now the question is, my queen is attacked, so I can't really take on f6 just as yet because knight c2 will come with a check. So I need to move my queen. Can I go to e4? No, there it's hanging. So I can move my queen away. Maybe queen c1, queen d3. These are the possible moves. Or can I take, you take, and can I play this? But I think this is a great bishop, taking nothing away from it. But after queen d7, you need another piece into the attack. You can't really go with your queen anywhere because there is rook d1 check coming in here. So actually speaking, like let's say if I drop queen c1, rook e4 check, and it's actually white who gets checkmated first. So I don't think this is going to be played in the position. So right now, after queen c1 played, e5, knight d4 could have led to a draw somehow. Like after queen d3, I think you have to go knight f5. Then I play queen here, rook d1, queen d1, and then take the queen out. Bishop f6, threatening here, but the knight is defending this, so I can take on g2. And this is around equal, such a position. It's also very complicated after queen h5 threatening mate in 1, but queen e4 check, king d2. Notice how d8 is controlled by the bishop, so you have to keep giving checks by the king, queen here, and this would perhaps end in a draw. So this does not work. However, the move queen c1 is a very interesting move, and I really want to go to my chess base board and check how many times has this occurred before. What number of times has this game taken place? So let's quickly check it out. Yeah, so here we have the board, and d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop b4, queen c2, castles, a3, bishop c3, queen c3, d5, bishop g5, takes, b6, rook d1, bishop a6, queen c2, and here the main move has been knight d7, but okay, h6, bishop h4 has happened. And here queen e7 is, I think, Hikaru's new move. Yeah, here. Sorry, it's not queen c2. It was queen a4. My mistake. Queen a4. So we have 149 games. h6, bishop h4, and now queen e7 has been played. Why is knight b d7 not played? Is it a stupid? What am I doing? How can you play it? a6 is hanging, so you can't play it. Now queen e7, and now the main move has been knight f3. All the games have continued knight f3, but yeah, he also went knight f3. then rook d8, and now this move queen c2 with the idea of pushing the pawn to e4. Okay, so e4 is the idea here. And I think this is where you are already on your own, because this is only played in 1 or 2 games, and these are not very high level games. So Firuza's idea is clearly to play c5, sorry, e4 here. So there went c5, e4, still one game, bishop f1, rook f1. So this is all prep for Alireza. G5, and now in that game bishop g3 was played, so he goes for knight g5, bishop g5, and this is the position on the board. And now queen c1. Okay, so we have this position on the board after queen c1, and now the idea point is, what is Hikaru Nakamura going to play here? And guys, I want you to tell me, who do you think is better in this position? Because let's say if you take here, I think his idea is that he wants to play, okay, if you go e5, there is queen b7 followed by queen g2. That would be bad, because that would be very, very powerful here. E5, queen b7, very strong move. And if you don't take this knight, I'm saving it. So if you take it, let's say in any way, pawn takes or bishop takes, then queen g2 or queen e4 also very powerful, and that is game over. So we are not going there. Now, so if I take here, I think one way to continue here is, can you guys think of a good move for white? Oh, what am I doing? I'm not even showing you the board, and I was analyzing. So here queen c1, the idea is that I want to remove the queen. So I was talking about this line. If I take e5, queen b7, and putting pressure here, that is the plan. And if you take here, then queen e4 check is game over, because queen e3, knight c2. So here, if I can't take here, like if I take here and play e5, that's not good. So what move would you recommend white to play in this position? Aditya Srivastav says, sir, I recently bought the Chessbase 16 and it is amazing, and learn from my mistakes. After I go to tournaments, play, win, lose or draw, analyze with it. Arey, congrats, Aditya. It's been used by so many people over the years, and I'm sure it will benefit you as well. Ajay Sam says Hikaru will lose 200%. He cannot bear Alireza's prep. We'll see. We'll see. Guys, these are all world-class players. Queen f4, Naman Nair, Cardiotoxic, Sagar Gowda, very nice. Harshita Sharma, Naina Gorli. So you give this, you play a queen here, you attack here. Now, one question is what happens to this check? But after king e2, the main issue is that if you go back and give a check, I can now just take. And once you take here, then I will take on f6, and I'm simply winning this game. Queen is attacked, queen g5 check, and a very big attack is incoming. So this is not going to work out. So queen f4, very, very powerful idea here. And actually, Ali Reza has to be careful. What is his only defensive move here, guys? Can you figure out what is his only defensive move in this position? So e5, and many of you have mentioned, is actually a bad move because after takes, bishop takes, this is winning position for white, because I'm attacking your rook, I'm also attacking the pawn, is just completely lost. So this does not work. If you do not play this way, e5, so the other move that has been mentioned is king g7. This just shows how difficult the position is, because here after king g7, the main issue is e5, and you cannot protect this anymore and you're losing the game. So you can't even play. So the move that is correct, and by the way, Hina Firdaus, Rayan mentions queen h5, but Rayan, here the main issue is that white has a very powerful move. Can you find it? White to play. Yes, queen g4 is the correct move, and Rayan himself found it. Sendil Nathan, Ajay Kumar, Story Stackers, Aki's channel, very good. Valentina Anta. Queen g4 is the move. Now I not only attack your knight, but if you play f6, I will take it with a check and then win your queen. Maybe f5 is the only right move, but after queen h5, I mean, this is already lost position. So queen f4 is a very, very strong move, and the right move was suggested only by a few people, and it was knight to f5. This is a very, very nice move, because notice how it can work in your favor. If I take the knight, then after ef5, there is a check to the king, and the king cannot go here, king cannot go up. So actually it's almost a mate. I have to bring my queen in, and now the next move is again a very nice little move. Black to play. How do you win the game? Black to move. What is the move here that black can play in order to win? Well, rook d1 I can just take with the king. Yes, Sayantan Ghosh, very good. Who else? Anirudh, excellent. Story Stackers, Nikhil Maroti, excellent. Rook e8 is the move here. So here after rook e8, Animesh Jain, Dakshat Rawat, suddenly it's trouble time, because if you take the queen, I take here, you can't put your bishop back because of f4, you lose a piece. So you have to go king d2, and now after knight to e4, it's a beautiful fork and black wins. So that's the reason why knight f5, actually very tricky defense, yeah, sort of blocking here. But then after rook d8, let's say you take with the rook, and maybe just f3. for white. I mean, I don't know what move can be played here because you still can't take it. Takes still has some issues. Queen e3. This time just moving the queen away. Queen d7 or queen d6 is good enough because then the knight can move out. Let's say queen d6, threatening rook e8, and I think the game is already done here. So if we see the clock right now, Nakamura thinking here for nearly, his last move was 127. So he's thinking for 21 minutes. He's on 1 hour 6 minutes. And this is going to be quite a difficult position for him to hold. Let's see how this game continues. Right now, the best moves for him are also e5. I think we didn't look at this one. Last thing that we should see is e5. And it's also very, very dangerous because now where do we do? Like, what do we do? Should we move the bishop away to start with queen h6 or queen g5? Or should we play d5? And knight d4, I go rook d3 with the idea of swinging my rook over. This can become so dangerous, but he can also go to d6 to defend his knight, then rook g3 with the idea of here, then the king starts to run, then my bishop goes out, then I want to bring my queen in. And I think for Hikaru, this is going to be such a difficult position to defend over the board because there are so many threats, so many possibilities. What about f4? Interesting suggestion by Asim. Here queen c1, e5, and you want to play f4 straight away or after d5? Actually, straight away, I think the only issue is that your king is also slightly weakened now. So maybe rook d4 first, and ed4. Let's say I play e5, knight e5, f e5, queen e5, and then this bishop under pressure and knight coming out. So that could be bad, but if you don't take on d4 and if you take on e5, then after rook e4, this king comes under check and it becomes very exposed. So I have a feeling that it's not so simple to play f4, but maybe after d5, knight d4, and then f4 could be thought of. But once again, let's say after rook d6, because if you play f e5, I have queen e5. f e5, queen e5. So that should not work. So I have a feeling that e5 might be very dangerous. Like, actually, what's the easiest way to draw? To at least get a playable position. I was thinking take, queen f4. And now here is the tricky little move that you have to find. Can you find it? Black to play. Yeah, this time knight f5, I think we analyzed it. Yeah, knight f5 is possible, but here's the thing, like f3, and then king goes like this, and suddenly this is all still very weak. The right move here is somehow the magical move queen d7. And you might wonder like what's happening because after bishop f6, but check. Now you can't go here and here because there's the queen, so you have to go king e2. And then I go check like this. King f3 seems like the only move again. And then queen d3 check. You can't block. There's a knight here. So king g4. Queen takes f1. Queen g5. King f8. Queen g7. King e8. Queen g8. King d7. Now I can take here. But then you take here. So maybe this check. Crazy scenes. King running here and the queen checking somehow. Oof. Maybe this is the easiest, not easiest, but this might be something that Hikaru has to calculate over the board. Like finding a move like queen d7 is not easy. Like you are not sure if the king is running away, you are not sure if your king is getting mated. All of these doubts will be there in your mind. So I have a feeling that it's not going to be easy for Hikaru to figure all of this out. Yeah. So let's see what will happen. I'm very excited to see what Hikaru comes up with in this game. Which move does he play? But right now we are on queen c1 and he has already come down to an hour. Alireza has 53 minutes. Phenomenal preparation by Alireza Firuza. Actually banking on a game that was played in the past, analyzing it deeper. And you know, guys, this is the new way of preparing. Do you see it in the candidates again and again? The modern way of preparation is find a line, computer will give it equal, but find one which is very surprising, which is very difficult for your opponent to find everything on the board, and then play it. If your opponent finds all the resources on the board, okay, draw is fine. But if he slips up even once, you get your full point. So that is the way in which the preparation is. That's how the trends are happening. Okay, let's go to the game of Rajabov and Rajabov versus Nepo. They are taking on each other. And whoa, whoa. It's a good result for Jan Nepomniachtchi already, I can see on the board. Because he has managed to. Marcelo David says computers have ruined chess. I think, Marcelo, what has happened, I would say, is that chess has become different. This is my feeling. It might not be right to say it has ruined chess. It's just that it's now no longer the same as what it used to be. No longer does one player come to the board totally unprepared and find his way. It's actually taken away a lot, like everything actually in this world. Uh, Chess preparation also has become very time intensive. But don't you think, guys, like here, oh, we can go through the game by the way, but I was just thinking, like, take, and does white have a small edge after rook d7? So my idea is rook b1 and rook b7, but it's nothing much, I guess. Like, let's say rook here, you come here, I will take the pawn, you come to b7, I go to f8, and then if you take here, I will take. Anyway, this is a draw. Yeah, exactly. What happened here? D4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, d5, g3. Okay, Catalan, open Catalan, knight c6, dc5. Very well known line. Knight d2, c3, takes, castles, e3, bishop e7, knight f d4. All well known. Takes, bishop d7, knight c6, pawn. Actually, they don't play knight c6. If I one move here, by the way, is c4 here. That has become very popular. C4, bishop d7, bishop b2, and then rook fc8, which has become the main trending line. But knight fd4 has been played in the game of Nihal versus Vishy Anand. So this has been played before. And let's just quickly check our reference board on chessbase to also understand like how many times this has been played. So d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, d5, g3, takes, bishop g2, c5, castles, knight c6, take, 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 knight bd2, c3, b takes c3, castles, knight b3, bishop e7, knight fd4, bishop d7. And now the one of the main moves is bishop g5. And we also had Pragnananda Vidit, which went a4, which was very rarely played move. Vidit went a4 against Prag. Nihal has played this. If I'm not mistaken, Nihal versus Anand was in this line, but maybe I'm wrong. Not BD7. Anand must have played something else. I remember it was knight of d4, but maybe I'm mistaking something. Nihal versus Vishy Anand game I thought was in this line, but yeah, perhaps not. So bishop d7, knight takes c6, bishop takes c6, bishop takes c6, b takes c6. So you have weakened the structure a little bit, but this has been played in 76 games before. I want to go back and check what happened further in this game. After take, 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 bishop e3, knight d5, bishop d4, okay, c5. So maybe this was just part of all. I don't know if this has been played before. If it has been played before, then I think this is not particularly great prep by Radjabov with white pieces. He went bishop e3. Okay, that's his maybe new idea. Mikhailevsky has played it. c4 has been played always here, stopping knight d5. But he went bishop e3. And actually, Nepo found the right way to equalize, it seems like. He went knight d5 and c5. This is still following the game Mikhailevsky versus Mishalik. Mishalzak, that went bishop e5 here. Can you not go f6 then? What's the point? Like c4 maybe. Maybe it's f6, c4 is the point. But if I play knight c5, that's what happened. Takes, takes, rook c8 takes, and here this is just equal. Okay, interesting stuff here. I just want to clarify once if there was any chance bishop e5, f6, there is c4. But here black has a decent move in c4. First putting pressure, and if knight d4, then yeah, there could be this pawn under pressure. Also rook f8. Yeah, I think Rajabov's prep is not really up to the mark here. That is for sure. Not the best. And let's see what happens. Let's quickly go and check Ding Liren versus Rapport. That's the only game that is left for us to see. And also a very, very exciting one. Um, D4 by Ding. Knight f6, c4, g6, knight c3, d5. Grunfeld on the board. e4, takes, takes, bishop g7, bishop c4, c5, knight e2, knight c6, bishop e3, castles, castles, b6, rook c1. Whenever the c3 pawn is kind of this defended, you want to then later think about d5, bishop b7, bishop b5, rook c8, queen d2, take, take, queen d6, rook fd1, queen b4, queen d3, and this is the position on the board. I don't know if this has been played before, but yeah. Raja had the most time to prepare, but yeah, also it depends. Yeah, like he would not know his opponents, And overall it also depends a lot on the motivation levels and so on. Just a second, guys. uh, okay, guys, I wanted to check this opening on chess base board and see what was happening. So let's have a look how many times this has been played. D4, knight f6, c4, g6, knight c3, d5, takes, e4, takes, bishop g7, bishop c4, c5, knight e2, castles, bishop e3, knight c6, castles, b6, rook c1. Okay, has been played in 164 games, and here bishop b5 35 times, played by Anish Giri 4 times. Wow. So Anish's line, yeah, this one. Rook c8, queen d2, cd, queen d6, played once by Sujiro and Mishchuk. We also can see the time here. Both have around equal time. So it doesn't seem like rook f d1, queen b4. Queen d3 and e6. So this is the kind of the first new move of the game, was queen b4, and right now this is the position. So if we look at the position carefully, we will realize that white has the center, very nice center, but black has this bishop looking down the board, also the knight attacking the center, this bishop looking this way, the rooks coming in the center. So it seems like uh what do you think, guys? Who do you think is better here? You think white I think white seems to be slightly better here because he has the center and also the ability to, black, even if he attacks here, it's not so easy to get through. Also, h4, h5 is possible. So white seems definitely slightly better here, but it's not so simple to play for both sides. And so if I try to push your queen away, then queen e7. It's going to be an interesting game. White will be looking to time d5 correctly, while black will be trying to somehow make sure that he's able to be ready, because long term black has an advantage of an outside passer. Is e5 a good move? Akash says not really, because if you play e5, Akash, let's say in this position instead of e6, then d5 would come. And if you're talking about white playing e5 here, that is possible, but here after this you lose your ability to push d5. So I would prefer keeping these two pawns the way they are. Okay, let's now that we have the entire thing covered up, let's quickly move through boards and try to see what's happening. Ready? Okay, this is around equal, this position. Let's go to board number 2. Fabiano Caruana. Whoa. Oh, that happened. What we were talking about. Rook c8. He played knight c6. Knight d5, 97, 97. Was this Fabi's preparation? What's happening in this candidates? This seems like just equal. It's completely equal. But yesterday, remember, we had the game of Hikaru versus Rajabov. And in that, in a similar structure with an extra pawn here, white was able to get play. Like say b4, king b2, king b3, a4. He can just start creating play. So I think this one seems to be drawish. But if someone can press, it should be white. Some little thing. But I think Duda will be able to play quite, like he'll play king f5, maybe king e6. He'll get his position in order. Okay, let's look at the game between Hikaru. Oh, this happened. Knight d4, rook d4. He took rook takes d4, rook takes d4, knight d4 has happened. And I am expecting Alireza to go queen f4. This is what I think Alireza might do here. Materially, black is piece up for a pawn, but if you lose your piece, then you'll be a pawn down. So let's say, for example, if I play queen f4 and if you get e5, then after queen f6, bishop f6, you are just losing because you are just a clear pawn down. So queen f4 also played by Alireza. Look at Alireza. He has played 20 moves without... He's played 20 moves already, and the time on his clock is 1 hour 51 minutes. Wow, he might be still in his prep. And now Hikaru has to find this crazy. We were looking at knight f5 actually here, and I thought this is one move. King g7 is just to be discounted, right, because of e5. Can Hikaru find this move? Yeah, the next move. Actually, it's quite tricky. Although there is another idea, guys. Knight c2, okay. King d1. And now this key little move, which has to be found. What's the move here, guys? Yes. Ajay Kumar says, but if Hikaru found some accurate moves, there are many accurate moves still to be found. It's not going to be easy. Queen d7, Aryan Philip, very good. Queen d7, check. And after I take, once again, the only move here, guys, black to play. What is the only move to stay in the game? Yeah, Queen A4, correct move. Ashutosh Dhamale, Balaji Sankar, Anirudh Dhanevar, Dhruvin Javeri, Suyash Swaroop, Chandra Kumar. Well done. Queen A4 check is the correct move. And let's say I go King B1, there is Queen E4 check. Important move. And then we go into an endgame where equal pawns. So you can't do, maybe you can play that, but what about King C1? I think you still have Queen C4 check, and then E4 and F1, everything is hanging, so that is a blunder. So Knight C2 here. King D2 and Queen, oh, King D2, there is this tricky move. Yeah, black to play, guys. What do you play? Yeah, knight takes e4. Siddhant Javeri, Littu Thomas, Siddharth Menon, Vishwas Sharon. Well done. Check here. Has to take with the queen. And now queen g5 check. King c2 and rook d8. And it's black who takes over the initiative. So actually speaking, knight c2 in conjunction with queen d7. Very interesting. Actually start with knight c2. If you go king e2, there is knight d4 check back. So knight c2 definitely a good move here coming up. So let's see what happens here. Instead of rook d8, black has queen g6 check. Lauren Bogart says instead of rook d8. Ah, you mean here. But you don't win the queen. No, it's queen. Queen will take the queen. It's not a check. It's not like the king is here and the queen is behind it. So queen f4. It's a very interesting position here. Rohit Vaidya sends a super chat and says, such a grand ceremony for the Olympiad. What a moment for Indian chess. Sagar, your stream of the ceremony is not available here in the US. Can you please make it available here? I think what happened is that after a point, because of the copyright claims that were received, the stream became unavailable. What to do? I tried to stream it, but unfortunately, um, I think there has to be something that needs to be done to make it available or something. I'll check it out. But yeah. Patrick Consac says, can we look at the line after knight d5? But when? Patrick, here? Oh, interesting. But I think just queen g3, right? And this is trouble, trouble. I don't think here is good. But I think he will go he has actually queen d7 as a clean equalizer here, very clean. And because see, if you play queen d7, then you have two possibilities. This knight is ready to move back, so you have to take it or you take it with the queen. But if you take it with the queen, then the game is already over because you don't have any checks in the position here. So I can make even this move threatening a checkmate, and there is nothing that you can do. So you can't take with the queen, you have to take with the bishop. Now if I play queen b5, this time I'm ready to mate you, like here. And I think here is a very cool move. Check, king e8, and I can take. And after you take, I can check and I can pick up the rook. So Nakamura is down to 37 minutes, but guys, he's taking his time in the right way, because if he doesn't take his time now, he's going to be toasted in the position. He's just losing. So this, although he's piece up, he has to find knight c2 or queen d7, which most likely he will, because there's nothing else to be done. Queen d7, so bishop f6, knight c2 check, king e2, it's kind of forced. Now queen b5 also forced. Now where do you go with the king? You have 1, 2. This is impossible because of queen takes f1 check. I think that you can discount. But even that is playable, because after takes, king c2, somehow, I mean, I'm going here, but it should be a draw with perpetual. So I think the logical move is king f3, 1. But there's no mate here. That is also an issue. Or king d2 seems another logical idea. And because there is no mate, you can take. Because after check, king here, check, king here, check, king here, the king is not getting mated, as we just saw in this line. Oops, sorry, not bishop. Queen d7. King a6, queen a4, king a5, king c2. Prakhar says, hello Prakhar, good to see you in the chat. If you play king g7, what is wrong? You tell me. What is going wrong here? Actually, here it could be possible. E5 seems like the right move, but E5 is met with knight D5. Now in this position, if I take your queen, you will take my queen. Can we go queen G4 here? And this looks very scary, because now my threat is to go bishop F6 check and mate you. So let's say I go queen to B7 here. That's again the only move. It looks very dangerous for a human to play this way. Check, king here, and somehow it is not ending in a mate. Queen f7, king is running away, and this knight defends this pawn. So I think somehow this is not going to work out. So knight d5, actually here another way to play is check. Sorry, before e5, check. And now if you go, let's say king g8, I have queen g5 and queen g7 mate. So you can go king h7, but then I have queen h4 putting pressure this way. It's also a very, very dangerous attack. So you might want to go back to h8, but again queen h4. So actually bishop h6 could be a very good idea here after king g7 to give a check, because king g8, queen g5 is mate. Check, and then you have only two squares left, h7 or h8, and in both the cases I will go queen h4, and put lot of pressure there, and it's very difficult for you to continue playing. So I don't know what Hikaru will come up with. He has just 33 minutes on the clock. He's going down on time. He's under pressure. He is really, really struggling here, I would say, but not position wise. He's struggling basically psychologically here, because I think if Hikaru manages to find a draw here, this would be very nice for him, for his confidence. Also, I mean, so many people follow him, will be so happy that he managed to wriggle out. But this is one of the cases where in modern chess, you will see that with such preparation, the side with good prep usually trumps, because firstly, they are more right now stable with more time, more emotional energy. The player with black has so much pressure. He has to think, oh my god, 20 more moves to make in 32 minutes with no increment. Secondly, is am I just lost? Is the engine showing already losing for me? While Firuza knows the evaluation, he knows it's 0.00. So all in all, it seems like a very tough psychological thing. No increment till move 60. This reminds me last candidates Fabi versus MVL says Parth. Yeah, I think this is some amazing bit of preparation here by Hikaru by Firuza, and this is going to be very exciting. Okay, let's quickly see the other games and see what is happening there. We were looking also at Temur Rajabov, Yan Nepomniachtchi, draw. There is nothing much that is going to happen here. This is going to end in a draw. Nothing out of ordinary will take place here. So we have two games actually which are quite drawish in nature. The second one is Fabiano Caruana versus Duda. Although in this game there is at least some juice because of the imbalance in the bishop versus knight. I was thinking, if can we go b4 here? Knight c4, take. Then he will take intermediate move and then take here. Yeah, and then I was thinking, can we go king c2? So my point here is that in this rook endgame, it might seem like equal, but if I play a4, can I create a passer with my 3 pawns versus 2? But it seems like not so easy. Like a black will go f5. You can play a4, but then a4, ba4 and c3 is hanging. So let's say you try to go rook d3, but already it's black who is pushing faster here, because he goes e4, takes, his passer is created, his king is coming down the board. I don't like this position. So b4, I don't think Fabi is going to play. Maybe he goes king c2, knight c4 coming up, but knight c4 already, if you are forced to take with the bishop, this seems like a draw, most likely. Ding Liren versus Richard Rapport. H4 played by Ding. What a move. So this is a very cool move by Ding Liren. He goes h4. He wants to soften up the king a bit. Okay. Some Sumit Ram take a mod on our channel who was actually a very good player. Maybe his account got hacked. So maybe he's just deleting everything. So no, everything is good. We've removed him from the mod. So everything should be okay. Something, I think his account got hacked or something, because he generally was on streams early in 2020 and 21, but I think now so h4, And Ding is looking at this. So this game seems like the most exciting one from this today. Of course, apart from Firouzja versus. So I think we should stick with Firouzja's game. See, I'll tell you why. This is a draw. This is interesting position. This one, I think Caruana is trying to press, but I have a feeling that this will end in a draw. And this one is already a draw. I don't see anything huge happening here. So, guys, moves have happened. Sai Praveen Gumadi says, did anyone replace Vishy as India #1 last 35 years? Only once, Hari Krishna, but that was in live ratings, not in published ones. So, Knight C2, King D1 happened. Queen D7 also has happened. King C2 also has happened, and Queen A4. Wow, Hikaru finds the best defense. I wouldn't say the best of best, but at least the second best defense in the position. Richard blundered. I don't think he would have blundered, yeah. Rook FD8 is a blunder, yeah, that position. We'll see. King B1, okay. So there we have, like, now queen takes E4 is going to happen. And after this, bishop hanging. So let's say bishop F4 or bishop E3. I think Hikaru has done wonderfully well to save himself. He managed to find, actually Queen D7 was another move here, but that is a more engine like. So he found this human way to hold, like King D1, check. What if King C1 here? But then knight at 7, yeah, that's just save. On knight, oh, there's a nice move here. Wow. Wow. Guys, can you find a good move for black here? Hello, Christopher Strobel from Austria. No, not Queen D3. Learn with PV, because Queen D3 maybe bishop F6. Queen F1, King C2. Vignesh Kannan, Rohit Singh, Krishna Joshi, Bondita Bhagwati. Well done. The move here is Queen to D, not Queen D4. Queen D3 everyone was saying, but that's not the best move because bishop F6, Queen F1, King C2 is drawn. The move was here knight D4, threatening a check. And if I take queen takes, then another very beautiful move, because once you take with the queen, there's no check. What's the move here for black? Vignesh Kannan, well done. Knight E2 is a draw, but Krishna Joshi, Queen B5 is winning. Hello, Amruta.
Hi everyone in the chat. What's up? Sagar, today is very exciting. We had Narendra Modi along with our chess players. Along with the team. It was so exciting, right? You did commentary. You translated Hindi. आज पता चला तुम्हारा हिंदी कैसा है.
It was good, yeah.
You tried your best.
Yeah, it was not easy.
Yeah, it was tough. So
you have a new hairstyle today.
हाँ, ये लंबे बालों की प्रॉब्लम तुम क्या समझोगे?
So guys, Queen B5 is winning. Amruta, the game between Ali Reza and Hikaru is very interesting.
Okay, so this is we are on this game. 1 second. Let me just open the board.
And this is
wow.
this position is the forced mate.
Yeah.
because f1 is hanging and queen c4 is coming. I mean, let's
Yeah.
say if I go rook e1, now queen d3, not queen c4, queen d3. And
You want to stop the escape route. So
no,
queen
queen
c2 is
c2
the
mate.
threat
Hmm.
right now. No, I mean, if you would have given queen c4, then the king runs, right?
Yeah.
King b1, and then it's fine. You don't have anything after this. Maybe king a1 also works. Yeah. So queen d3 is important. Very nice. Controlling the escape square. And now how do you stop the mate? Actually, you cannot stop the mate. And there is no mate.
So
So this is winning for black.
in the game,
Yes.
if you go back, have you seen this game?
Nah.
Can we take it from move 10?
10. Oh, but others have seen, right? h6, bishop h4. It's okay. You can have your.
So queen e7,
Hmm.
knight f3, rook d8. This is all played before. Now queen c2. So he plays c5. And now e4. So this has not been played much.
Yeah, looks very risky. Like your king is in the center and you
So
are.
bishop takes f1, rook f1. And now my threat is e5 to win
Okay.
material. So he
Got it.
plays g5. And if you come back, then I'm okay with black. I've weakened a bit, but it's not a big deal.
Got it.
By the way, we have a guest who has joined us.
Oh, 1 second. I have to let my.
You'll enjoy the guest. Guys, do you know who the guest is? Can you just say something?
What?
Can you just say something?
He
Haha.
cannot see.
I know you can't see
Oh,
us.
I thought the name was so different.
Yeah. Can you say something? Say something. Arey, say something, say.
कुछ बोलो नहीं.
अरे यार, he's not even saying anything. we can't
तो
do
मे बी
that.
उसका डमशेरा चल रहा है अभी. वो बोल रहा है कि he can't see us, सागर.
He can't see us.
No, he can't see us.
अरे do gallery view. Gallery view, gallery
He
view.
can't hear us. वो खुद भी मुझे लगता है वो मोदी का होने के बाद उसको शायद दिखाई नहीं दे रहा है, सुनाई नहीं दे रहा है.
Okay. He's back. Hello?
Hello.
Arey, what? You are not also using Zoom properly after meeting Prime Minister.
No.
After meeting Prime Minister.
Of course, yeah. Like I was speechless after that incident. It was so nice, man. Actually, he's such a good orator. He gave a nice speech today. It was great, man.
Did you enjoy the entire show? Like you went to Delhi specially for this?
Yeah, just for this.
Acha.
हाँ.
So tell us a bit about your experience overall. क्या हुआ?
So I went there. I met Prime Minister, and then Kunal Kamra blogged me, and then there were so many dances, and RKD came and he gave his speech, very nice speech, and there was very nice क्या बोलते हैं, background पे videos and all, and that वो mashallah. Vishy Anand ran with that flame. It was so nice to see him do that, like full enthusiastic.
I did
Like
the
today was
full
a
live
crazy day.
stream. I did the live stream here of that. So I know everything.
Acha.
But how was the atmosphere there? What did you do? Like, did you meet people there?
Yeah, I was actually running away from this guy who was recording videos for Chess Based India, actually. His name is Aditya. I'm sure you know him. Everybody. Dude, I swear to God, I'm not kidding. Ask Aditya, you know what he did? He breached the security. He went near the Prime Minister and he took a video, bro. And nobody stopped him, bro. He just went there like Chess Based India. Like even the national security guards couldn't do anything to Chess Based India video guy. कमांडो के बीच में से गया भाई वो.
ऐसा हुआ कि चेस
कसम से हुआ, bro.
उसने ऐसे बोला I am for Chess Based India. They said no, sorry, no one is allowed. Then he said I am from Chess Based India clips. So he said okay, oh clips.
अरे वो सूट पहन के गया था, तो जो भी प्लेयर्स थे सब सूट पहन के थे, तो कमांडोज को लगा कि ये भी प्लेयर ही है। एंड वो गया भी एकदम रुबाब में गया, वो एकदम अच्छे से ब्रिस्क वॉक करके गया वो हीरो की तरह, फिर जाके वीडियो लेके आ गया आगे से एकदम।
क्या बात है।
बट तुमने चेस, डिड यू प्ले चेस, डिड यू मीट पीपल?
वो कितना मस्त हैंग हो गया है।
समय
तो-
हैप्पीली हंग।
हेलो
हेलो।
हाँ।
हाँ
मोदी जी ने मेरा नाम लिया आज, मेरे को शाउट आउट दिया उन्होंने, फॉर रियल।
हाँ पता है, समय बोला। सब लोग बोल रहे थे चैट में, समय नेम टेकन।
अब मैं वो कट करके डालूंगा। उन्होंने ऐसा बोला, उन्होंने कहीं तो समय बोला है, और उन्होंने बोला है कि हमारा बहुत इंडिया में ये हो रहा है, थैंक यू। तो मैं वहां से समय और फिर वो काट दूंगा, ऐसे क्रेजी एडिट बनाऊंगा मैं बैठ के। अच्छा, बाय द वे, 3, 2, 1, सरप्राइज!
क्या बात है। वाओ, गॉगल क्यों पहना है?
विदित ने बहुत सारा पी लिया है, तो his eyes are red right now, so he can't show his eyes.
Now
So
Vidit is first name friends with Prime Minister, तो अभी क्या ही बोल सकते हैं।
of course. अरे he gave you a proper shout out.
Yeah, he almost said greedy.
Exactly.
तब से विदित के गॉगल्स ही नहीं उतरे।
कैसा था यार एक्सपीरियंस तुम लोगों का उधर स्टेज पे?
यहाँ पे फुल जोश आ गया था। तीसरा बंदा भी है, पर वो बहुत चुपचाप रहता है।
हाय श्रीनाथ।
ये
बट समय आपके बाजू में कौन है?
मेरे बाजू में ड्राइवर है यार।
अच्छा वो ऐसे ही गाड़ी।
अरे जी।
अच्छा वो इट्स अ
हाँ,
स्मॉल, मुझे लगा ऐसे इट इज 2 seats मिडल में।
लिमोजिन लग रहा है।
लिमोजिन नहीं, इनोवा।
Small car,
उतनी थोड़ी
bro.
औकात है उसकी।
It's Audi, bro. It's like it's the biggest car you can
ओ
get
ऑडी,
these days. ठीक है यार, जसबीर सिन्हा के ad revenue के सामने ऑडी क्या है अभी मतलब।
सॉरी ऑडी।
कह रहे छोटी गाड़ी है।
ठीक है यार, तुम जब आओगे दिल्ली नेक्स्ट टाइम मैं थोड़ा ध्यान रखूंगी।
प्लीज ना जाने प्लीज।
छोटी मतलब मैं बोला ज्यादा सीट वाली, महंगी वगैरह नहीं बोल रहा था मैं कुछ।
सीट काफी है, 2-3 पे बैठ गया हूँ अभी, तो वापस वजन बढ़ गया मेरा। अदरवाइज बिग कार मैन।
वापस वजन बढ़ गया है। वो दिन तो शूट के लिए आया था, कुछ ये नहीं खा सकता, वो नहीं खा सकता, इतना सब स्ट्रिक्ट था। और बोला मेरे को कि अभी देखो तुम मेरा वेट
You
कैसे
guys have to
बढ़ेगा।
hear what happened today. You have to hear what happened
Yeah,
today.
please tell
How
us.
Vidit and Samay met each other.
Bro,
Wow,
it was crazy, you know, like Vidit was standing away and
11,000 लोगों के बीच में समय को पहचाना।
वाओ, हाउ
11,000
हाउ
लोग।
हाउ
and भाई अब मेरा पेट है ही ऐसा अजीब से शेप में।
ओह माय गॉड।
बता दो स्ट्रीम में बता दो कहाँ जाना है, बता दो।
अरे बोल दिया, पंडारा रोड बोल दिया तुम लोगों ने। अरे यार पंडारा रोड भाई।
अरे गाइस, दिल्ली के कोई है चैट में
तो पंडारा रोड पे मत आना दोस्तों।
अरे यार सब
देखो ना,
अरे
देखो
जा
बहुत
रहे
भूख
हैं।
लगी है और मैं तानिया पे भरोसा नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ,
क्यों?
क्योंकि हम आधे घंटे से गाड़ी में ही घूम रहे हैं।
अरे क्योंकि दूर है ना।
पर यार विदित तू ऑडी में कितनी बार बैठा है?
हाँ
आप ऑडी को कहाँ बीच ला रहे हो?
मतलब ऑडी में बैठने का भी मजा अलग ही है ना।
तो कोई रेस्टोरेंट है
Okay, one
तो invite
second.
us,
Can you in
please.
chat tell us how good is Pandara Road so that Vidit can finally trust me?
तो रोड थोड़ी ना खानी है उसको।
अरे
पंडारा रोड में कौन सा होटल?
Pandara
option
Road, guys, please tell us if anyone from Delhi knows anything near Pandara Road. By the way,
but one more question,
Pandara Road.
ये जो तूने समय को पहचाना, तो समय ने तुमको पहचाना क्या? लेकिन गॉगल्स में
तो वही तो दर्द हुआ, वही पे तो दुख हुआ मुझे।
अरे मैं उस वक्त मोदी जी से बात कर रहा था यार। I was
वो कैसे बात कर रहा था वो, और मैं क्या किया, मैं उसको चांस दिया। मैं बोला नहीं इसका ध्यान नहीं होगा, मैं उसके सामने से चला ऐसे 10 स्टेप्स, मतलब पहचानेगा। फिर मैंने होप किया, फिर मैंने फोन किया उसको, फिर बोलता अरे बाय गेस व्हाट, आई एम इन दिल्ली। भाई सामने से चला मैं।
By the way, that made you mentioning the restaurant that I want to go to. So
which one it is? वो भी बोल दे।
What a story.
everyone is saying
टेबल नंबर भी
Gulati.
बता दे।
Everyone is saying go to Gulati.
गुलाटी
गुलाटी?
पंडारा रोड।
Only
Okay,
one.
the other one.
Only one they are recommending. Gulati in Pandara Road.
There's one more.
Have more they are saying.
फिर वो
तो
लोग भी
आइसक्रीम है
आएंगे
भाई।
गुलाटी में।
Have more बोल रहे वो लोग.
Have more
See,
to
exactly,
ice cream, bro.
exactly.
No, it's a restaurant.
पर
I trust you.
But Srinath,
हाँ।
you also tell us no something. You are not saying
हाँ,
anything.
तूने नहीं पहचाना,
Sagar
तूने
is
नहीं
trust,
पहचाना।
Srinath. Sagar, Tania is the only person I can trust in the team. Huh?
Thank you. Please tell
After
them how
after every ceremony, whether it is with the CM or PM, Vidit is the first one to
he
leave from
runs.
there,
He runs. He
and
doesn't
he
wait for
always
anyone.
leaves me behind.
And he doesn't wait for
Yes,
anyone.
he doesn't.
Runs
Why?
for whom? But runs towards whom?
Vlog
Just
बना
leaves
दिया
with the
है।
car.
He runs after the PM. No, what runs means where?
वो निकल जाता है, वो भाग जाता है
अच्छा।
वहां से। हाँ, किसी के पीछे क्या, या उसके पीछे सब भाग रहे करके वो भाग रहा है। हाँ,
हाँ.
11,000 लोगों के बीच में मेरे दोस्त को पहचान सकता हूँ और वो नहीं पहचानता है,
हाँ,
तो कितना देर वहां पे रुकेगा ना?
वो तो है,
चला जाएगा।
वो तो है। समय इसका तो कुछ ये चाहिए यार, एक्सप्लेनेशन
अरे यार
in
विदित
the court of
एकदम
law।
वो मेरे को दिखा नहीं यार उस वक्त यार। I was actually, you know,
पता है, मैं तो स्टेज पे भी था, तो उसको तो और इजी तरह से देखना, मतलब उसको 10 लोगों में
अरे
पहचानना
मैं
था।
सच बताऊं क्या
मैं-
क्या हुआ?
मैं-
तूने
क्या हुआ?
देखा
क्या हुआ?
था ना समय उसको?
ये लोग सारे, मेरे पास जो पास था ना, मेरे पास मीडिया पास था, मेरे पास प्लेयर पास नहीं था, तो मैं सोचा था क्या मैं
नहीं था. थोड़ा ज्यादा हो गया. थोड़ा ज्यादा हो गया भाई.
मतलब मुझे लगा कि भाई प्लेयर के पास बैठूंगा मैं, पर मेरे को साइड में था, तो मैं ट्राई कर रहा था किसी तरह मैं चुपके से वहां जाऊं, और लेकिन मेरे को डर भी लग रहा था कि लोग बंदूक लेके खड़े हैं भाई, कि यहाँ पे कुछ टाइम पास किया तो कोई गोली ही मार देगा कोई, तो मैं वो सब स्ट्रेस में था यार उस वक्त, तो मैं कुछ फोकस नहीं कर पा रहा था विदित भाई। अगर मेरे पास ये सब स्ट्रेस नहीं होता ना, तो मैंने आपको देख लिया होता यार,
तेरे पास
सच में।
तो बॉडीगार्ड है ना?
विदित एक छोटा सा डार्क जोक बोलू क्या?
अरे वो
How
गॉगल
many-
पहना है, कोई
how-
भी जोक डार्क ही रहेगा
how
उसके
many-
लिए अभी।
How many babies does it take to paint a wall?
How many babies?
Amruta, how many babies does it take to paint a wall?
15।
Depends on how hard you throw them.
अमृता जो
अमृता इतना हंसना नहीं है.
You have to keep empathy aside.
but the last मतलब ऐसे how was it? ऐसे torch वगैरह दिया like Vidit, Tania, Srinath, you were up there. Was it nice?
सब serious,
So what okay.
सब serious हो गए। हाँ, सब अटक गए, उनको पता नहीं। आवाज ब्रेक हो रहा है
बोलो।
guys।
Sorry, आवाज नहीं आ
आवाज
रहा
आ
है.
रहा है?
वापस कॉल
आ
कर।
रहा है?
नहीं आ रहा है.
अबे वापस कॉल थोड़ी है।
हाँ, नहीं अभी आएगा, पर अभी दिख नहीं रहे बोलो।
ट्राई।
हाँ अभी आ रहा है, बट अभी अंधेरा हो गया.
आवाज आ रही है?
अभी आवाज आ रही है बट वीडियो
नहीं
इज
रहा।
स्टक.
गए
हाँ शायद से.
अभी किधर जा रहे हैं वो लोग? गुलाटी ना?
गुलाटी नहीं, पंडारा रोड. गाइस जिनको भी मिलना है इनको जाओ पंडारा रोड पे, यू कैन मीट देम.
डिस्कनेक्ट है क्या कॉल अभी, या कनेक्टेड है?
नहीं अभी डिस्कनेक्ट हुआ, नाउ ही इज एंटरिंग अगेन.
अच्छा, ही इज एंटरिंग अगेन। रक्षित बोल रहा है अरे कोई बैंगलोर आ जाओ। बैंगलोर भी आएंगे। आया ना समय, आई थिंक उसका था ना बैंगलोर में भी। कमिंग टू पंडारा, कमिंग देर। जा रहे हैं थोड़े लोग पंडारा ऑलरेडी। वो लोग नहीं मिले तो ये तो लोग एक दूसरे को मिल ही जाएंगे। क्लू यही रहेगा, चेस विद इंडिया का स्ट्रीम खोलने का, तो पता चलेगा वो चेस प्लेयर है।
Guys, we'll go back to the candidates once we are done talking to them.
But the candidates have gone.
हाँ here.
हाँ, they have come.
Hello.
यस इधर हैंग होता है जैसे कि उसका कि क्या चल रहा है सागर भाई ऐसा उसको पूछना है। बट उसका ये एडम्स क्या है? मेरे को लगा माइकल एडम्स आ रहा है।
नहीं नहीं
हाँ मैं इसीलिए तेरे को पूछा, मुझे पता ही नहीं था।
विदित नासिक इंटरनेट बेटर।
नासिक का इंटरनेट इज बेटर
आ गया।
देन पुणे का इंटरनेट। नासिक ओपी इन द चैट।
भाई इन सबको इन लोगों को
नहीं
सब
यार
आपने पकड़ा गया नेट
नेट गया क्या?
हाँ वापस बोल,
अरे ये क्या हो गया?
रीटेक रीटेक।
आपका उंगली दिख रहा है।
Yes, by the way, India के देखो सब.
इंडिया गेट इंडिया गेट
थे तानिया सर को कौन से डायरेक्शन
It's
में
very
जा रहे हैं?
beautiful. Look now.
दोस्तों इंडिया गेट इंडिया गेट।
वाओ।
ओ वाव
एंड
क्या बात है?
गाइस पंडारा
Nice.
रोड पे काफी लोग आ रहे हैं तुम लोग को मिलने को।
डन है भाई।
हाँ
गिफ्ट लेके मत आना कोई कोविड वाला। अच्छा मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ, सुबह 6 बजे टॉर्च ले, ठीक है, और इनमें से एक बंदा भी नहीं आ रहा है उसमें। देखो क्या शर्म, कैसे शर्म के मारे मुंह छुपा रहे तीनों। सुबह 6 बजे एक बंदा भी नहीं उठने को तैयार है। मैं वादा करता हूँ, मैं समय ना सुबह 6 बजे कल टॉर्च रिले में रहूंगा मैं।
क्योंकि तू सोएगा ही नहीं ना समय.
हाँ एग्जैक्टली, तुम
अरे
वादा
ठीक है।
6 बजे उठोगे वो बात अलग है।
हाँ 6 बजे उठूंगा मैं।
तो तुमको सोना पड़ेगा, कितने बजे सोने का वादा कर रहे हो?
5:45 को सोऊंगा मैं।
देखा, फिर तो बिल्कुल ही नहीं उठोगे 15 मिनट में।
बट why is it kept
पर
at
आज
6
था ना,
o'clock?
पर आज ही था ना टॉर्च रिले।
नहीं यहाँ से
Because-
जाएगा ना किधर और।
पता नहीं, वो टॉर्च को बहुत दूर दूर जाना है ना फिर।
हाँ अच्छा 6
तो
बजे।
सुबह का
पर
But-
कल पीएम नहीं आएंगे ना सुबह 6
नहीं,
बजे,
नहीं, वो नहीं है।
इसीलिए ये लोग भी नहीं जा रहे शायद से।
पीएम
हाँ
पीएम तो आ गए ना अब एक बार। अब क्या रोज थोड़ी आएंगे भाई पीएम।
हाँ तो कल बीएम आ रहा है ना 6 बजे उधर, तो बीएम
कहाँ आ
को
रहे? नहीं आ
मिलने
रहे।
में इंटरेस्ट नहीं है किसी को।
नहीं आ रहे कल पीएम वापस?
नहीं नहीं बीएम बीएम।
अच्छा बीएम।
So Samay, will you hold the torch? Like will you after Vishy Anand will you be holding like at 6 o'clock in the morning?
No, I will only hold my flashlight and I'll take a nice video. That's the only torch I'll be holding. I cannot dishonor that torch because Vishy Anand has held it. I can't hold it after him. He's a legend.
Yeah.
I felt so happy, today to see him and everybody. Like it was
You
such a
met
grand.
him. You met him for the first
very-
time in person, right? Or not?
No. I have. क्या बात कर रहे हो सागर भाई?
अरे
आपके
अभी
सामने
तो
2 बार
था
मिला हूँ
ना।
यार।
किधर?
अपन
टाटा
Tata
स्टील में
Steel,
मिला
Tata
हूँ
Steel.
यार।
Sorry.
हाँ।
आपके शो पे लेके आया मैं उनको।
Sorry,
यार,
हाँ.
surprise
Sorry,
guest था।
Tata
क्या
Steel,
सागर
Tata
से
Steel.
सब भूल गया।
Tata Steel, हाँ.
क्या हो गया?
I shock you.
यहाँ पे आप लोगों की चुगली चल रही है।
क्या?
क्या बोला?
कुछ तो चल रहा है।
सागर ने क्या बोला देखो?
तू बोल रहा था ना कि उस टूर्नामेंट पे कुछ तो क्रेजी हो गया था जो हमें बहुत बुरा लगा था जब he did that asking. I think it was in Chennai, right? जैसे हमें लगा कि सागर कैसे कर सकता है
When
ये?
you choose Samay over us, right? that doesn't mean you're talking about what is crazy about that.
कुछ तो अलग ही चल रहा है भाई इनका।
सैनिटाइजर ओपी फेमस हुआ था ना तानिया, सैनिटाइजर ओपी वो मिलियन व्यूज गया।
नहीं एक्चुअली मैं ये बात कर रहा था कि सागर भाई आपको याद है अपन ने स्ट्रीम किया था। आप
हाँ।
तो रोज करते हो पर अपन ने पर किया था स्ट्रीम।
हाँ.
फिर उसपे मैंने समय से लिखवा लिया था कम्युनिटी पोस्ट, जनता को पता होगा।
हाँ.
तो भी 5 होने के समय नासिक आएगा और सीओबी 5 हो गया, उसका अवार्ड सेरेमनी भी हो गया, सीओबी 6 हो गया, सब पैसे लेके चले गए, अभी तक समय नासिक नहीं आया। वो बोल रहा था।
अरे ब्रो
कुछ भी
ये ठीक नहीं है समय। मुझे याद है लास्ट टाइम भी बुलाया था विदित ने
भाई,
अपने
मुझे क्यों
नासिक
तोड़ा
में, हम
यार?
लोग उधर गए थे ना, वो व्लॉग बनाया था ना,
मैं अपने
उधर बुलाया था तुमको।
भाई ऐसा तो बहुत चीजें पेंडिंग है ब्रो। अपना सागर भाई के साथ वेकेशन नहीं पेंडिंग है क्या?
आप तो बुलेट गेम ही खेलते रहते हो, अमृता हमेशा पेंडिंग होता रहता है। मुझे पता ही नहीं क्या स्टेटस है उसका, कुछ पता है। आप सिर्फ खेलते रहते हो।
हाँ चेस कहाँ फॉलो करते हो आप आजकल? आप आजकल रिएक्शन वीडियो देख रहे हो।
मैच की गेम से हुआ क्या?
वो थोड़ी इम्पोर्टेंट।
अरे जब हमारा कोई खेल रहा है क्या कैंडिडेट्स में?
आपको
फिर क्या? हाँ राजा खेल रहा है अपना बेस्ट।
I can show you what has happened today in the game. ये देखो।
पंडारा रोड के लिए पंडारा
हिकारू नाकामुरा का गेम में आज बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग हुआ पूरा.
अरे ट्रैफिक पुलिस दिखा रहा था ना कि
हाँ वही मैं बोली पुलिस दिखा रहा है.
बिशप G5.
उधर नाकामुरा का 20 मिनट का एनालिसिस बता रहे हैं।
नाकामुरा तो ठीक है, नाकाबंदी करके बैठे थे वो लोग यार.
अच्छा, क्वेश्चन टू ऑल ऑफ यू,
दिखा रहा
व्हाट
था
वुड यू
वैसे.
प्ले हियर? आप लोगों के लिए ब्लैक टू प्ले.
देखो दिख नहीं
What would you play here?
ब्लैक टू प्ले.
क्या who to play?
I would play chess here, bro.
तानिया का देखो एक्साइटमेंट टू
हाँ,
कैलकुलेट कितना है. एक्साइटमेंट वेरी गुड तानिया, कीप इट अप.
Black to play क्या?
Yes.
रुको हम भंडारा रोड आ चुके हैं.
अरे ये तो नहीं.
वो
This was not
restaurants
the
का-
excitement I was hoping for.
देख रहे हो सागर भाई,
Food over
ये
chess.
हमारी इंडियन टीम यार, ओलंपियाड में 75 करोड़ दिया इंडिया ने इसके लिए.
Right, भंडारा market, right.
ये क्या हुआ?
75 करोड़ भाई.
Bangalore. Yeah, we'll have to walk it.
देख रहा, किसी को इंटरेस्ट नहीं है, मैं सॉल्व करता हूं अभी. इस पोजीशन बता दो आपको.
तो दिखाओ ना.
अरे रुको, पंडा रोड देखो तुम लोग.
वो कह रहा है वो भूख से मर रहा है तो फिर क्या ही करना है.
अरे सिंपल है, मिल गया मेरे को.
मिल गया Black to play.
हाँ,
बता.
और this is वो फिरोजा.
चल,
थोड़ा
मिल
आउट
गया
ऑफ
तो
द बॉक्स
बता.
सोचो.
बता.
अरे इन लोगों को भी तो मौका मिले.
हाँ देख कुछ नहीं मिला उसको.
क्या है ब्लैक टू प्ले?
ये
क्या
इसने
बात
पूरा
कर रहे हो?
प्रिपरेशन किया था. अली रेजा एट 1 hour 51 minutes एट दिस पॉइंट. नाकामुरा वाज डाउन टू 45 minutes. उसने 1.25 घंटा ले लिया था यहाँ पे. सो अली रेजा वाज फुल्ली वेल. क्वीन.
Yeah,
ओ श्रीनाथ,
पता
यू
है.
फाउंड अ बेटर मूव देन नाकामुरा.
अमेजिंग.
Happens all the time.
Bro,
Because now after takes,
Knight C2. Knight
King
B2.
D2.
what do you play?
King F3, Queen D3. I thought black is winning या ऐसा कुछ. मुझे यहाँ पे draw ही दिखा.
Queen D.
Check. And this draw ये.
हाँ वही. मतलब मुझे लगा black is winning. आपने puzzle लिया ना, मुझे लगा कि black is.
But the thing is that in the game he played first check,
अच्छा.
then check, then check, then check, and now this is a slightly unpleasant end game for black.
And Firuza is prepared. Yeah. Wow. Amazing.
But I mean, you think draw or you what do you think more likely here?
I think draw होगा.
I think Vidit faint होगा अभी भाई. Vidit बेचारा 2 दिन से सोया नहीं है. अरे प्राग से
हाँ
आया वो.
Vidit, you traveled from Prague directly to Mumbai, then you went to Delhi, then you are not sleeping, right?
I went like 1 hour before we had to leave. So I just went वहाँ पे फटाफट ready होके सीधा. उसमें भी पहचान लिया मैंने समर को. इतना स्लीप.
अरे यार मैं यहाँ आप ही का हेल्प कर रहा हूँ यार. मेरे को ही तोड़ो यार बस.
But
क्या समय ऐसा नहीं चलता है. कुछ तो इलाज होना चाहिए इसका.
अरे मैं भी बहुत टायर्ड था यार. मैं भी कल शो करके आया था यार.
but today 11,000 people were there क्या in the hall?
Yeah.
It was packed. It wasn't a hall. It was a full-on stadium, and it was completely packed.
Completely packed, bro. Like
Wow.
Crazy.
And they had this huge like TV at the back with graphics. The lighting was amazing. And when Modi ji walked in, everyone stood up and one could feel. And then they played the national anthem. So full feels aa gayi thi. And you know, at the end, at the very end, they played Jai Ho. And जनता पागल हो गई.
हाँ बहुत मजा आया. सिर्फ कॉपीराइट आ गया.
Sagar Shah only thinks about ad revenue.
No, not ad revenue. वीडियो ही निकल गया. बहुत सारे
अरे यार
कंट्रीज में
निकल
नहीं
गया.
चल
Oh
रहा
no यार. But bro, it was a vibe यार. You should have been here, you know.
है. Yeah, I missed it. Clearly, we missed
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
It was
Both of
too
us.
good. And
But-
also the way,
But
you know,
how
the
did
way.
how did they prepare so much in like 5 days? Because the prime minister.
Hats off to AICF for pulling this off. Just amazing. I mean, we all knew that it would be very special, but none of us expected what happened today.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was all
And you know, our
sorts of
sports
dances.
minister was also there, Anurag Thakur ji, and of course, his speech as well as Modi ji's speech. It was so motivating, I can't tell you. Like, उन्होंने जैसे बोला ना chess के बारे में और Olympiad के बारे में, ऐसे crazy patriotic feels आ गई थी सबको.
हाँ, और उन्होंने चेस के कितने सारे अच्छे
हाँ,
एग्जांपल्स
हाँ.
दिए. He was like, you know, it seems like he's played chess.
They played the Karokan, by the way.
They played Karokan क्या?
They played
Yeah.
Karokan.
Oh, wow. And E4 and D4 both playing that was good. I mean, or was he told beforehand कि ये खेलना है?
अब मैंने इतनी तो बात नहीं करी उनसे.
Actually, listen, let's walk it because
हाँ चलो.
it's a
श्रीनाथ
forgot-
ट्रेनिंग दिया था क्या
I-
कुछ?
When I was having the banter with him, I forgot to ask him that what was his preparation and all. Next time I'll ask him this. No, Modi ji, who made you play E4 and E4? मोदी जी खेल रहे चेस, वही बहुत बड़ा बात है अपने लिए.
No, true, true.
But bro,
Amazing.
like, you know, honestly, all jokes aside, the entire team's like morale is like at peak right now, because like it has never happened before, right? Something like this, like the prime minister of the country is coming and endorsing your sport, and you know, and imagine the youngsters, man, like all the like Divya Deshmukh and everyone who have just made into the national team and just getting these many opportunities, how they must be feeling. It's like a mad vibe, yaar.
Yeah, and you know, you always, whenever he speaks about sports, you are looking कि कभी तो chess के बारे में बोलेंगे, but today it was all about chess.
All about chess, yeah, and yoga also in the middle.
तो अभी शुरू
Like,
करोगे ना?
chess तो खेल रहे हो,
योगा तो
पर
शुरू
योगा भी
करोगे
करो
ना?
यार. And then योगा करो यार, ये chess वैसे ठीक है.
Yeah, it was
सही
very
है.
nice. And did you play
The
chess?
knight can jump, but can you?
Did you play chess? उधर किधर?
तो मैंने क्या किया पता है? उन्होंने हम्पी के साथ जिस बोर्ड पे खेला था, मैंने हम्पी के साथ उसी बोर्ड पे खेला फिर से.
खेला?
ओह,
आपने खेला?
हाँ.
आपने हम्पी के साथ
खेला ना?
खेला?
पूरा गेम?
हाँ, खेला ना? खेला
Full
ना?
game?
मैंने नहीं, फुल गेम नहीं, 2 गेम भाई. Of course, like, you know, it was like a memorable.
Like every game, it was going well. Then Samay started playing, and it got spoiled.
2-3 मूवी खेला मैंने भी. मैंने ऐसे सेरेमोनियसली खेला उनके साथ.
तुम हम्पी को
दोस्तों-
पहली बार मिले ना आज?
हाँ, मैं उनके साथ बहुत चिल किया यार. हम्पी जी और मेरी फुल बॉन्डिंग हुई. तेलुगु में बात करी हमने आज. बहुत मजे किए यार.
अरे हाँ, नाइस. ओह,
Wow.
सही है यार,
दोस्तों,
सही
ये
है.
देखो, यहाँ पे ये है कोविड हॉटस्पॉट. हमारा इंडियन
ओह,
टीम
ये
आया
तो
यहाँ पे
सच में
एंटीबॉडीज
इधर है.
लेने के लिए.
क्या बात है?
इंडियन टीम इज प्रिपेयरिंग to get antibodies before the main event.
But Samay, there is no one who is recognizing you in so many people.
अरे यार, आप बस बेइज्जती करो यार. मैं आपके साथ भाभी रुको यार. मैं यहाँ रुको. Excuse me. अब तो मैं एक बंदा लेके आऊंगा. You recognize me? हाँ, yes. हाँ,
ये आँख
बस.
मारा है.
What's his name? What is his name?
What's my
आँख
name?
मारा है.
Samay Rana.
Oh!
ओह,
हाँ.
सच में
But
क्या?
you said Rana, not Rana.
It's Rana, bro. Come on.
Yeah.
What does he
Yes.
do? What does he do?
What?
What
does
do
he
I do?
He plays chess.
Ah!
Tanmay,
अरे यार.
Tanmay, but
क्या बात
ये देखो
है?
भाई.
क्या बात है?
Hi.
Sir.
अच्छा, okay, ठीक है भाई, famous हो.
हाँ,
I
ये
agree.
Vidit Gujarati, India number 3 in chess. In the entire India, पूरे 100 करोड़ लोगों से सिर्फ 2 लोग उसको हरा सकते हैं. है ना? और मैं भी कभी. Can you guys click a pic? Yeah. चलो सागर भाई, I'll go now. I have to get COVID.
सही है.
I shall meet you later in the hospital, brother. Please give me oxygen concentrator when I need it.
Yes, I'll do.
Bye.
Bye. Bye, Vidit. Bye, Tania.
चलो,
Bye, Srinath.
आपके वो आंखें लाल है ना, वो निकल अभी नहीं.
Oh guys, 2000 लोग हो गए. Joy says never imagined such a magnanimous ceremony for chess would happen with such a crowd presence, all the VIPs and players. Absolutely, I think 11,000 is such a huge number, and PM, and
Yeah.
it got the respect of media attention it always deserved.
Acha.
It's the ramification of revolution which has been happening for last 3 years. Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, everyone worked very hard for this, and I think this has been a very nice culmination of what has, what.
Yeah, and also right now it was so nice. All of them were together, and they were going out for
Yeah.
dinner. Vidit mila, Tania mila. When you get to hear immediately how their feeling is after this, it's very raw.
Yeah,
generally.
as they
So,
say, they were very motivated
yeah,
with regards to what happened, and I think that was nice to get their thoughts. So
and
maybe-
also the coach is very much alert for chess. He was very quick to find the move.
Srinath found the move very
So
quickly.
that was great.
But guys, while we were talking, it seems like Hikaru Nakamura has managed to equalize the game. Maybe slightly worse for him, with
But
the
Sagar, with 1 hour difference and 12 moves,
but only
no
10
matter what-
moves to make.
yeah, and he generally plays a lot of bullet and blitz.
Yeah,
So
10
for him,
moves in
this
22 minutes is not a big
very
deal.
big deal.
Actually, here he could have also started with e5, Amruta, with the idea of putting the king on e6. That would have been a very nice move. But he went c4. And by the way, one game result has already happened, which is Rajabov has drawn with uh, Nepomniachtchi. In the end, I had actually seen till here, and it's actually not a great result for white because black didn't have to sweat at all for the draw. Like, it was a very easy draw. But I think after yesterday's loss, this is a good result for Rajabov.
I mean, firstly, he may also have been very, very tired with such a game yesterday. And secondly, Nepo is right now the most experienced, we can say, very recently after playing such a world championship. So,
and in the game between Fabiano and Duda, it seems like again we are going towards a kind of an equalish position. But Amruta, if I were to give you this position on first sight, whom would you prefer? White or black?
So I'll try to consider it this way. Generally, rook and bishop is better combination than rook and knight. Now I'll look at the pawn majority. Also, white has the queen side pawn majority. Black's king is a little bit active. So there are pros and cons. It's not like I can choose white clearly. It's very, very unclear for that matter. That's what I would say. And maybe I would prefer black because somehow I feel he seems to have more activity.
Wow. Okay, first, right now it's black to play. So there is a threat for white, which is to give a check.
But no, check ko kya hai?
Check ko
King
kuch nahi ho
F5 hai
because
you have b4 if you want to try.
No, but then knight a4 and this becomes weak if you push the b pawn.
Right. So already I was considering a move like king f5 here. My idea when I said about the activity, this is what.
But I can always go g3 and stop it, right?
Yes, and like I'm forcing you to create a weakness.
So when you go king f5,
I'm thinking of it.
Yeah, I have to play maybe g3.
Yeah, now f6 is one idea, but before bishop d3, I'm just hoping there's no mating idea. No, not really.
Yeah, slightly you have to be careful.
So f6 I'll go.
But then I think...
one second. Like, oh yeah, of course. Let the chat find it. Come on.
Guys, Amruta has just done...
is just amazing at finding what not to play.
Has just found a move which finishes off the game in 1 minute, in one move.
Yeah, LM mystery. Then what is this? Kahwa Sach.
Kadwa Sach.
Kadwa Sach. Kamal Vijayram. Jaswant Krishna. Sanatan Kafel. Clive D. Costa. Suraj Shah. Nemesis. Nilesh Jadiyal. Aha. Okay, great. Bishop h3 is the right move.
It's a mate already.
Mate हो गई क्या?
हाँ, mate है.
Mate ही है. मैंने तो वो भी नहीं देखा. अरे वो अभी right now, there was too much distraction. Samay and ये सब लोगों से बात किया. Mind एकदम अलग दुनिया में गया,
And this time you also will lose the rook.
Correct. So king on f5 is fine, but
you
rook has to be on c7.
You can provoke g3 and then go back. Let's say here, because then if check, then I have f5 and I think black is doing okay. So yeah, this is one way. Slot says watching since lockdown, love you guys. Poems_VD. Acha, thank you.
Rakshitas without rooks, who would be better? Let's
White,
say rook c7,
clearly.
king c2, rook d7, rook d7, knight d7.
Okay, let's say the moves. What did you do?
Rook c7, he said.
C7.
King c2, rook d7, rook d7.
No, this is just winning for white.
Because I think now your queen side majority really matters on a4 idea.
I was thinking of a4, but Amruta, you can also do c4. And then b4 you can go king b3 and take.
Right.
And if you go otherwise take, then I can take.
I can't go king f5 now because f7 is also tied down. So a5, but then you just go king b3 maybe.
No, king b3, knight c5.
You stop knight a4.
But look at this move, Amruta. And when you
Wow.
take, I now go king b3. So that next move I'll take.
And then you have the rook pawn against the knight.
And
the
as you always
irritating
say
rook pawn.
that rook pawn is knight's worst enemy.
Absolutely.
So that is definitely a problem. So actually keeping the rooks is in black's favor right now, because this majority here works really well, but without the rooks it will work well. With the rooks, what happens is, let's say I go king f5 and you play b4, then all of a sudden after knight a4 this becomes weak and is attacked by two pieces, not just one.
And you have a light squared bishop which cannot defend.
Yeah.
So
I
this
think
is a very interesting endgame again.
Yeah, this is
today,
interesting.
I would say.
Let's go to this game, Amruta, which is perhaps the most exciting game of today.
Sure.
Now at this point of time, it started with the Grunfeld, and then we looked at till here when Ding went h4, which is a very interesting move played by Ding.
By the way, Sagar, Jyoti Rani asked, sir, can you reply to my question? I would be really honored. My question was that I always find the best moves in puzzles, but when it comes to real game, I can't find it. So can you guys help me?
Yeah, maybe what happens is that in that position you know that something is there because it's a puzzle, so you think very hard. But in a in a game, sometimes you are not able to figure out that this is the moment when you have to calculate, because you can't keep calculating on every move. So like deeply, and you don't know how deep it is. So maybe a good thing to do is take a game of top player, take a few games of top players and then play through it. Like play through the moves, try to look at it carefully, guess the moves on every turn, be it opening, middle game, so every move. So my strategy was take a game of say Alekhine and start from move 1 only, write down what he will play, e4, then make it on the board, then opponent makes a move, then think what you will do, then again. So in that way, when the critical moment comes, you don't know when it is, and if you practice that regularly, your ability to find critical moments will improve.
A very nice suggestion, and in fact, your same suggestion, even when she plays her own games, I think she can do the same thing.
Yeah.
Where she
I think it's a young boy who's using his mother's account.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Nice, Sagar. Okay, so what you were saying here, h4 was played in the last move.
So rook d8 was actually a bad move by Richard Rapport.
But
Because
looks normal, okay.
yeah, it looks very natural.
Because d4 you're putting pressure on, and your rook is already there on c8, which is fine. So
But here is the point now, guys. What did Ding Liren play, which put black under lot of pressure and actually leads to a totally winning position?
Abhinav Gupta asks, don't you think the players are playing in a mercurial way in this candidates? One day losing and another day winning. Is it just due to opening preparation?
Yeah, opening preparation is playing a huge role, but I don't see in this game, like black got a decent position. This is no longer opening prep, and Ding Liren finds a very good move. Bishop g5. Very good.
Learn
Bishop
with
to
PV
g5.
has found.
And Amruta, after rook d7, do you see the winning move for white? It's just very weird because this is pinned this way, this is pinned this way. It's very so the move here, Amruta, is d5.
I'm looking at it, but what if e takes d5?
There's also knight e5, by the way, attacking the queen.
Okay.
But I think what will happen is, let's say if you go knight e5, I will take on c8 with a check, bishop c8. Now this is hanging, this is hanging. So I can actually just drop my queen back, attack here, and this is also hanging, and this is also controlled. So you are not able to save everything.
Oh, wow. No, but my main thing is d5. Suppose ed5, you will go ed5. Okay. Now you're not threatening.
Actually, if I play ed5 here, then maybe knight e5 is possible. And now the difference is if I go rook c8, takes, and queen c2, then this time queen b5, take, and then bishop f8 could be played.
Bishop h6.
Yeah, bishop h6, queen c5.
Ah, nice defense.
Now I'm attacking the queen. So why was this not happening with here, like with the e pawn and e6 pawn? Is that after, let's say, queen b5, queen c8, bishop f8, bishop h6, queen c5, and now
Because no, what? Queen takes c5. B takes c.
rook c1. Oh, that's the point, Amruta. You see, now queen d6 is not a stable square because of f4 and e5, and then d6.
In the earlier variation after e takes d5, there was no pawn on e4.
Yeah, take here.
Oh, very
Take,
deep.
queen c2, queen b5, queen c8, bishop f8, bishop h6, queen c5, rook c1, and now queen. But even now, queen d6 is not correct because of f4.
Anyway,
And let's say, where do you get your knight?
so दोनों
Knight c4,
equally चल रहा है Sagar. It's
bishop
not a big
f8,
problem.
and oh, this, yeah, okay. So you have to play queen e7. Acha, here. But then, can I go f4? Then there is rook d8.
No, the basic point is both are equally possible.
No,
And
I'm
it's
not
only the
queen
deeper
e7,
calculations. It's not any real point.
queen b8 with the idea of rook c8 is winning.
Yeah, but with the pawn on existence of e6, e4, it's not too much of a change, right?
Yeah,
Not like an obvious change, just
so now this,
different.
if I play here, rook d8, rook c8, take, queen c5. And if that same, sorry guys, we're just trying to understand this better. With the pawns here, rook c1, queen e7, queen b8, rook d8.
It's very tough. For me, I can't understand, very honestly.
अच्छा, ये मर रहा है.
अच्छा, pawn e6 पे है तो it's not defending.
So now this is just hanging. Oh.
Nice.
है ना?
Nice. Utna to I don't think they'll be calculating.
No, they won't, but I'm just saying that
Yeah, it's nice.
queen e7, now queen b8, rook d8, bishop f8, and this time
Rook f8.
whatever. I mean, you can take with the king also or rook also.
And
e5
then
is
you
not
cannot
hanging.
take on e5. Got it. George says life is very hectic. Chessbiz India is like that best friend with whom you do not talk every day now. But whenever you talk, it feels just like yesterday.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joy.
Yeah, hope your hand, I think you had fractured, right? Hope you're good now.
So, Amruta here,
Hmm.
what he did was he realized that rook d7 is bad. He also realized that rook e8,
By the way,
a3.
someone had asked, I think, Sumit, I think, f6 instead of rook d7. What if f6?
Yeah, f6, then bishop d2. And the main point is that this move f6 is going to hurt black a lot.
Lot of
And-
weaknesses. No on
And this
e6.
happens in this Grunfeld very often. Like there are so many lines. In fact, if I can just show you one of the most critical lines, this move bishop g5 happens again and again. Like here, knight c3 takes, bishop g7, bishop e3, c5, knight f3. Then something like, let's say rook, let's say castles, rook b1, takes, queen a5 check, and then there is some queen takes a2 line, yeah, something somewhere. Let's say suppose like this. And many times, Amruta, when I think
Many times when.
I'm just making some kind of an error. When many times when the rook goes here to d8, there is this move bishop g5, and it's attacking this pawn. And when you go f6, it's what white wants always, and black never plays f6 because it closes down his bishop. So in the same way, here you can see Rapport did not even think about f6. He just said, I'll give up an exchange. It doesn't matter because after take h5, what happens here is that you have this at least good pieces on the board. Okay, you have
Yeah.
less pieces, but they are good pieces.
Yeah, the dark squared bishop was important in white's position, so there is definitely some compensation for black. I don't know if it is enough. Maybe he has got this bishop on this diagonal. I don't see a way where the queen can be in future, maybe something like this, but you always have g3. Then this bishop becomes a little bit strong.
No,
So
there
these
is
are all
some
ideas.
compensation for sure.
Hmm.
And also, like, look at this line here. Like, after take, rook d1, rook d1.
Simplification, yeah?
And then maybe just king here. So you're playing with two, because, okay.
But what if rook d7? I mean, I'm not sure about this one. Isn't white kind of an exchange?
Yeah, no,
of
e4
without
is hanging.
much?
E4 is hanging.
So that's
So-
why you said rook e1.
No, I
king
said
G-
king g7 because if I play instead of that
right now
queen
it's not hanging because if you
h6.
take, then there is rook e1 and it's a double attack. So maybe not yet. Or queen takes c4 is the idea. For example, let's just try right now. Who to play?
Yeah, it is
rook
possible,
d1.
Amruta, to take. For example, queen takes e4,
Hmm.
queen takes e4, bishop e4. Now not rook e1
Correct. Because
of
f3,
f5.
yeah,
f3, bishop d4 check. So instead of this move h6. And now there is this mating threat, which is very powerful.
And if bishop, even if I go bishop f6, I think that h6 pawn is irritating. Rook d7 or bishop b7, then rook
Yeah,
c7.
rook c7 coming in.
Yeah.
So better is to first just play your king to g7 here, stop h6, and then play. And I think in such positions, it's not so easy to win as white. Although you are exchange up, it is always very difficult to convert.
Yeah. It's
So-
a slow process.
Yeah.
But Ding is good at such positions. So let's see. Only thing is he's not having a very good tournament in the last 2 rounds. It's still a little early to say, but
He's on right now half a point out of 2. So a win for Ding would really help. And by the way, in this game, between Caruana and Duda, after bishop, knight c5, bishop f1, rook d2, happened king e6. And let's go to Ali Reza Firuzha versus...
Dasharath Nagavekar says Ethan came second in all Goa under 15 chess Olympiad tournament, whereas I came 7th in that tournament.
Oh, he came second.
Hmm.
Who won? Dasharath? It's a good result for Ethan, being a 10-year-old and coming second in under 15.
Dasharath, congrats to you also. He came
Yeah,
7th.
Dasharath, well done.
पार्थ सेड रोना आ गया आज खुशी से आनंद जी को टॉर्च के साथ भागते देखकर. That's nice.
Yeah, it was amazing. In fact, everyone is so much in awe of how the entire show went. It was so beautifully done.
Yeah.
I will be very surprised if, and also I mean,
This endgame.
Vidit also mentioned that this is closer to a draw than white win. But
What were the last few moves we left at?
yeah,
नहीं ये तो देखा ही नहीं है ना अपन ने.
no, we saw till here, no, this check. We saw
You
till
asked
here.
me rook and knight में what is better. Oh, that is very similar. It's not this same.
That's the other game, 2-1. Here, Nakamura game I've seen with the chat.
Okay.
Rook h8, bishop g5.
But don't you find the structure similar?
Yeah, but here white has an outside passer.
Correct.
So maybe white's best position is slightly more preferable than any other game. But Let's say, Amruta, if I try to play take. Okay, it's not easy. C3, I was thinking. GF5 is coming. GF5, EF5, and Rook will take. So actually, the threat now after Rook D1, Amruta, is to take on F5, EF5, and then Rook D5.
Yeah, Rook D1 is directly.
So maybe you
threatening.
take, but this looks so risky, no, to give two connected passers.
Exactly. Yesterday also Nakamura had this knight on d4 for a long time.
I think Nakamura
And he
prefers
was-
knights, yeah,
Yeah,
because he's played
because
so
it's
much
blitz,
blitz. But
correct.
today he didn't have chance only of. I mean, he was not a chooser because his position was quite bad.
Yeah, but Sagar, let's say you have the 2 pawns, but if I keep my king on g6, let's say you will have to go back, right?
No, H4 will hang.
So what is your plan for king g6?
Maybe I should start with my king activation first, like king c2, and then go for maybe somewhere a4 successfully, and try to open one line for my rook with rook a.
Actually, I want to get this pawn.
Or how
you know,
about
rolling
can I start
somehow.
rook e1? No.
Yeah, you can. So my king g6 is not giving any progress as such. So king g6 is just momentary progress, nothing much.
Yeah, Siddhant Mishra, you can go to washroom during the games. Chess players can go, mostly they go on their opponent's move so that they don't waste time.
Yeah, and it's always funny when they want to go to the washroom and they are under time pressure and it's a conflict.
Yeah.
So actually, Sagar, the plan for black should be he should get this pawn moving. Okay, then that will really be helpful. How to do that is a question. So because if you move your knight, then this is a big problem. Rook d7.
Can I go knight b6? But it looks like the knight is going
Right,
away.
knight and away from these pawns
Yeah.
already. But can I go knight f6 is rook f1?
Yeah, knight f6.
Tactically it doesn't work. If I go rook d8 I can't go. If I go rook g8, trying to pin your. Can I go rook g8? I'm pinning your bishop.
Yeah, that's a good move. Now maybe.
So you can't move this pawn. You can't move the bishop because this pawn hangs. You can't defend the bishop, at least as of now.
I was
So
thinking,
you king c2 again,
king
right?
c2 is a blunder. It
Oh,
seems. Let's
guys.
ask the chat.
Yes. Nice.
Because otherwise king c2 is correct.
Yeah. Abhinav says directly rook e1 would have been better than rook d1. We'll check that also. Hina Firdaus, very fast. Mr. Dum. HH. Jagmohan Mandre. I am Noob. Vignesh Kanan. Peri Pratham. Abhinav Agarwal. You guys are right. And Himalayan Houdini, no, not at all. Houdini like move. If you go directly 93, then bishop takes e3. So you have to remove the defender of this square and rook g5, edge g5, knight e3. That king pawn endgame is winning because after takes, you go king g6 and you win this pawn as well. So this is winning. Rook g8 is a nice move. I'm liking it. So we had a suggestion, by the way, here. Last move was anyway fg4, so you had to play that. And he's thinking. So this is the position where we are. Correct?
Yeah.
Instead of rook d1, his suggestion is rook e1. So rook e1 would be possible. I
But
think
same
we'll go
idea?
to the same. Only thing is fg.
Rook g8.
Rook g8. You may not be threatening 93. That's fine, but something
A5.
else, yeah. You start with your pawn majority. Actually, the point is you have this pawn also and you have this majority also. So maybe b4 and this idea is more solid because it stops the king from progressing anywhere. And if you actually look, the king can't even go from here. So there's a big shield here.
Right.
And if I go rook e4, let's say trying to stop b4, naturally.
Rook c8.
Rook c8. Anyway, you're reviving your threat of b4. The problem is I cannot attack this because I have a dark square bishop and my king cannot reach that. So b4 is something which you cannot stop.
And Nakamura
Maybe
did
bishop
play in the
d2.
game, Amruta.
What?
A5.
He directly
He,
went
no, he
a5
first
instead
took.
of rook
He
g.
first took FG,
And then he played
and then he
a5.
played A5. And now, but this gives Firouzja an extra opportunity to play H5.
Correct. Because now there is no
But
rook g8.
now
if
there
he
is
goes
no
H.
Rook G8.
No. I mean here h5 was not possible. So first intermezzo of rook g8 insertion of rook g8 would be very good.
Yeah. But A5.
A5 and now you will go.
Now Rook G8, don't you lose a pawn?
Okay, let's see what happens. Wow, this is amazing. Let's ask the chat. Guys, what happens for rook takes g5? Please don't tell the next move.
No, what
Tell
the,
1, 2, 3.
no, white
third
to
move.
play.
What?
White to play is the move.
No, h5 rook g8. हाँ, white to play. Right.
Not rook takes G5.
Correct. Sorry. White to play, उसको वो move को वो आएगा.
Guys, also those who have not subscribed, please do subscribe. Let's try to reach 927k. That would be awesome.
It seems today is some cricket match, Sagar. Mr. Dum. Learn with PV says rook f1. Yeah.
Very good.
Oh.
Excellent. So now if king G7, then you are no longer losing the pawn because now the king has shielded the rook's path.
Yeah.
Can we go king
Actually,
E8?
what I was thinking, and many people have suggested h6 because I was thinking if rook g5, h7,
King
and you
G7?
cannot. I thought this is so beautiful.
King
that the-
G7. Rook H1. Maybe you saw this. King H8.
No, I just
We lost a
you
piece.
know sometimes you get carried away with the beauty,
Mm.
and then you want to stop there because it's so beautiful that you don't want to know that some defense exists.
Yeah, that's why I saw. I thought that you were saying what happens if he takes the bishop. I was like, oh, he will lose if he takes. I mean, white will lose. But
Yeah, I think was there anyone else who fell for this same thing which I fell for? A lot of people had suggested h6, by the way.
I thought here is the problem. But Amruta,
हाँ.
now white to play.
अच्छा, now तो okay.
Now white to play, guys.
Spandan says yes. चलो,
We
कोई तो
should
है.
have gone to Delhi for sure, but you know
You
we were
should have, no?
covering the candidates, and also Aditya went there, and anyway we could do the live stream. So I think every dark cloud has a silver lining. Yes, now at 6 exactly. Amruta, your idea was not bad. Just the
Yeah.
execution needed to be better.
Just वही रहता है ना सागर, वो just
तो अब किंग नहीं आ
लाना
सकता
पड़ता
है.
है ना.
तो
Like there are a number of times when I have amazing ideas. Just the execution have been bad.
yeah. So rook f1 is a nice move to execute it. So I think now Firouzja will spot this little thing and he will play h5. And then he will make Hikaru's task of defending this position as tough as possible. That's what Firouzja has to do. And somewhere hope that his time edge of around 45 minutes helps him.
But no, I doubt that too because Firouzja, as far as I've seen, there are these two moves sometimes which happen. जहाँ पे he takes 20 plus 20, 40 minutes, something like that. So we have to see.
Yeah, maybe he'll take time here. So there's also b4, Amruta, by the way. Take, rook f1, king g7.
People are suggesting to check Rapo versus Ding, yeah?
He directly played king g7, which is okay.
So now he has the idea of knight takes c2, queen takes c2 and queen takes c4.
Yeah, with this h6 stuff out of the window, because king will take this pawn. But
This is actually a chance for Ding because materially he is up. So
I mean, my
this
first
is his best
instinct,
chance here today against
first
Paco.
instinct, Amruta, that comes to my mind is to take. This is my first instinct.
Rook d4, because aren't you scared that the rook is also going to
Yeah,
take the e4
that's
pawn?
the problem. That's the problem.
But to me, they bola first instinct. Now you're only saying that's the problem.
Exactly. My first instinct is to take, but then e4 is hanging, so I have to figure out something else which is not natural. But then what? Like, what else can we do? Can we go like king f1? Because that is one move which kind of protects this. Also notice that now you can't take on e2 because d8 is hanging.
Oh, you have gone away from that check. It's a nice move, king f1. Actually, I think it is even possible for Ding to find it. Because the idea is very forcing.
But here you have to find the next move, which actually
It's
gives you
not-
the win.
I
Because
don't
if
think
you
it's
play
tough,
if you
but
play rook c1, then queen e4 and black is better. Here white to play, guys. Can you find the move? It's not easy. This move here. No, Amruta?
I don't think it's very difficult.
What?
But if it's right. H6,
6, king h6,
queen h4,
king g7,
rook c1,
queen e4. Same stuff, no?
queen e4, bishop e4,
Yeah.
rook e1 now.
bd3. Ah,
But
bishop
you
hai.
don't have the...
No, bishop is there.
Yeah.
No, I'll take bishop e4 instead of queen e4.
Oh, that pin?
But also I
understood.
can. Yeah. Sandesh Chaulagin, Somit Senapati, Somadeep Saha, Suraj Satpute. No, this move, Amruta.
Oh, wow. No, this was not so easy.
Very tough.
Wow. So your idea is right now, he cannot save the... I mean, queen takes e4, let's say, then h6 and then rook d8 is the mate. Yeah, this is a
Also,
very
bishop
strong
f6,
idea.
h6.
Yeah, bishop f6 is a nice finish. x-ray. Oops, no?
अरे मार दो ना. Here, unnecessarily,
Queen f8 जा रहा है.
you are losing the game. Just take this bishop and mate him. But what Amruta was saying was after knight c1 to play this check, but after take king g7, rook c1.
Your queen e4 is not working. Otherwise, it was...
Yeah,
queen
bishop
is a
e4 is the best move here. I mean, it's a good move. Queen e4, rook, bishop e4. There is rook e1.
Hey, but once again, how is it even equal? Because am I not winning a piece f3?
Bishop c3 or bishop g3. Yeah, bishop g3.
Oh, fe4, bishop e1. Come on, that is... You're still a piece down. Wow. Are you serious? This is not winning. Come on.
Because you have 3 pawns for a piece.
Very unclear, yeah? Nice.
So actually, if you play king f1, Amruta, you have to find this queen d8 and queen g5 in your calculation. If you have to play king f1, that is what makes this move very difficult to find. And if you don't find that, and if you play move like f3, trying to defend your pawn on e4, it's not something that, you know, like it feels wrong because this diagonal opens up. Like take. Yeah, it doesn't look good. So I think Ding Liren, although
It's not easy, na?
for
Matlab,
him to find king f1 is going to be a huge trick, because in his mind he would be thinking of knight e2 line, knight e2, queen d8, knight c1, and he has to find queen g5. It's not impossible for him to find, Amruta, but I think it is difficult.
yeah, not impossible, but many times I just think that on top level these are the moves king f1, king f8, and you know these in the books are always the good moves, those exclamation moves. Those we have seen again and again in Dvoretsky's books as well. That is the feeling that it's not an unusual move
Yeah.
because of which he could find it.
So let's come
But
back
let's
here.
see. Guys, what do you think? Whether they are gonna find, whether Ding will find king f1, we will see.
Meanwhile, some things have moved along in
Vignesh
this
says,
game.
Sagar, the streams are not coming on the home screen these days. Is there a shadow ban? Not sure. Depends if other people also are facing the same thing. But people are saying Hikaru blundered.
Really?
Can you
But
check?
by the way,
Firuza-
c4, b4, king c2, a5. This is the development in Duda versus Fabiano Duda game.
Okay, we'll come back here, but if he has not blundered. Oh yeah, this has happened.
Oh, what we saw happened, Amruta.
Yes.
a5, h5 he played.
Yes.
And that too not with 20 minutes thought. He quickly played.
Acha, that is
Check
it.
also happened. Oh, he missed this h6 idea, Amruta, jo to apna hua
Oh,
wo.
that happened. But he's not winning or something.
You saw it. Rook f8. Oh, that was the only defense now. But
Still, is white winning? That's the question.
actually now, if you take, what about this endgame?
Rook pawn versus knight, and my king is near.
Your main
But,
problem is that your pawn is on dark square. So
right, I
black is
can't
going
even
to
think of-
blockade. So let's say if I go bishop d8, attacking your pawn here, you go to a4, and now you go g5. If you get g6, you are winning. But he comes king f7, and then वो रोक देगा तुमको.
But is white king having an entry to c5 in any way? You need to go to f3 even if your king, actually your king was better on g1.
Yeah, okay, I can start.
King g6.
Here,
I'll stop. 1 second. What happened?
Stop 1 second for what?
No. I'll stop your plan. I was thinking anyway, can you go king e2 वैसे भी? It's doubtful because I'm thinking
B4.
about b4.
Yeah, there is this all. This side you might even be in trouble. So this might be a draw. So I think after take, it might be
So
not
rook
so
and
easy.
you don't want to exchange the rooks.
Hmm.
That means you have to retain. So let's go rook h1 or rook e1 maybe
Rook
if you want
h1.
to gain a tempo. Rook h1. Idea is h7. h7 के बाद your bishop is not coming on the diagonal. You see? Even if the rook goes to h8, you can't go bishop f6. You want to go to e5, but you can't go bishop f4. You can't go to bishop e3. If you go to d2, c3 is controlled.
Knight
you'll have to go
is
to-
a monster on d5.
Yeah, and if you go to bishop c1, then you want to go this, but c3 is there. So if the rook actually is very safe on h8, it cannot be moved. The
So-
only way I can move is, of course, I can go back and then want to go g5, g6, for which you have already mentioned, oops, that the king goes to f7 and it blockades here. So pushing the passed pawns is not easy. So then my next question, Sagar, is not rook h1. Maybe I will think of rook e1. Huh, Sagar?
No, but rook h1. What would you play here as black?
What actually?
What would you play as black? You also need to make a move, no?
Rook h8. Suppose I go rook or king d7. But
King-
king d7 nahi.
don't go far.
I can't go away from the g6 square. Let's say b4 is one option and rook h8.
b4. Let's
Oh,
say
b4 के लिए the bar is not happy. Q? I'm surprised. Are you going to take on b4?
rook e1. It's
No,
saying-
let's see the normal way. Suppose b4,
No.
h7.
Can I?
Easily, I'm
See
saying
what-
suppose rook e1, so that you are attacking this e6 pawn, and I'm forcing you to decide whether to go king f7 or king d7 again.
I think what happened in b4, I feel, is, Amruta, that here if I play rook e1, okay, you can go king f7, which is kind of the only defense you have.
What happens for king d7? Just to understand, yeah? It's a blunder. Let's...
Your king is far, so my idea is
हाँ, रुक g8 को h7 आ रहा है and then g.
no, rook g8 g5, h7 g6.
Got
Your
it.
king is too far.
So
Now
king
you
cannot go away
yeah.
from that g6 square.
So here
So before I cannot play rook e6 is a check. So king f7 is forced.
and now I will go check, but then you can come back and we come to the same position. But now imagine I put rook h1, you play b4, and now I do this.
What's
No.
the difference? King f7 if I go.
Now I can go into this end game, take
Oh,
rook
because
takes,
you don't have
king
those
takes.
pawns on
And now
dark square. AB
now
or
bishop,
a4.
first move bishop d8.
Acha, so you mean you are not worried about this b takes a, b takes a3 because this is hanging here. Let's say I just take it, okay, to check it. And I go a4 now.
g5,
And I go king f7.
and now I go h7.
Can you not go h7? It's
King
over,
G7.
na?
g6.
Yeah. And I cannot move the knight anytime because of bishop f6 check. I cannot move this pawn. I can move only these two pawns. So if I go e5, let's say, then my king should
C2.
be coming. कब तक आगे बढ़ोगे?
Bishop h4.
Zugzwang आ
Bishop
रहा है.
f2 bd4.
Yeah.
Or
Wow.
bg3 be5.
Lot of options.
So one question again, Amruta, is that why doesn't this position here,
हाँ,
after
work
rook f8,
when the pawn is on b5, na?
yeah, why can't I take, play this a4, correct? Now g5, king f7, h7, king g7 and g6. What is the problem with this endgame as compared to removing these two pawns is completely winning? So why is this endgame not as winning? So here c3 is the only move,
Oh,
because after take, knight c3 check, king c2, knight d5. Now suppose I do the same stuff like bishop h4,
I have b4, I think.
e5. See, this is very dangerous because this is mate. So e5. Now if I go bishop g3, I think you have knight f4. Only move.
बाप रे, काफी टफ है.
हाँ, so actually
it's a lot
Firouzja
of
can be
accurate
really
moves.
tempted to take here, I think.
हाँ.
Because after take, see, take, bishop d8, a4 forced. Otherwise you will be pawned down.
Correct.
G5 also. Now g6 is a big threat, so this also forced. This
तो
also
king g8 से फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा ना.
G6
If I
आ
go
रहा है.
in, हाँ, correct.
here. Now this looks totally winning actually, because you can't take here. You can't also bring your knight here because of bishop f6 check.
So black has to find this c3 move here.
C3 move is so tough to even think.
No, there are only two moves, na, which are possible, Sagar. In fact, three. Actually, only two moves, e5 and c3. You cannot move your knight and king h8.
I think the main point is that you have to play c3 now, because even if I get king c1, you can never play c3. I'll take knight c3 is not a check, so I have bishop f6. So your knight
उसके लिए okay, c3 को ignore किया तो if I go king c2,
cb2.
king b2.
Same, no, it will be structurally. As you said, this knight dominates the bishop for that check. So my idea is to come this way, and this way. That's the only check. What else? What other way? Can I go like here? And by the way, pawn endgames are drawn. Like if I do this, and you take with the knight, king takes, then e5, and then king d3. I have b4, ab, a3.
So people are
C3,
asking what's the
E4,
point of
G3.
c3. The point is if you don't play c3, I mean, you don't have many moves here. That is one big
You don't
thing.
have moves also.
So if you go e5, then it is lost.
King c1.
King c1. And now if you go c3, like you cannot move your knight. You cannot move any other pawn. You can go king h8. Let's say you go king h8, Sagar. Bishop g5 will come. Bishop g5 with the idea of bishop h6, I guess. King g7. Bishop. Does it matter? Bishop h6 ko king h8 stays and then
I
king
have a
d2.
feeling, Amruta, that pawn endgames are now playable.
Sir, with c4 pawn
Yeah, because
in
there's no pass.
existence, you are saying it is playable.
Yeah.
But-
Now you can't. Now if you go here, I have bishop. Maybe h6 or.
Just go king e2. अच्छा knight f4 check का मैं allow
Ah,
नहीं
check में ये मार रहा है.
हाँ.
Oh, he took. That endgame is coming.
बाप रे, so can Nakamura defend?
This endgame is amazing, guys.
Too much.
Ding played.
Sagar, what was
Oh,
the
Ding
prediction?
played king f1, Amruta.
Ding
This
played
is-
king h1.
King
Yes.
f1 or h1? He played
Oh, he played king f1. Wow, nice.
Ding OP, guys. Ding OP.
Yes, definitely Ding OP. It was such a nice move that I found. Amazing.
Wow. Can't believe that. I mean, first of all, this is
No, I mean we can believe that,
Can
but
believe.
it was amazing.
well done.
To find on the board is amazing.
But I want to stick with this endgame now.
Yeah. So firstly, Sagar, what is your prediction? You please tell me what you had the prediction pehle ka.
I think draw. Nakamura will find a draw because it's so many only moves he has to. First, अभी तो a4 push करना forced है. Otherwise, you will lose that pawn. So you have to push.
Yeah. Did you put a poll for the chat for this game?
No, I put some poll, I think. Yeah, I had put some poll. Forgot which poll did I put.
एक बार पूछ लेते हैं what they think. दो ही रिजल्ट हो सकता है वैसे. I don't think black can win. Right? So it's only two.
Yeah, I had put actually. It was
it is
equal.
already here.
38%, 38% Nakamura, 38% Firuza, 24% draw. Very equal. But now, Amruta, see, this is a very interesting endgame.
By the way, there was a super chat by Omkar Deshpande. He says, I'm playing Nimzo Indian, but can you suggest me course or line versus C4 in F3 which connects Nimzo setup?
I think c4 and knight f3 you can play either queen's gambit declined with knight f6, e6 and d5, or you can go for the setups where bishop b4 is played, like even in English if he has developed knight on c3, then that, or else just knight f6, e6, d5 is the most solid setup there.
मतलब he can start with always knight f6 and e6. First two moves can be fixed.
Yeah, and also
And
there is a
then,
possibility to play queen's Indian, like d4, knight f3, knight f6, c4, e6, g3 or whatever, then b6. So you can
correct.
play queen's Indian, or
I
you
do
can
that
go for d5, which is
sometimes.
queen's gambit declined setups.
Rakshit says c4, e5, knight c3, bishop b4 line very irritating for white. It's like reverse Sicilian, no? e4, c5,
Yeah,
and then Rosolimo like. Okay, update live board बोल रहे हैं सब लोग.
live board updated, no? Acha, not updated.
क्या कर रहे हो सागर?
अरे वो कभी कभी लीचेस हैंग हो जाता है.
शशांक asks, तुम दोनों का क्या prediction है? हाँ,
Draw,
तुम्हारा.
for me draw. I think Amruta, you are saying Firouzja will win.
No, I didn't say anything. I'm thinking because the reason why I think Naka can defend or not is because based on yesterday, the way he was playing,
Yeah.
I thought he played amazing. That is the reason. Also with the knight on d5, there is this different understanding.
No, but I want to
So I
I want to understand this deeper in the sense that if Firouzja doesn't play now quickly g5, I think doesn't make sense, right? Because then his king anyway is coming here to g8 and coming here like this.
Naka will defend because also they are the only moves, and generally only moves are much easier to find. So
But
Naka
here
will.
actually it's not easy to understand also that it's the only moves. Like Here, tell me something. How easy it is to understand that c3 is the only move.
No. Firstly, think of elimination.
What-
If you are black
if
in
I'm
this
black,
position,
what
पहले
move?
तो A pawn नहीं चल रहा है, B pawn चलेगा.
Chalega, but then you will take, and I can't. If you take,
हाँ.
I can't take with the knight because then you
Bishop
have
f6.
bishop
So you
f6.
will reject and you will say B pawn passer lost, eliminated.
Yeah.
Next goes to only C and E pawns.
E pawn. I can push e5.
Correct. This is what you will see first. ठीक है. उसके लिए what you will say bishop g5 or bishop h4 I think you will consider, or king c2.
King c2. Yeah. Now once again I will think to myself that let's go king c1. No, so you
Yeah.
have no
Anyway,
checks.
we'll go king c1 to avoid checks, which is natural in a way.
So now you will play e4.
Now e4 खेला, suppose king d2. If you go e3 is something to be considered, or will you consider bishop h4 because now you have bishop g3.
Once the pawn comes ahead to e4, then this is unstoppable.
That is why I'll tell you in the practical
One
game.
second, this is now unstoppable. No, this cannot be stopped.
Knight cannot move. Yes,
So
this is
e3
unstoppable.
and now bishop g3. So guys, this is one small thing to note, that in the position pawn till e5 is okay, but the moment you push your pawn to e4, then this is unstoppable idea
Because
here.
you don't have knight. No, Sagar, that is not the explanation, I think.
Why?
Because even here, let's go back. If I go bishop h4, which was the
Because
question?
there, if you go bishop g3 at any point, then I always have knight f4.
For bishop g3 knight f4 है. हाँ, then bishop f6 नहीं है ना तभी. I thought knight f4 for bishop f6.
So can I put you in zugzwang? That is also a question. Like how zugzwang?
Yeah, I don't want to go king c1. Can I not just go bishop h4 and still win this because of zugzwang, as you say?
c3 is coming. No, that let's remove c3.
I don't care about c3. I go bishop g3. You go
Knight
now knight f4. Now I will take on.
But now
Oh, knight
knight
e2
g6.
check is a
Knight
problem.
g6. Knight g6.
No,
There's
why?
no check.
Huh.
Knight g6. So let's play king c1, Amruta. That is a good move, I think, because there is no. So now
So
you
firstly, will Firuza find king c1 is the question.
now, but
he wins.
Nakamura has this waiting move with king, not to forget.
But that is already bishop g5, bishop h6 are extra ideas.
But
in
bishop
that.
g5 h6 के बाद क्या? You don't have g7. I'll take it. So putting the bishop here
Zugzwang.
doesn't help
Yeah.
you.
But anyway, I'll go bishop h4.
Bishop h4. I'll wait. King g7. You have to win with your king. You can't win without
Yeah,
the king.
so I'll now go king d2.
Finally तो आया ही ना line पे. King
आ गए.
d2. King
आना ही पड़ता है.
h8.
King e2. नहीं, king e2 को knight f4 check है. Sorry, blunder.
King e1.
हाँ,
You have, it's a mine. You have go here, then check and you lose.
got it.
So king
King
e1.
e1. Can you go c3 now?
No, c3 I'll just take.
Acha, no
You
check.
can't take because of check.
Can you go b4 now?
b4 also take.
c3. Just check now. I mean, should be interesting.
King d1. So b4 take, c3, king
If
d1.
you go bc3,
King
it's
d1
lost,
only
right?
move.
1 second. If you go bc3, it's lost.
Yeah, e3. Black
a3,
wins.
a2, a1, and it cannot be stopped. Nice. So, रुक क्यों गए? c3
B4.
king d1 ना, you said.
Yeah.
हाँ. Okay. c2 नहीं आ रहा, king c2.
cb2.
knight. हाँ.
King c2 only move.
a3.
No, a3 के जगह can we take? Because a3 I think b4,
b5.
b5.
Yeah, and then my pawns are stuck there. I can't do anything. Lost.
So
So I'll
yeah,
have to take forced.
but then I take.
Then 95 back. Then king a3. So that king will
First I take this,
and
then I
king
come
will
here,
go. Yeah.
then I take this and I'll win.
Nice.
No, so once again, why are you rushing with b4 idea? Just keep
Huh.
waiting. No,
I mean, I wanted to check.
let king move one more square further away.
Then my b4 idea works.
So you go here, king h8. I'm waiting with my king because my knight is not letting you. As you said, this was a very good observation by you, that this don't have this diagonal. Then this you don't have because the knight is there. So everywhere the knight. So now what is the way? Let's say you also wait. I come up. Now you go. Oh, got it. This is the idea, Amruta. Keep the bishop here. No, but
Yeah.
then b4 take
With the king on h8,
C3.
keep the bishop there, I think.
No, I was thinking now take a3, bishop c1, a2, bishop b2. And then I've done it. But then actually there is some trouble, no? Here a3, bishop, let's insert this so that you have to go back. Now bishop c1, a2, bishop b2. And now, unfortunately,
1 second.
it seems like,
Knight. Can I go e3?
how is this position drawn? I mean, it's unbelievable.
Oh, knight f4. Knight
Knight
f4.
f4,
With the
okay.
idea of knight d3 check and knight g6 both. Knight d3 actually. So you have to go king d2 then knight g6. Still your b pawn is very strong, Sagar. Why not b5? Start pushing. b6. Am I able to stop? Knight e7. Knight f8, knight d7. नहीं ठीक है ना c4. You're on time क्या? Knight d7, b7. Were there any suggestions? What about bishop g3? People have asked that. हाँ, we'll come back to that. Knight f4 आ रहा था वहाँ पे. Why not knight f4? Yeah, when the pawn is on e5, when the bishop is on g3, that time you can play knight f4. Bishop e5.
So, Amruta,
Wow, this is amazing.
he played, by the way, a4.
And he played g5.
He played g5.
So we are reaching that position. Main thing is whether white gets king c1 or not. So he'll get na. It's in his control na now.
By the way, there are 2 more moves to make before time control, and Hikaru has only 2 minutes.
So c3 कब खेलना है उसको? 4 king
First
f7
king
king
f7.
g6. उसके पास time है सागर. He gets 40th move को time and then he has to find
he has,
c3.
no, first he has to play king f7.
Yes.
Then this is easy
Yes.
move. Then this, and
He
he
gets
gets half an hour.
time, so he'll find c3. This is also another thing which will
Firuza just
make
missed
sure.
the time, like, you know.
The advantage where he Nakamura would have actually.
Can Firuza try to figure out a tricky move here? No, but he can't, because otherwise king g6 will stop all the pawns. So Firuza must push. What luck, not luck I would say, but
No,
what
it's not.
what nice timing for Nakamura, yeah?
Yeah, it's in his favor for sure.
Because now when just this happens, like Firuza first of all comes amazingly well prepared.
Yeah.
Nakamura refutes that. Not refutes, but at least then Hikaru plays something not so well. Then Firuza gets the advantage. But once again, on the 40th move, if suppose this was the 40th move, I think to play c3 would have been very tough. But because it's the 41st move, it works.
Right. Things change ना, मतलब कितना एक move से वो timing से. It's a flip of life. Learn with PV says, Sagar sir, I'm very interested in hedgehog structure. Do you know any experts, resources to study hedgehog?
There is one power play, I think, number 8 or 7. You can check, of Daniel King. Very nice. And recently, Ivan Sokolov has made a DVD on chess, like Fritz Trainer. And that one you can use. By the way, all those who have Fritz Trainers, they are also now working on browsers. I will tell you how. So all those who have bought from ChessBase India and they work only on ChessBase, now you can also open on your browsers.
Siddhant Zaveri says, why is time playing such a big role in almost every game? They should change the time controls if it is creating problems. Any time control will have problems.
No, that's the idea. Yeah, that clock is one more thing you have to take care in chess. I'm still.
Graham asks, can bishop be sacked for the queen?
Not for the queen. I mean, sorry, didn't get your question, but Amruta, my
G1, bishop G5. Acha, for firstly, guys who had asked bishop G3 move na, it black goes knight. हाँ वो king pawn in game दिखा देना थोड़ा.
कौन सा?
Suppose bishop h4 you go now.
So first, Amruta, I wanted to just finish this analysis as to how is it winning for white.
And
Because
one more question later. What about bishop a5 stopping c3? That's a good question. Sagar.
yeah, sure.
So what are you saying? We have a few things to understand more about this position. So one is, what is your thing, Sagar?
So I'm just trying to understand that. Firstly, instead of going bishop h4, can I keep what Nakamura played c3?
Pehle hi. He found it.
He
But he didn't even take any time.
He didn't even take 10 seconds.
He didn't even need that 1 hour. 40th के बाद we are like 40th में हो जाएगा, फिर उसको time add होएगा, then he will be thinking quite a lot, and then he will find c3. But Naka is like full on in form. Yeah, he may even win candidates if he keeps playing
But
like
he
this.
found c3 in like, maybe he forgot or what, that he had made 40 moves, because he could have thought, no, Nakamura played c3 in like how much time? See, he had 23
I
and
think elimination, yeah, by elimination he found.
he played it in like 20 seconds.
His understanding with this knight on d5. I'm going to observe in this games how many positions his knight on d4 or d5 or e4 or e5. You know, it's just so dominating and so irritating for the opponent.
No, Amruta, I'm mind is blown. Okay, first take. Let's.
कितने टुकड़े हो गए?
No, I'm just. Okay, now what's happening? Say for example, okay, still now we have to analyze. I still couldn't find the win with these two pawns intact.
Correct.
Because I was analyzing it, and then there is too much distraction.
Yeah. Exactly. Before we go into c3, can we tell the viewers question का answer Sagar?
कौन सा?
Bishop a5 के लिए पूछा था why to.
अरे but bishop a, अच्छा here.
हाँ.
But bishop a5 is there's nothing.
King g6 नहीं
अच्छा,
आ
there
रहा
is
है,
pawn. There's no pawn on e5. So after g6, what's the move that black plays?
He played c3 already, correct. We were seeing e5, तो वहाँ पे maybe वहाँ पे e5 को bishop a5.
हाँ, but यहाँ पे then there is problem knight e7. I can take this pawn. Now there is no check.
Ah, nice. Got it. Even knight f4 for that matter. So if you move the bishop from the diagonal where it doesn't give bishop f6 check, then the black knight can move away. That's the whole point.
So first king c1. This is promised to be winning, okay? Everyone is promising that this is winning. But how? I'm playing king d2. You are playing king h8. Now you are playing king e1. Now king g7. Now king f2. Acha. So this bishop should be kept here.
But now see b4.
b4 ab.
c3.
c3 take.
a3.
Bishop c1.
Can I not take knight c3 now?
Knight c3. Bishop a3. You have to play a2.
But then bishop goes to b2, no?
And now your idea was here
Knight
to play
f4.
knight f4. King e3. King is well placed. Knight g6. King e4, king h7, right? So b5. Let's
Yeah,
say
I
king
think your
h7.
b pawn is starting to
B6.
explain.
Knight f8.
f8.
b7.
Knight
d7.
d7, c4.
c4. King.
Wherever you go, bishop takes c5, and then, or maybe just c5. Sorry, not bishop e5. Don't waste time. Bishop e5 now.
Only move. Can't waste time, Amruta. Bishop e5 means you have no threat. King f7. King is coming.
Bishop b8 is anyway not a threat.
King e4. King f7. King d5. You need the king. It's all one tempo. King e7. I was threatening here. c6. And now you win.
Yeah, it's all one.
As if here, king d6. So, when we were playing this entire line, the one where the draw was happening was, if your king was on, let's say I can't play e2 because of c3. So I was keeping my king, let's say on d1, then also c3, king f1. Then now this is a draw, Amruta. This is the, I think that's the
Because the
point.
king is one rank below, तो एक move late पहुंचेगा to d6
Exactly.
in the same variation
Exactly.
which we
So
saw.
in this same line with b5, knight g6, b6, knight f8, b7, knight d7, c4, king h7,
c5,
c5,
knight b8. Now
king
your king
e2,
is reaching late.
king g6, king e3, king f5, and now I'm in time.
Can I just king e2 मतलब king d3, king f5, king c4, king e6.
No, you will lose
हाँ.
then. I mean, you will have trouble e4.
Got it. तुम्हारा भी pawn तो है ही. Nice, very nice.
Thank you, Chinmay, for becoming backer of Indian chess.
Believer asks, हिकारू इतना इम्पोर्टेंट मैच खेलने के बाद भी रेगुलर मैच रिकैप वीडियो अपलोड करते हैं, उसके बारे में आपको क्या लगता है?
Unbelievable. मैं मतलब आई एम जस्ट इन ऑ कि कितना एनर्जी है, मतलब हाउ मच एनर्जी ही हैज. I saw his recap also yesterday where he put so much energy in the recap, like 17 minutes, and amazing. Yeah, like really love the ऐसे वो रहता है ना कोई आदमी, अमृता, who have this energy in them, who have a bigger purpose, and his purpose is that he wants to keep his viewers happy, he wants to spread chess, and that is shown, because at the end of the day everyone feels tired, want to go to bed, but what keeps you going is that feeling ki no, I should do it, and that he has.
Amazing. Sarfaraj Hubri says instructive endgame, just one tempo is the difference. Yes, absolutely instructive, this one. In fact, because of the classical and this time control, you can actually learn these kind of endgames. नहीं तो rapid में we don't even have a time to go analyze one position for so long. By the way, Simanshu Sethi says, guys, switch to Ding Legend match. It's 16 moves to be made in 20 moves. 16 moves to be made in 20 minutes, I think. That's what he means.
c3, what a move. Okay, let's go to Ding's game. I think the main point, Amruta, is that now I understood that now it is much easier to create a passer, and it's not going to be easy for you to win this. Let's say e5.
हाँ मतलब whenever I go b4, cb4 के बाद I can a3, bishop c1, a2, bishop b2 को maybe knight b4 type से.
नहीं, अभी तो डायरेक्ट knight f4 और यही मर रहा है.
Right.
So like if I go bishop c1, knight f4. If I keep my bishop here, then what? Let's say for example I play king
नहीं
d2.
वो तो बिशप से तो मैं अभी तो निकालूंगी नहीं. Right now I'll take king d2, king e2, same
No,
thing.
if you go too far, b4. King e2, knight f4 check.
नहीं, king e1.
King,
like if I go in the same variation, Sagar, you will go b4, right? Now takes a3, bishop c1, a2.
No, now this and this will hang. So here is another trick. Because
So
takes
one second. Last maybe in the earlier variation also there was a pawn on c2, and the same thing was possible to not go a2.
But then my pawns were still remaining, no? b2 पे pawn था. No, c3 पे pawn था, sorry.
हाँ c4 पे pawn था ना. c3 खेला ही नहीं है. I have not played c3 ना. There is a pawn on c4.
No, c3 है ना. b4, ab, c3, bc. So this is not hanging only here.
Ah,
So this-
that's why c3
Okay, let's go
is
with it.
important. Got it.
Wow. Ding is now better because after king f1, what happened was knight e2 was played. Oh, he didn't play queen d8, Amruta. What was, then he played king f1. He didn't play this. If you don't play
Ah,
this,
because I think he missed queen g5.
no,
He missed queen g5,
not
huh?
this. I think he was also, he could have been a little bit afraid of this idea.
So what, anyway, queen g5 or what else? Anything else?
Bishop e2.
Baap re, queen g2 you are allowing. King e1. Yeah, this kind of looks a little scary. Though it may not be, but it looks scary.
Very scary. Very, very scary.
Oh, you can't go. हाँ, bishop f4 भी तो आ रहा है.
So he took with the queen. a6. Oh, he gave this pawn.
But he could have now taken queen
DD4 he could have played.
We saw this, na? Queen e4, queen e4. If you remember, we saw this with queen e4, bishop e4, rook e1, f5, f3, and then you said bishop g3 or bishop c3 would be a draw with one bishop versus 3 pawns. Do you remember? You said it was kind of...
But I think there's a
But it's
difference
not.
here.
Some difference. Maybe, yeah, there was no h pawn. I had given h6, king h6. Right. Now there's one h pawn.
It makes a difference. Chinmay Lagate, thank you for becoming backer of Indian chess. Just so that all of you know, all the money of this membership on this channel goes to one talented chess player every month. So thank you for supporting chess. So queen takes a6, queen e4. Maybe queen e2 now. You can't take because this is hanging. Edgy. King g1. Now this endgame should be not too difficult to convert, Amruta, because...
Oh, to convert.
Yeah. This is a weakness.
But the bishop will, let's say, be there on c5 and...
Yeah. But then I can always have a5 in the air and this bishop could be slightly exposed.
So how many moves? 12 minutes and 22 minutes and they have 14 moves. Okay, I got it.
Oh, they are playing this endgame.
Here also knight versus bishop. No?
I feel like only side that can push here is black because the knight is so well placed. But how is the question? Can we go a4?
f5.
G2, the idea of this check.
Knight c3, I'll go. My knight is very powerful actually. But not a
This
clear
would
plan
be a
to...
blunder, I think. King d4, I thought.
King d4.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
There is king d6.
Now gf4. Now king e... Oh, अच्छा, king e3. Yeah, f5 will be strong, no? At some point, bishop e2 खेल के. Even bishop d5 you are getting. Bishop d5 is also possible. Yeah, you're right. I think ef4 is not a very good idea.
This looks drawn, guys. But c3, this guy finding c3 is to be the... That too in 10 seconds is the highlight of today, I feel.
10 seconds, yeah, Sagar?
So you get... No, so if you see his time, it was 1 minute, 10 seconds, 23. And he played it in 13, so 10 seconds. There was no increment.
And now Firuza is thinking. I think Firuza would be thinking and calculating the whole game, I think, finally. 30 minutes.
He would finish the
and then
board.
it will be like...
He'll finish the board, but he will not find the win. That's the problem.
Mriganga De has asked a question. Before pushing the pawn on g5, why couldn't we play bishop a5 to stop g3? c3.
You mean before pushing, but then king would have stopped. Like here, if you played this, then my king comes and stops the pawns here. Right now, your pawns are here and here. Now they will be stopped here and here. So that's not in your favor. So Ali Reza thought that, you know, with g5 here, he's getting the pawns just one square away from queening. So bishop here, c3, bishop. Now, I was thinking, Amruta, if I play bishop h4, what is the only move? Now with chat having analyzed so much, can they find the only move for black here?
Nice question. Let me also think.
Hussain Faik, Abhinav Agarwal, Saupanya Roy Chaudhary, Learn with PV, Parth Dhanwani, Aryan Kedia, Amit Abad. Well done, guys. You all are right. You found this excellent. Amruta, E5 is forced. Did you find it?
No, I'm thinking. To be honest, I'm not understanding because king h8 भी सोचा मैंने, and I didn't. Oh, of course. And then 1 second, Sagar. कुछ भी खेला तो बिशप g3 आ रहा है ना. You have to go
This is the
e5.
threat.
That's what you're told. Was so important. Nice. People in the chat, amazing. Dharmik asks, do you think that the player who is losing realizes and sees the winning convergence easily than the one who is winning? And what do you think?
I think it's depends from player to player. Some players really you have to calculate when you are losing because you have to see your opponent's moves. But if you have an attitude that you can still keep fighting, then you are able to save more positions than if you have an attitude, oh, I'm losing. So you will always find people who are a little bit over optimistic to be good defenders. They are not objective. Whereas if you see players who are very objective, they sometimes don't defend so well. So I think for defending lost positions, you need a little bit of that thing like, नहीं मैं कहाँ हार रहा हूँ.
Yeah, like how much ever bad position you have, it's like no, my position is good.
Yeah.
There were players like that who first half of the game really very bad position, but they never believe their position is bad, and somehow they are just able to win those games. And it's not 1 or 2 games; it's the whole style like that. I
Absolutely.
still don't know how it works.
I want to just see this without c3. King h8, king c2, king g7, bishop g5, king h8. अच्छा ये और ये मैं lost है अभी. So maybe I shouldn't play king h8, maybe e5. King d1 c3 I think. King d2 I have to go. King h8 waiting. King e1. Now can I go c3? No, b4. 4. Now very important move is king f2. If you I can also play a b c3 and king d1. That saves the day. So must wait for the king to go. But let's say if you go here, now king f2 is an important because then I'm closer. No easy way. So if I play c3, bc, knight c3, king c2, king d5, knight d5, bishop g5, e5, suppose king d2, king h8 only move to wait, king e2 only move, knight f4, king e1, I think b4 is there.
Without the b2 pawn, b4 is just
Take. And again, Amruta.
Also, you don't need to even play
E1
b4 immediately, na? Like suppose king e1.
Look at this. This is the sad part of this entire position. King d3, knight f4. Okay? So d3 is out of question. You want to go to king e3, but that is defended. Okay?
Same for
king
c3.
c3 defended. So
b3
king
pawn.
e2 if you go, knight f4 check, and you lose g6. And that pawn endgame is drawn. Or lost, I don't know. King,
maybe once we'll anyway check.
king c2, no threat. Yeah, I'll just wait with king g7. You're not making move. King e1. You thought that you can go from this side because once you get your king that side, but then b4, ab, a3, bishop c1, knight b4, bishop a3, knight c2 because the king is on e1. So actually this knight is such a devilish piece. It has created such a zone around the king that the king cannot move. Now imagine if king e1, there was no b4, you are lost because next move I'm going king f1. Then there are no tricks. But king e1 is the only moment, and the trick is also the only trick is this, Amruta, that there is this fork because a2 loses, a2 bishop b2. So you have this trick, and now knight d3 is the threat. So you have, what do you do?
Wow, it's all hanging by that thread, yeah?
Yeah, it's this knight is just a horror piece. It's just a worst piece.
For white.
Yeah, this just defends everything.
Rishi Sarada says Sagar Bhai is too much interested in figuring out this endgame. Can see his passion to learn and love it.
Guys, ye matlab, don't
is
you think this is
amazing.
unbelievable? Like how you
Nightmare. Nightmare.
like मेरा king को जाना है, but there is no way. It's all controlled. All the squares. I can even wait here, make a waiting move. Then there's but then there's no check, so knight f4 again. And actually, Amruta, this is a lost endgame.
This endgame I wanted to check. One second.
It's lost, no.
King.
No, you can check this way. Instead of I playing bishop h6, we can look at
King d3.
king e2, knight
King
f4,
d3.
takes. This is lost.
No. I want to go king d3.
That is also lost. Same only. King d3, knight f4. And I mean, if you take, otherwise.
If I take, so takes. One second.
Takes. Lost, no? This is queening. If you go here, b4, ab, a3. I'm reaching first.
No, I thought my king f6 तक नहीं पहुंच रहा है क्या? Mate ideas nothing.
King e4.
king e4 b4.
b4.
King f5 को ba3. So ab.
First you take. Or no? You want to go here?
Not working.
Let's
king
say.
f5. Go king f5. ba f3 king g5. King g5 go you have king g7. You won't
Only
allow.
move, yeah. You should have asked the chat.
Yeah.
f2 is a blunder. King h6. f1 queen g7 mate. So king g7. And now it's winning for black.
Yeah. Nice.
Okay, but knight f4, Amruta, what about king c3?
Knight d5 check again.
Ah,
Look at the shield, na.
knight
Look at
d5.
the
Because if
shield.
you take knight g6, I thought I have some chance here with king b4. And then I'll take these 2 pawns and with my a pawn try to win. But even
Some
that
chance.
that
also
seems
should
a
be
draw.
but some chance. Actually, maybe no chance. Yeah, because you have the e5 pawn. Then knight will come to
Where will you?
knight f8, knight d7,
f8? No, where will you go? It's important.
knight f4 kya? Oh, 1 second. Let's think. Let's ask the chat also.
Knight e7.
King pawn endgame.
Bishop king is and draw.
Okay, get
So
it.
king b7.
Then knight d5.
Knight d5.
Anything you play.
Now you just come here.
e4. Oops.
Yeah, maybe this is losing. Because now bd2. Still, you have to be careful. Not e4,
Yeah.
but maybe king d6, a5, knight
So
b4,
bishop d2 now.
bishop d2, knight c6 with the king here.
a6 knight d8 क्या? नहीं a6 को कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा है अभी के लिए. Oh, that was an important move क्या? Bishop b4 check कर रहा है.
Now if I make a waiting move,
e4.
check. e4 is also good. Okay, cool. Did after c3 you see Amruta? He's not made a move for now 25 minutes.
Yeah, that's what he's gonna calculate everything. Vidyatam Simha says, I don't know why, but I have been constantly supporting Ding in this, as there were so many videos how much he deserved but didn't get chance to qualify earlier.
Yeah. But again, guys, he seems to have gone a little wrong, it seems, because we saw till here, and now he played rook e1, queen d4, queen e2, bishop f6, hg, queen e4. I think, Amruta, this might not be easy to win.
I also think, like, if I was white, like you told me, this is how, even if the bishop is on c5, you have a5 in the air. But as white, I'm not very confident about this position. Because I don't have any pass pawn, no? And I don't have a way to clearly attack the weakness, which is f7. Because my king is also going to be a little bit weak.
So let's try to improve the position, g3.
By the way, Graham Pawar says, reminds of Chetak horse of Maharana Pratap. Atal Gupta says, knight is like that bouncer not letting king into the nightclub. Suhas says, Sagar, by regularly watching your streams and enjoying, you are doing a great job by inspiring everyone and developing love towards chess.
Thank you.
Respect.
Today what happened is, Amruta, some mod came in between, Sumed Ramteke,
Okay.
and he started deleting all the comments. All. Everything. And then it seemed like he was hacked.
Nice story. Dharmik Tanki says, today I learned how to be on the right place at the right time from this knight on d5. The knight is like ahead of its time. Nice.
Hmm?
You didn't hear?
What?
Dharmik Tanki said, today I learned how to be on the right place at the right time from this knight on d5. This knight is like ahead of its time.
Yeah. Oh, GT, I just made this move just like that and he played it.
Acha.
But BD4 now rapport should play. Because
Also, the thing is, black can go bd4 and even e5, right? Controlling that.
But then this would become weak. So let's say I go queen f3.
Let's say e5.
And if you play e5, then you are weakening this somewhat.
And maybe some g4, g5 because your bishop on d4 no more controls that f6.
But my a4 pawn is weak. Like now what has happened, Amruta, for me is, yeah, he found bd4. This and this both are weak. Like say for example, you play queen e2. Then I'll go here. And
no, maybe queen e2, that is a draw. Queen e2.
He played queen. No, you want to take?
Suppose.
This is just lost.
Acha, it's lost.
Totally. See how to
e5.
win. E5.
I'm not like really. I don't know how to win this.
Okay, I'll try to make it very easy. First, I will defend this.
Okay, now I will go
King ba.
f5 or king f6.
f5 is bad because king d3 ke baad f4 and you will get all the more.
So g5.
G5. Okay. King d3.
G4.
G4. You fixed this. Maybe I should have gone f3.
You told me your idea.
Okay, fine. Don't. No problem.
इतनी खुश मत हो जा. इतना भी कुछ नहीं मिला. King g6. gf. Reveal. Okay, f6 maybe. Have got all I can. Can I not go f5?
King e6.
ठीक है, king g5 के लिए. Anyway, king g6. e4. Hmm.
I mean, it's not like the end of
Yeah,
the
I
world.
mean, to
But the
tactically
main
think about.
point is that because you put your pawn here, my king will come this way, then this would become weak. This is also weaker. So I think this is winning.
I mean, at least I got some.
But keeping the
Perfect.
queens is very good. Rapport, of course, being world number 8 or 9, will find these things
Right.
simple.
Amit Kumar says in all 3 games of rapport, winning chances were missed either by him or by his opponents. This will happen with
Acha.
everybody, no? But no.
Yeah, but Rapport somehow is very. He plays in style where there's a lot of fluctuations for sure. So going back to Firuza game, c3, nothing happened. Here, here some progress. f4, a4, ba, knight a4, c5. Oh, he gave a pawn. ef, gf, take. What is the point? Bishop c4. ये एंड गेम रिस्की है क्या अमृता? किंग बिशप c4, किंग f6.
एक मिनट है सागर. क्या बोला? What did you ask me?
Here, black is now a pawn up. Is this?
Oh, डूडा करुआ ना.
Can you analyze this?
Okay. Knight takes c5. Now white to play. We were looking at it with ideas of bishop e2 and in future f5 if the king.
But
is
why did he
not
give the
there.
pawn? Like here, this is the
Where did
position.
he give the pawn, by
He
the
gave
way?
c5. Maybe he was afraid of this.
So he played c5 here, which is still, I mean, I thought the bar's evaluation will change, but in fact it doesn't. Very
King d4.
interesting. Couldn't think of such a move. Bishop c4 now. Knight e6 check. And then king e4. Knight c5 check would be like white should be okay. Pawn down, happy with a draw. As black, do you have king c5?
What f5?
Hey, what is that king pawn endgame? 1 second. King c5, bishop e6, f e6, king e5, king c4,
King b5, king e6, king a4, king f6, king a3, king g6, king a2, f5, b3, f6, b2, f7, b8, b1, draw.
Okay.
Maybe white will fight something.
ठीक है. So this doesn't work. Oops. So king d4, I think he'll move anyway he'll go king d6.
He played king d4.
He played king d4, no? So if black king c4 is a threat and you can't go anywhere else, like let's say just make a move like knight d7, okay, for example. Yeah, white is clearly getting winning position. So king d6 को king c4 खेला. Knight e6, king b4. May reach. Hey, what about king d4 को b3 move? So this is one endgame which can happen. Okay. What about b3 here? Bishop c4 check and you win. Or maybe just ab3 also.
Check.
You check. Knight b3 was check. Okay. King f5, ab3. King f4. No, but black wants to try to win.
I don't think.
Yeah, not with the pawn on b3. Get it.
I mean, if you don't do anything here, then let's say if you play this, don't take it, then my b pawn is. This is the strength of a bishop, guys. Oh, sorry, this is anyway hanging, not strength of a bishop. Strength.
By the way, Ding has agreed for a draw.
Oh, draw.
क्या हुआ end में? किधर? He couldn't find a way, yeah?
Oh, he is sacked.
Yep. Yeah.
This is a draw, yeah. What a chance missed by Ding.
But with the queens on the board, you had mentioned it's not easy, right?
But yeah, I mean, the chance was missed not then, but before.
Yes. After finding king f1, queen d8, I think. That's what I missed. Queen d8. So we are actually looking at if Hikaru keeps playing accurately for 2-3
Draw.
more moves, that will be a draw. And this also most probably will end in a draw.
Yeah, so today all draws, I think.
But yesterday also, that's what at some point you had mentioned. All draws. Like, you're not
Yeah.
in the sense like the
Hikaru.
positions were like that.
Hikaru won, but today I think Hikaru will not lose this. Because of that,
If anybody has the chance, it's only Firuza, right?
or here Fabi, but I mean King D4 40th move and Duda is looking for his 40th move. I think Duda, if he
That endgame with king c4 and when you got the f4 pawn and white had the a2 pawn, I think that is the only critical endgame to be analyzed.
which one?
Here, king d4. So if
See here you can
we,
keep your extra pawn, but I feel like after King C3, King C4,
knight e6, yeah, knight e6, king b4, knight f4. This is the only thing to understand. Suppose king b5 or a4 or whatever else.
Here white is only risking it, I think.
A4. Oops, one second.
Yeah.
You already gave a great hint. What should black play?
Black to play, guys. What do black play?
Okay. Rahul Agarwal, Heath Gandhi, Sports with Tanish, Archit Kesharwani, Harshit Chaudhary, Mistadam, Vinod Kumar, Vignesh, Kannan, Satish, Pratham, No Name, Zenon, Sarfaraj. Yes, G5 is the move, guys. G5. And if at G5 there is H4, you cannot stop this.
A5?
A5, H3,
Take.
Bishop H3 forced, Knight H3, A6, King C7. The king stops. Okay, that is.
And King C5.
Oops.
Yeah, King C5.
Whatever. King C5, Knight G5, na?
Knight G5. King
D6. I wouldn't mind.
Here, you know,
Actually,
here,
one second.
I want to tell the chat one small trick which you should remember. Is that if the knight is in front of the pawn defending like this is a bad setup. So let's say if you take here,
King E5.
I go King E5. This is still winning, but just if you play this is a draw, because now I will take your knight and the pawn can still be captured later. So the best setup is that the knight should be somehow behind the pawn defending. So therefore here in this position, what is the move that black should play now in order to save himself? Knight should be behind the pawn. Yes, knight h7. Very good. Aditya Srivastava.
No, but knight h7 is, yes, you can create a shield.
No, not shield. I can also put the pawn on f6. Because let's say if you play this, I come here. Even if you go here, you can never take my knight because my pawn will queen.
No, I also thought 96 also works because 98 is also
Same
there.
concept. Concept is the same. You can never go and take this knight because the pawn starts running. So remember, knight
Nice.
and pawn, knight should be behind most of the times. Not always, but it is easier. He played king d6. It's slightly ambitious, yeah, here, black. Because I think if he was just happy with the draw, he could have played b3. Here, king f5. And now you must take, otherwise ba2. Like if you play king c5, then ba2, bishop a2, king f4. So here, take, 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 take. And this was a draw. So this could have been a draw. But
But here, with AV3, no, anyway, it's not any risk.
He's
But
still
king
fighting.
d6 is more solid.
No, he's fighting for a win. I think
Okay,
black
yes.
is not risking much
Yes.
because with this,
He's a pawn
I
up
think
in
he
back.
wants to go 96 and play for a win here. But what we missed is this intermediate move.
Yeah.
Because if you take king b4, now the structure is a bit
Now
mangled.
you don't have this g5 move to create that h passer. But you have f passer, but they are doubled.
I mean, both can be ambitious at this point. Actually, Fabi can also play ambitiously. Duda can also play ambitiously. But in the end, it will be a draw.
Oh, by the way, Naka's game has, I think, continued or what? In Dharmik asks in Naka's game c3, bc3, knight c3, king c2, knight d5, bishop h4,
Now,
e5, king d3, knight f4, king e4, knight g6, bishop g3, यहाँ पे king h7. How do you continue?
it looks drawn, no? Because you can't win this pawn. So if you take b4, black wins. So you can't take the pawn. So you will go king d5. But then again b4 and ab, a3, bishop e1, a2, bishop c3, knight e7, king here, knight c6, b4, draw. Somehow it's a draw, c3, and you can see Firuza. Maybe this is the longest he has thought today. 42 minutes already, and he has 1 hour more, so he can make a history. If he thinks for another not 1 hour, then he will have to make 20 moves in 1 minute, which is very tough. Although for Firuza not, but if he takes like 50 more minutes, he would have thought for 90 minutes for a move, which will not be a normal thing.
Wow, that's such a cool observation.
Beating Amruta's history.
Pratham asks, Sagar, I have to go for a tournament. Could you suggest a solid opening to play?
With white, depends. I mean, I don't know if from the long run it's good for you, but if you just want something for the day, knight f3, g3, bg2 castles, that can be an idea. Like whatever opponent does, you want to play very solidly, put the knight out, then put your pawn here, put the bishop here and castle. It's called Reti system or Barza opening, or just building your home. Aditya Vadapalli says, Sagar, did you consider going to Madrid for the candidates? If an Indian was playing, I would have been more excited to go. Also, we have covered the candidates before, Amruta and me, in Moscow. And so we were not very keen to go. And also we knew we could stream here. Also, Olympiad is coming. Then ChessBase India Originals is there. There's too many things
COVID
happening.
is also there in some form of it.
So we decided that not to go this time.
Yeah, I think it's important. Like, if there was any Indian, then things make a lot of difference.
Yeah.
Tamjid asks, would you prefer French or Sicilian?
I would prefer I mean, depends on my opponent also. But I like overall French a lot. I mean, Amruta, you can answer this question.
Yeah, Sicilian.
Amruta
All the time.
answer is Sicilian, of course. By the way, on our channel, if you see, right now Amruta and me are commentating, but there are already 4 videos on the Olympic torch thing, which is very nice to see. Abhyudaya made 2 edits out of the live stream. He put it up here. And Aditya, who is in Delhi, put up 2 very nice videos of interviewing Humpy firstly, and then also doing the video of Vishy Anand's run. So I'm very glad if you guys can later on watch it. It's very nice videos.
Nice. Rishabh Kalia says it will take 4 to 5 years for an Indian to reach candidate. I doubt 4 to 5 is a lot. I'm guessing maybe maximum 2 years. What do you think? 1 or 2?
No, so next year is the candidates. If it happens in 2024, then already you have to see what are the qualifying routes. And if the qualifying routes are World Cup, winning a World Cup for anyone is not easy.
Yeah.
Then winning the Grand Swiss is also, I think that it's very tough anyway in the next 2 years. I think, yeah. Depends. I mean, for example, how quickly all the youngsters improve. Also depends on how Hari Vidit do. Also, there are other players, Adiban, Sethu Raman. We can never discount anyone because I know for a fact that we might base our thinking on their past performances, but you never know how hard someone is working. For example, we see this happening in movies a lot, that someone performs horribly, finishes, doesn't even qualify in some Olympics or something, and then puts all his effort. Then the music plays and they are in the desert running and all, and then they win the gold medal or something. So that could also happen in real life. We think such stories only happen in movies. So I think we should also really respect the fact that someone can really come up. I mean, this is my take. Not, you don't need to respect.
MB asks, speaking of running, who is the most fit chess player?
At some point ago I thought it was Sethu Raman. Very fit. He used to be very fit in general. I think Vidit is also fit. Hari would also
Vidit
be.
is
I don't know.
very fit. He's
Yeah.
I think earlier even Ganguly, Hari Krishna.
Yeah.
In fact, I think all of them actually work on their fitness. That's the part about chess player, because fitness is not a separate thing. It's so much a part of your chess that you need stamina to sit for 6 hours, focus completely only on calculating. If you don't have that physical stamina, you're already dead.
Yeah, right. Absolutely.
So speaking of that, you remember, yeah, one Olympiad there was this guy who got a heart attack.
Yeah.
And he did die.
That was very shocking.
Yeah, very shocking actually.
Caruana showed nothing today actually in terms of opening prep. Just, I mean, it was just so easy for Duda as black to equalize. No new idea, nothing. So I think sometimes you just get. By the way, a small note here. Someone had asked, is it good to exchange the rooks? So in such a position, if you exchange the rooks without clarifying the structure here, it is a bad idea. But if you clarify the structure here, like in the game with this way, then now it's okay, because now it's not easy to create passer.
MB asks, has there ever been a female player in the candidate? Did Judith ever qualify? I
Yeah,
think so. She was in
it was
candidates.
that
I
tournament,
think
no?
so.
She played the World Champ. It was actually not even the candidates, it was the World Championship tournament of 8 players. Whoever won would become the world champion. So that was won by Topalov in 2005.
Wow,
And she was one of them.
amazing.
Should we end today, Amruta?
Yeah, if let's have a look at Hikaru. He's still thinking, yeah?
Yeah, because I feel like this is all figure outable.
Yeah.
Like we have figured it out with this entire zone. Let me think if there is any way white can win.
Okay, Sagar, I think I'm taking your leave. If at all I hear any shouting from you, I'll understand something's gone wrong.
No,
May
I was
come
also
back and
planning to stop,
okay.
but I'll just decide.
Got it. Bye bye, guys. Have fun. Tomorrow, what are the pairings, by the way? Do drop them in the chat.
Tomorrow is rest day.
Acha, tomorrow is rest day. Okay, get it. ठीक है. See you soon.
Still feel that there is some twist left, yeah, in this game. Bishop h4, king h8 only move. Can't push b4, can't move the knight, can't push e4, king h8. It's knights that you have this waiting idea here. Bishop g3, there is knight f4. Bishop e1, I think king g7 only, no? And then there's no way, no other way. You can't go from any other direction. It's so sad that you can't go. Can I go like bg5, bishop c1, bishop b2? So let's say bishop g5, king b1, king h8, bishop c1. Guys, what do you play here as black? Black to play. Black to play. Yeah, exactly, Garvit. That's right. Knight f4. And those who said knight e7 also works. Knight e7 and knight f4. Both these moves work. But not anything else. Otherwise, bishop b2. And the main thing is when I play knight f4 or knight e7, there should be a check here. But there, bishop on c1 cannot give a check. It's a very nice position. I love this position. Firuza already thinking for 54 minutes now. So you see, guys, on the board, Firuza is under this impression that he should win somehow. He's not able to find the win. So the first 5 minutes after c3 is spent in thinking that how will I win against this. Then you calculate a little deeper and then you see resistance. Then you ask yourself ki, oh, I could not do this. how better can I find? And then you think more, and then you think more, and eventually your positivity is replaced by negativity, and then at some point you just feel so upset. I mean, right now, if we had a video of Firuza, he would have been so tired thinking, or maybe he's still hoping somewhere he can find the win, but I don't see it. If Magnus defends his title in 2023, he would equal Laskar's 6 championship victories, but it lasted for 27 years for Laskar, but for Carlsen's 9 years. Why this much difference? Dharmik. I guess World Wars, yeah, that was the main reason. During World Wars, you would lose at least 5 years before, after period, and so much. This is a draw. Why no Indian in candidate? Because there were qualifying spots, no, and then no Indian could qualify. Okay, here Fabiano has played king c4. Hari will come tomorrow at 5 p.m. Guys, tomorrow stream with Hari at 5 p.m. And I'll take some of the questions that you posted in community post. Prague Masters winner, and it would have been so nice if Hari was also present at the at today's function, but unfortunately he couldn't be there because he's not in India right now. What is the hurry? No, Rajat Jain, candidate selection is not based on your rankings in the world. It is based on from where you qualify. So guys, just to be clear, actually Firuza could have pressed better in this position. Rook g8, rook f1 was good, king e8, h6 very good, and now rook f8. And here if Firuza did not fall for this entire variation, actually he went without noticing this defense for black or underestimating that defense. But suppose he had thought about it and he would have played his rook to e1 to attack here. Now black had the only move in this position. This makes it very interesting. Can I go like rook h1? He has to go rook g8. Very important move. So if you go king f7, then I go bishop d2 attacking here. Say b4, you take b4 check, king e8 or e7, whatever, king e7, bg5, king e8 and rook c1. Rook c1, not rook f8. No, still this still draws. Yeah, this still draws. g5, king here and here. So here rook c1. Threat is to play g5, g6. So this little bit of an intermediate check really helps, because the moment you check, king has to go back. Because if you don't check and if you come here directly, then he can go rook c8. Smart. Very smart. And b4, if I play check, king e7, so that you can keep this open, I go check, you go here. Now I can go into this endgame. Take, take. A4, g5, king f7, h7, king g7, g6, king h8, bishop h4, e5, Now I will know how to win this because now we have studied this. So what is the way to win this position now? The main point is king and pawn endgames will not be winning for. So this pawn here meant that you can always go b4 and you have this and this passers, which is very difficult for the white king to catch. But with this and this passers, you can catch it. So let's say I go king c2. You have to wait. And now I want to go this and this. And this I will win. No, when I go bishop e1, you'll go knight f4. So I have to be slightly careful. Not easy. Not easy. How to win this? Any suggestions? Nightbot says push करो खुश रहो. अरे किसको push करो? bg3 knight f4 and then bishop f4. That is still bg5. ठीक है. What's the point? I'll just wait. You want me to go with my king? King e2 bad move, yeah, knight f4. So king e1. And now this trick with b4 takes a3, bishop c1, knight b4, and this doesn't work. So that's why this tactical thing is not there. King f2. And now I can calmly bring my king from here. This was not there, no, this option. King e1 square is the mined square. e2 is anyway mined because of knight f4 in this line also, but e1 is not mined here. e1 you can go, you can use that. Do you understand, guys? Here this position, king e1 is the square you have to switch over to this side like this and win. But in the game continuation where c3 was played, by the way, take has happened. Anyway, Hikaru will take. Take. Firuza spent what? 1 hour 2 minutes for the move. Takes. Hikaru just goes and chops the pawn quickly. King c2. Have to play, huh? Or does he? I think Firuza might have some tricks here, for sure. He won't give up so easily. So now if king c2, I go knight d5 back. This is what we analyzed. Oh, by the way, Caruana and Duda also drew. But what was their final way of drawing the game? This happened, what we saw. King d4, king d6, king c4, knight e6, f5 takes, bishop e2, 4, here, knight g6, takes. Okay, that was easy draw. Okay, nice. Is Firuza thinking that there is some very deep point here that he needs to move his king somewhere? King c1, d5. He went king c2. Naka has to play knight d5. Of course, he played it instantly. Naka's moves are very forced. Now you can't go king d3. Look at this nice field because knight f4 check is there. Yeah, Shiv Shom, that is true. That at first I also couldn't believe that this is a draw. But when you analyze deeper, you realize that there is no way for the king to move. Like let's say king d2, that's not a mind square. So I can wait. But king e2 is a mind square because of knight f4 check. E3 you can't go anywhere. So now you go king e1. And at this point, you must find the only move for you have to find this only defense. Yeah, b4 exactly. And this time if you take, you will even lose after a3 as black. So now white has to be tricky in order to first he can go king d2, ba3, then he is winning after king c1. So b3 and now king c1. And here's the beautiful part about this entire position. The beautiful part is that black will just go back king g7, king h8, king g7, king h8, nothing doing. Okay. And in order to control the g7 square, you can be on h6 and f8. But in both the cases, then the knight can move because you don't have bg7 checks. Like on this, no check on this diagonal, so the knight can move. If you try to go anywhere else, let's say you want to give a check from here, okay, then you will have to come to c1 when my pawn should be on e5, and then I have knight f4 and I'll take your pawns. d2 there is no c3 square available. Here e3 is not available, so you can't even go to d4. f4 is not available, so you can't go here. g5 there is no f6 square available. h4 there is no f6 available. You go to g3, I should be ready with e5 and knight f4. So that's the reason why if here in this position I play king g7, you go bishop h4, I should be ready with my move e5. Because now the new situation, you have no move here, no move here because c3 is controlled. You have to play bishop g5, king b1, king g7, and now bishop c1, the only move again, knight f4. And actually black is doing very well. Power of knight is just crazy in this position. It's just unbelievable. ba5, but where to go, Suvidha, after bishop a5? Where next? You can't go here, here, here. Everything knight controls. Again, Firuza is thinking for like 10 minutes now. I think Ding Liren missed a golden opportunity today, guys. Ding Liren just missed. I think he missed this. How tough is this move? Queen d8. Because knight c1, queen g5 is possible to see. But I think what he really feared was queen e4. Now he's rook up and he should win. So yeah, this was again a bit of calculation here, queen d8, and which he didn't do. Ding really missing his chances here. Huge chances. This one was huge today. Somehow he was not even able to press. Just agreed to a draw. दिंग से बहुत उम्मीदें थी पर क्या कर सकते हैं. Oh, Ding had actually plenty of time, I thought. He was not even under time pressure. Like he had 10 minutes here. And I think here he had already, what, after King F1, he thought for 18 minutes. Yeah, okay, some time pressure for sure. Time control does make the players make some bad moves, of course. Yeah. Hikaru's game, 33 minutes for Alireza, 1 hour for Hikaru. So now we have actually decoded this entire endgame, I feel. Unless I'm missing something. I was thinking about, instead of taking rook here, rook g8. No, rook here, sorry, king f7. Bishop d2. Now no b4. First rook g8. So that no exchanges happen there. Now g5. b4. I think even here there were chances of for Hikaru to hold. Like if h6 he played this, I think let's say rook h1, rook g8 only move makes sense. And now he cannot take because of h7, so this was the best defense actually. So actually Alireza was not winning as such. Take a5, h5, here rook f1, here h6, rook f8. He's not winning still. How is he winning? So his move here is kind of a good try because he's not winning otherwise. I mean, I can go rook e1, but then there is king f7, and here it's important for him to realize rook g8 is the move, not b4. Because b4 we know that check, king e7 and bishop g5, just winning. And if king e8, there is rook c1 attacking c4. The rook can't go here and save because the king is in the way. No, I think Alireza Naka won't be a long battle, Himang. Now I think it will be a draw. That's what my feeling is. It won't last very long. Yeah, I don't think he was ever in difficulty here, Nakamura. I mean, he was in a worse position, but he defended amazing. This game is too good. Yeah, overall, this is a great game to analyze. This candidate has been a slugfest. Beautiful games. All candidates always gets good. 3 draws, guys, already, and Firuza Nakamura just going on. Rest 3 are draws. Yeah, Hikaru defends beautifully, Shashwat. That is true. I think he's able to, not get depressed, dejected, always kind of able to find his moves. हिकारू be like, आज मैं इसका बचपना निकालता हूँ. I don't think so. I think Firuza really put big scare to Hikaru. And we haven't yet explored too many times the bishop from this side. So let's say bishop a5, king h8, king d2, king g7, सब ठीक है. King e2, knight f4, king e3 can't go. King e1, b4, I think still b4 works or not. No, can't play b4, no, yet, or you can. I think b4 is still playable because the king is now outside the square of this pawn, which means, guys, always remember when the pawn is about to queen, if the opponent's king is inside this square, then you cannot queen. But now he's out, so b4, ab, already a3 wins. The king cannot catch the pawn now. So can't go king u. King d1 you can play, but I'll still wait. The best part for black is he has waiting moves with his king. He's never running, he's never going into zugzwang. Zugzwang is a move that you have to make which will spoil your position. But he always can move back and forth with his king. Once again, when he's threatening. Now king g7, what is your threat as white? Bishop c1? Ah, bishop c1. Yeah, bishop c1 is the. So bishop c1, bishop b2. So therefore e5 has to be played. Bishop c1 with the idea of bishop b2. Now knight f4. bg5 happened, and now Hikaru in an instant, like flash plays e5. Hikaru showing so much confidence. He had 1 hour 51 minutes. He made it in 22 seconds. Because notice once again, if you make this waiting move, you are lost. What is the winning move here? What is the winning move for white? No, Dhruv, this just takes. Yes, Shiv, bishop c1 is winning. Absolutely. Bishop c1 being brilliant at chess. Subhayan, G1, Ash, bishop c1 with the idea of this. It's over because e5 I have this. Now you can't defend. Okay, you can play king knight e3, but I think here king e4. Just winning. It's slight careful, huh? Don't take this pawn, or can you take it? Take. You can. B4. Now, what is the only winning move for white here? White to play. No, not H8. H8 doesn't work. No, not King D4. B3 draw. King E6. Shiv Shom. Well done. King E6. Why is this winning? Because after, let's say you take, or even if you play B3, same point. Now what's the move? White to play. Yeah, now you guys have got it. H8. King takes. King F7. B2, G7. King here, Queen. Mate. By the way, Hikaru has understood this position well. I mean, if I can understand, he can of course understand. So King H8. He knows when to play what. He knows, of course, not to move the knight because of Bishop F6. So he goes King H8. And now, I think the biggest shock for Ali Reza would be that King E1 doesn't work. You know, this is the move. No other move would have come as a shock to him because he understands everything else. But this he would want to make work, because now if you wait, then you are just losing after King F1, not King F2, because again B4, and then there are these horrible forks here. Look, B4 take, A3 Bishop C1, A2 Bishop B2. No, first 1 minute. First 1 second. Knight B4, Bishop A3, Knight D3, and Knight F4, and take here. So this King F2 move, that is why he cannot be played. But King F1 wins now for white, because then I'll go like slowly like this. But when you go to E1 is when stupid things happen. And then this. And then the problem is this fork. And then you can move your king. But again, the only move for black. What's the only move here for black to win? To draw. All other 3 games draw, guys. Black to play. G1 George, well done. A2 looks like the right move, but it's bad. Surya Thangavel. Shiv Shom. Yeah. Knight D5, only move. Threatening Knight F4 or Knight E7 and then picking this up. You have no Bishop B2 in the meantime. If you take here, Knight F4 draw. But if you were to play A2, as many of you suggested here, then after Bishop B2, Knight C6, it seems like you have things under control. But my king is going to come up like this and just pick this up. And you can't do anything. You can wait, but now what to do? Oh, I blundered this. Sorry. This knight is such a pesky creature. I have to go this way, King F5. And then somehow this way. and this wins now. What does white do now? Alireza Firuza would have been like, today so I'll win this game against Hikaru. When so many emotions, no? When you begin this game, like when you begin this end game, you're like, oh yes, I'll win now. He has to play a4, and then I will play g5, then he has to play this, then I will play this, then he'll play this, then I'll play, and then he would have thought, okay, what will Hikaru do? Maybe he will play king h8, waiting move. But now everything works for him, because now after, let's say, maybe not bg5, let's say bishop h4, idea here, e5, only move, king c1, important move. Now c3, not possible, yeah, because if you play c3, I'll take knight c3, not a check, I go bishop f6. So you wait. Once you wait, I will now put my bishop on g5. Actually, bishop should have been on g5 anyway. You have to wait. There's nothing else you can do. Now, very importantly, go king d2, important move, king g7, and now king, am I thinking correctly? King e1, a b4, a b4, c3, b3, a3. I'm just messing something up. a2, bishop b2, and knight f4. Draw. I need my king ahead. One second. What am I doing wrong here? King e1. Maybe king d1, c3. Sorry, c3 takes. Maybe that is. But the king then escapes to f1. So that is playable, maybe. But king e1 is not good because of b4. So where was the win here actually? I think we had found a win, no, here. King e2, no, c3, but there. Knight f4, sorry, knight f4. King e2 is knight f4. King e2, knight f4. King e1, b4. I thought king e1, b4. Maybe the bishop needs to be improved first. Let's say here, king h8. c3, bc3, knight e3. Or maybe here also king d1 is okay, because now c3 I can take, and in the same position and as in the game, my king has escaped out of to f1. This is the key point here. So king d1, are you in zugzwang? Not yet, because you have king h8. Once you have king h8, I want to play bd2, but you have knight f4, so I can't even go bd2. Now I can go king e1. हेलो,
भाई लिंक भेजो ना.
हाँ एक मिनट.
Hello.
Hello. Hi.
What up?
You have how was the evening?
Oh, it was sensual भाई.
अच्छा, okay.
फ्लिप ही
Because
कर दो मेरे को अब तो क्या अकेला ही आया हूँ मैं तो.
अरे फ्लिप बहुत फोन में फ्लिप में कुछ मजा नहीं है ना.
अरे है ना भाई. रुको मैं भी करता हूँ ना यहाँ से फिर मजा आएगा दोनों को.
हाँ ऐसा. Actually, this is one of the best end games you will ever see, Samay.
अरे यार आपको बस चेस की बात करनी है भाई. कभी तो भाई ऐसे ही बात करो कि क्या चालू है समय भाई लाइफ में. गर्लफ्रेंड बनाया क्या कोई कोई क्या चालू है क्या पी रहे हो आजकल. नहीं.
अच्छा आज जीएफ
दिस
रिवील
एंड
है.
गेम पोजीशन यू विल रिमेम्बर फॉर एजेस.
आज जीएफ रिवील है.
नहीं यार.
अच्छा.
अरे क्या हुआ ये क्या हुआ.
ओह नाइट. मैं आपको बताऊं.
बताओ ना.
आप बोले अभी की.
एक्साइट हो जाता है सागर. टेल मी योर सिंगल विदाउट टेलिंग मी योर सिंगल. सागर शाह आपको बताऊं ये एंड गेम में कैसे बिशप और नाइट को कन्वर्ट करना होता है. टेल मी यू हैव नो लव इन योर लाइफ विदाउट टेलिंग मी यू हैव नो लव इन योर लाइफ. ब्रो बिशप एंड नाइट से जो मेट करने में मजा आता है ना.
भाई आई हैव लव इन माय लाइफ. ये क्या है.
यार वो
I was
देखा है मैंने. वो किताब
commentating.
वो किताबें पढ़ी है मैंने आपकी.
किताब पढ़ के ही होता है. किताब पढ़ने के बाद इम्प्रूव होता है लव.
भाई किताब पढ़ने के बाद प्यार अगर करना पड़े. अगर प्यार करने के लिए किताब पढ़नी पड़े तो फिर वो कैसा प्यार भाई. I know that you love me भाई सागर and
ऐसा होता है ना that first you love someone fresh like you just it comes naturally. Then over a period of time you have to keep on. जैसे सचिन तेंदुलकर when he used to play cricket at start as a young kid it was all natural. Then his back started to pain. Then his hand he got that tennis elbow. So then he started to do some adjustments. Physio ने help किया, कोई डॉक्टर का सर्जरी किया, but he still remained the great player.
then
But
at one
if
point he left also no cricket. So is that what you are gonna do Sagar Shah? Where is Amruta by the way?
Amruta is somewhere. Yeah, she left.
Tennis elbow. आप भाई बिठाते भी 6-6 घंटे हो भाई अमृता को. उसको तो बीटी होती होगी ना यार कि कैसा पति मिल गया मेरे को. ठीक है भाई चेस वेस तो पसंद है लोगों
अच्छा
को. इतना
इधर
क्या
ब्लैक
पसंद.
का एक मूव बताओ बेस्ट मूव.
ऑफर ड्रॉ.
नाकामुरा ने अगर ये मूव नहीं खेला देन ही इज लॉस्ट.
अगर इधर वो पॉन पुश कर दे A2 तो तो बिशप B2 आ जाएगा. उसको रोक देगा है ना.
एंड देन बिशप टेक्स E5 एंड देन
हाँ
गॉन.
खराबी हो जाएगी पूरी लाइफ की. और अगर अभी खेला किंग G7
तो ये मार दूंगा.
वो मार दोगे. अब हम किंग से पॉन नहीं मार सकते क्योंकि वो प्रमोट हो रहा है. तो क्या नाइट से वापस आना सही रहेगा. नाइट D5 अगर हमने खेला ठीक है. नाइट D5 अगर हमने खेला ड्रॉ. देखो ऑफर ड्रॉ वाज द बेस्ट मूव. आई टोल्ड यू.
नाइट D5 करेक्ट मूव. नाइट
करेक्ट
टेक्स
था.
बिशप टेक्स
और
A3
वापस नाइट F6
ड्रॉ हो गया. भाई मेरे को ये एंड गेम आपको समझाने दो. मतलब अगर आप समझ गए ना तो आप पागल. मतलब यू विल रियली 5 मिनट्स दो सिर्फ फिर अपन बाकी का बात करेंगे. ठीक है सुनोगे.
हाँ सुनाओ ना.
ठीक है.
यही
अनबिलीवेबल
तो करने आया हूँ मैं मोदी जी को मिलने के बाद. एंड गेम सीखने आया हूँ मैं. और क्या. नो बेटर एंड टू द ब्यूटीफुल डे आई हैड.
PM Modi in today's speech taken 3 chess players name from history. Nilkant Vaidyanathan, Lala Raja Babu, Tiruvencharya Shastri. Can you tell something about them? ये मेरे ख्याल से चेस प्लेयर नहीं थे ना. क्या ये है.
नहीं आई थिंक वो एथलीट्स के बारे में उन्होंने बताया था. पता नहीं. आई थिंक
I have
इवन
not
आई
heard of them.
हर्ड देम फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम. पहला क्या नाम था.
नीलकंठ वैद्यनाथन.
याद आ रहा है.
CSL वालों को पता है. So
एक्सपिनिफाई.
C4
सो जो मोदी जी आज से बोलते हैं. एंड वी आल्सो हैव नीलकंठ इन स्पॉन्सर विद एस ये एक्सपिनिफाई. हाँ बताओ.
So ठीक है. So this is the position now. ठीक है. Black has this beautiful knight and ये सारे pawns है. ठीक है. White के पास 2 पासर है यहाँ पे. सो व्हाइट इज फिरूजा, ब्लैक इज हिकारू. सो वो h5 खेलता है. तो अब हिकारू बोलता है अरे रुक जी 8, अब तो तेरा
बिशप पे
बिशप मर
अटैक.
रहा है एंड ये भी मरेगा अगर तू हिलाएगा तो इसके लिए इसने खेला चेक. नाउ किंग इधर जाएगा तो देन वो अटैक चला जाएगा, तो
वो
ये टू
अटैक
गो
हट जाएगा.
हियर. एंड नाउ हिकारू प्लेड फिरूजा प्लेड अ ब्यूटीफुल मूव, व्हाइट टू प्ले.
कैन आई स्पॉट इट?
यस, क्योंकि इफ
ओके
यू
लेट्स
मूव
सी.
द बिशप ये मर जाएगा.
हाँ तो अगर मैं खेलूं h6
ब्यूटीफुल. h6, नाउ यू
और
कांट
वो
टेक,
मार भी दे अगर,
तो
तो मैं
h7
आगे, अगर वो हाँ h7, और अब वो
खत्म.
पीछे नहीं आ सकता उसके, ना वो रुक h5 आ सकता है.
खत्म. करेक्ट, टू विन. सो नाउ हिकारू ने बोला कि मैं ये खेलता हूं. ठीक है.
ठीक है.
सो नाउ फिरूजा थॉट फॉर कितना मिनट बोलूं यहाँ पे, 15 मिनट, एंड ही टुक द रुक एंड ही
shouldn't have
सेड
taken the rook
व्हाई.
because bar went down ना यार.
अब वो छोड़ो, अब बार बार को बंद करता हूं मैं.
सॉरी 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 सॉरी.
भाई
मैं
देखो
बताता
ना,
हूँ.
स्टोरी सुनो ना. बार इज लाइक, पता है वो स्पॉइलर स्टोरी रहता है वो.
Bar is where you go after that tennis
See, when
elbow
you will
and
get
backhand.
married, no, after that you will be telling some very nice joke or story, and your
Only in the bar.
wife would have already heard it, and she would say अरे ये में इसमें ये होता है. तो that is like what you did right now.
अरे सॉरी सॉरी.
उनको समझा अभी, ओ शिट, अगर ऐसा होगा तो शादी के बाद. हाँ, तो ये ठीक है. एंड नाउ फिरूजा सेड बिशप d8. ही थॉट दैट इफ आई अटैक दिस पॉन, ठीक है, तो हिकारू हैज टू सेव इट बिकॉज लूजिंग दिस पॉन इज वेरी डेंजरस. तो हिकारू ने बचाया.
ओके.
तो अभी इसने खेला g5. अब उसका थ्रेट है g6. एक बार g6 आ गया और h7 तो फिनिश.
मेट ओ क्वीन बन रही है.
तो इसने ये खेला. अब इसने खेला h7. अभी इसको बनाना है क्वीन, तो ये इसको जाना इधर कंपलसरी हो गया. तो इधर बचा लिया. अब आप ये नहीं मार सकते, क्वीन बनेगा. सो राइट
एक
नाउ
सेकंड, पिछले मूव पे बिशप f6 आता था.
बिशप f6 को नाइट f6, पॉन f6, किंग h7.
किंग h7 आता. ठीक है.
सो देन ब्लैक जीत जाएगा. सो
हाँ
हियर
ठीक.
g6. एंड नाउ एवरीवन थॉट कि फिरूजा इज विनिंग, क्योंकि ये दो पॉन, एक ही चीज चाहिए उसको, सिर्फ ये डायगोनल में एक चेक देना है, बस खत्म. किधर से तो सिर्फ घूमना है. ब्लैक के पास कुछ नहीं है.
g6 का पॉन अच्छा मार नहीं सकता
मार ही
है.
नहीं
Yes.
सकते. एंड द मोमेंट यू मूव द नाइट टू किल दिस पॉन, व्हाट इज द विनिंग मूव?
What is the winning move? Let me think. Oh, bishop f6
फिनिश.
check.
फिनिश क्वीन. सो नाइट कैन आल्सो नॉट मूव. तो एकदम ही मतलब फिरूजा इज
Zugzwang.
कंप्लीटली डोमिनेटिंग. तो यहां पे ओनली वेटिंग मूव्स आर किंग h8, किंग g7, किंग h8, किंग g7, ऐसे खेल सकते हैं. ठीक है. सो इफ यू गो किंग h8, नाउ दिस इज विनिंग, बट हाउ टू विन? तो ये देखो, बिशप g5. ठीक है. यू जस्ट पुट द बिशप हियर, सो ही मेक्स अगेन वेटिंग मूव. उसके पास तो और कोई मूव नहीं है, नहीं तो ये चेक आ रहा है.
Bishop h6.
बिशप
h6.
बट किंग h8,
And then g7.
King
King
takes
h7.
h7.
हाँ.
so now you have to play bishop d2. ठीक है. आइडिया इज बिशप c3 चेक एंड गेम ओवर, क्योंकि पॉन टेक्स, ये पॉन में से कोई क्वीन नहीं बनेगा एंड यहाँ पे
King आ जाएगा.
So this is a bad move, king g7. You have to play e5. Now why e5? Because if you play bd2, I have knight f4. यहाँ पे knight f4 and game is drawn, क्योंकि अब मैं मार सकता हूं. अब आपके पास बिशप f6 चेक में आपका बिशप अंदर आ गया. So इसके लिए यहाँ पर you have to start moving with your king now after e5. So he has to wait again. He cannot move his knight. पॉन और पॉन मूव किया ना, तो ये देखो, ये पॉन अगर आगे बढ़ता है अगर यहाँ पे, तो देन यू गो बिशप h4. आइडिया इज बिशप g3, बिशप e5 मेट. बट जब पॉन यहाँ पे रहता है e5 पे, यू गो बिशप h4, बिशप g3, नाइट बीच में आ जाता है. एंड एनी टाइम यू टेक दिस पॉन एंड गेम इज ओके फॉर ब्लैक, क्योंकि यहाँ पे पासर है. इफ द किंग स्टार्ट्स टू रन देयर, देन b4, ab4, c3, bc3, a3, ये क्वीन फटाक से बन जाता है. ठीक है.
ठीक है.
नहीं, ये देखो, अगर समझो यहाँ पे मैं बिशप किंग C1 खेला, आप खेलते हो ये, मैं यहाँ जाता हूँ, आप यहाँ आते हो, मैं यहाँ जाता हूँ, ये मारा, ये एंड गेम ब्लैक के लिए जीत रहा है क्योंकि किंग यहाँ गया,
अच्छा वो वहां से ब्रेक ले लेगा,
वो यहाँ
डी।
से ब्रेक लेगा, लाइक F3,
ठीक,
किंग यहाँ, B4, AB, C3 यहाँ मारा और
आ
ये
गया,
क्वीन।
यस।
सो ही इज रनिंग फास्टर, आपके पास 4 पॉन है लेकिन फिर भी, सो यू कैन नॉट विन दिस वे। सो द ओनली वे, बिशप को अगर आप देखोगे ना, उसके पास कोई वे ही नहीं है ये चेक देने के लिए ये डायगोनल पे। सो द किंग हैज टू कम लाइक दिस। कैसे, तो किंग को लाना है इधर ऊपर नाइट को हिलाने के लिए। So now you have to be very careful because if you play the move here king D1 यहां पर, then C3 suppose खेला, bishop BC3,
BC3,
knight C3, king E1, very good move, knight D5, and now only move to win, only move is king F1, only move। तो अब आपका माइंड ऐसे फुल ब्लो हो जाएगा, ठीक है, क्यों ऐसे हुआ, ठीक है, ये विनिंग है,
क्यों?
आप समझ लो, ये सिर्फ माइंड में रखो, ये विनिंग है पोजीशन, ठीक है। अब हम जाते हैं गेम में क्या हुआ, ठीक है। सो इन द गेम हिकारू जैसे ये पोजीशन में आया, H7, किंग G7, G6, 41st मूव, उसने झट से खेला C3, तो इसने मारा, नाइट से मारा, किंग इधर आया, नाइट D5, अब सेम पोजीशन है, सेम, ठीक है, जस्ट किंग E1। नाउ द डिफरेंस इज, जैसे यहां पे बिशप G5, E5, दिस इज द सेम पोजीशन वी सॉ, जस्ट द किंग वाज ऑन F1, नाउ द किंग इज हियर। तो आप सोचोगे इफ आई ब्रिंग माय किंग टू F1 somehow I will win, but how to bring? So now first thing is, if you play here king D3, तो knight F4 चेक आता है एंड पॉन मर जाता है, एंड पॉन एंड गेम्स आर ऑल लूजिंग, सो यू कांट गो टू D3, C3 अवेलेबल नहीं है, E3 अवेलेबल नहीं है, ये नाइट सब देख रहा है। सो आपको जाना है किंग D2 से, ठीक है, तो मैं वेट कर रहा हूं। अब आप अगर E2 पे जाओगे तो चेक में ये पॉन मर जाएगा,
किंग E1।
सो किंग E1 ओनली मूव। अब अगर आपको किंग F1 मिल गया तो आप जीत जाओगे।
पर वो क्यों ऐसा?
वो
पर हाँ ठीक है,
बताता हूं
आपने
मैं किंग F1 क्यों विनिंग है, ठीक है। बट अब आप देखो यहाँ पे, अगर समझो आप यू डिसाइड टू वेट, I get king F1 winning. Now you are asking why is this winning? ठीक है.
Okay.
So the way to win, let's say I wait यहाँ पर. So firstly, first question is wait करूंगा तो king ऐसे ऊपर आ रहा है, यहाँ से ऐसे आके ऊपर आ रहा है और फिर बिशप यहाँ से ला रहा है. So,
F2 से क्यों नहीं आ रहा है?
अगर F2 से आया, समझो यहाँ पे पहले ही आपने F2 खेला in this position, तो B4.
और वहां पे क्यों नहीं B4, किंग F उधर?
कहाँ?
किंग G2 वाले में?
किंग F2 कभी जा ही नहीं सकते आप, आपको यहाँ से ही जाना पड़ेगा। So if you go king F1, now if you play B4,
हाँ, और let's say now you play
ये मारा A3, I will go bishop C1, and now ये नहीं, A2 में go bishop B2, and the main point is if you take here, I can take this. Imagine that your king was on F2, then I have check knight F4 and pick this up.
Oh, भाई साहब, अच्छा,
ठीक है, so you can't go, so this is a mind square F2 पे. So the moment king F1 पे आता है, now B4 is not possible.
Yeah.
ठीक है, so you have to wait. Now B4 खेलने के जगह तो आप वेट करोगे. So now my king goes to G2. Now I can go king F2 because if you play B4 takes A3, यहां पे ड्रॉ हो जाएगा. हाँ, एक सेकेंड, किंग F3, king E4, and I hit your knight A2, mate.
Oh damn.
So actually king F1, this move king F1 here is to force your king to H8.
भाई छोड़ देते ना यार, हम चेस क्या कर रहे हैं हम? इतना complicated game को, like how can we play if this is how deep you have to think, man? Like,
No, but this
did they find it?
Now the main point is in the game, suppose आप सोचोगे कि यहाँ पे किंग E1 पे गया तो क्यों ड्रॉ होता है? अब F1 पे नहीं हो रहा था, तो E1 पे क्या है? तो
आपने कहा ना
B4
कि वो नाइट का
नहीं,
चेक आएगा
F2
लास्ट
पे
में।
अलग है, इधर अलग ड्रॉ है, ये मारा A3 बिशप
हाँ
C1,
हाँ,
now I must take on
नाइट
B4
टेक्स,
bishop A3 and now, yeah, now also knight D3 knight F4 but
हाँ,
also I have knight C2 knight A3
और
यहाँ पे
नाइट
ये भी
C2
चेक है,
डायरेक्टली आया।
but this is also a draw knight D3, so king E1 is a mind square यहाँ पे।
बट दैट कॉन्सेप्ट कि वो नाइट का वो चेक आएगा और फिर वो पॉन मार देगा, इट्स लाइक
It's
nearly
study,
impossible to
it's
see.
like a study, so actually समय अगर अली रेजा को सिर्फ ये मूव मिल जाता था ना गेम में, ये मूव, तो ही वुड हैव वन। उसको सिर्फ उसके पहले ही हिकारू ने ये खेल दिया, इसके लिए अब ये पूरा जोन जो है ना ये कट हो गया नाइट से। यहां पे तो अपने को पता है किंग इधर गया तो ये तो डायरेक्ट ही मरता है, बट किंग E3 तो है नहीं, और किंग E1 वाला B4 टेक्स A3 टेक्स और फिर नाइट D3 नाइट F4 वाला सीन। सो ही समहाउ मैनेज टू सेव, मतलब पता है फिरोजा ने यहाँ पे कितनी देर सोचा C3 के बाद, he had 1 hour 44 minutes and he played 1 hour 2 minutes सोचा उसने, 1 घंटा 2 मिनट
1 घंटा 2 मिनट सोचा उसने
सोचा,
सिर्फ।
क्योंकि उसको विन ही नहीं मिल रहा है। हिकारू उसको लगा वो जीत गया गेम क्योंकि ये दो पॉन यहां पहुंच गए एंड ही इज जस्ट विनिंग, और हिकारू ने ये मूव 10 सेकंड के अंदर किया ऐसे C3, मतलब एपिक गेम था ये सबसे आज का।
ऐसे आपके अंदर कितना जोर से होगा ये चीज कि आपने आते ही मेरे को पकड़ा इसमें। लाइक यू मस्ट बी वेटिंग कि कोई तो आया है भाई, अमृता भी चली गई, किसी को तो बताऊं मैं ये क्रेजी एंड गेम। Just waiting.
नहीं मैं तो सबको बता ही
It's
रहा
like
था।
when we hear a crazy joke or when we read a crazy joke, then we want to tell it to everyone. Like अरे भाई एक जोक सुनाता हूँ, एक जोक सुनाता हूँ।
नहीं बट ये वाला मतलब I think it is one of the most special end games. I mean I have to fine tune my analysis और थोड़ा सब लिखूंगा मैं रात को, but it is really
अच्छा रात को
special।
ये करोगे आप?
हाँ
फिर तो भाई प्रॉब्लम में आएंगे रिलेशनशिप में, अगर अभी आप रात को 6 घंटे स्ट्रीम करने के बाद इस पे लिखने बैठोगे अभी गेम पे।
नहीं अभी नहीं, कल सुबह करता हूँ, कल रेस्ट डे है ना, तो
इधर ही आ जाते हैं आप, इधर क्यों नहीं आए?
एक्चुअली मेरा ये स्ट्रीम के वजह से मैं सोच, बट आई फेल्ट टुडे आफ्टर सीइंग इट दैट आई शुड हैव कम देयर।
ऑफ कोर्स यू शुड हैव कम यार, सागर भाई प्राइम मिनिस्टर हैड कम यार।
मिस हो गया, बट एनीवे आई मीन वी वर वेरी वेल, सब कवरेज सब अच्छा हुआ, आदित्य वाज देयर एंड वो
आज तो मेरे साथ ही बैठा था पूरा टाइम।
अच्छा।
आज के फुटेज देखना आप, क्या लिए उसने मेरे साथ बैठ के।
अच्छा
कोई नाच रहा था भालू बन के, तो हम भालू पे जूम कर रहे हैं, ये सब टाइम पास किया हमने भाई फुटेज में।
हाँ तो मैं बोला कि इधर वो स्ट्रीम भी हो गया ना, घर पे मैं बैठा था तो वो फिर
अरे
रह
भाई
जाता था।
आपको तो 100% मिलता था मोदी से मिलने का मौका।
कैसे?
अरे आप वो चले आते ना, वो चेस बेस इंडिया का वो लगा के
नहीं नहीं वो
मीडिया
नहीं,
वीडिया।
प्लेयर्स आर, सो इट्स लाइक प्लेयर्स देन बाकी सब ऐसे, सो
अरे पर आपका वो चला गया था आदित्य आज ब्रीच करके सीधे ही,
वो तो
कमांडो के ऊपर से कूद के गया था रे वो। कमांडो को भी नहीं समझा कब गया भाई वो। ऐसे स्किल्स है उस निंजा की तरह गया रे वो। और मेरे को बोल के गया किस समय में मैं जा रहा हूँ स्टेज पे, मैंने कहा कैसे करे, बस जा रहा हूँ मैं।
कुछ हो गया तो मुझे बेल कर देना।
बेल नहीं होती वहां पे, स्नाइपर ही था भाई एक तो दूर से। इतनी सिक्योरिटी थी भाई, मजा आ गया।
बट बहुत रहेंगे ना, मतलब फुल गार्ड्स वगैरह।
हाँ हाँ, वो वहां पे भी देखो ना, उनके पीछे भी 2 लोग बैठे हुए थे। और अभी वो भी है ना, मतलब थोड़ा थ्रेट भी आया था ना कुछ तो।
अच्छा
हाँ
नहीं पता,
एक टेररिस्ट ने थ्रेट दिया था, मालूम नहीं तुम लोगों को?
सच्ची?
हाँ
अब भी?
अलकायदा ने थ्रेटन किया था
अब भी?
दिल्ली में कुछ क्रेजी करेंगे। हाँ हाँ,
ओह,
तो मेरे को तो शो करने में भी डर लग रहा था भाई।
आपके शो में क्यों करेंगे कोई?
वही देखा जाए भाई, मैं तो कश्मीरी हूँ ना यार, देखा जाए तो
ओह,
अभी मुनावर का शो सेफेस्ट है भाई। हाउ द टेबल्स हैव टर्न्ड यार।
बट उधर मतलब सब आपने वो देखा क्या, 1500 लोग खेल रहे थे वगैरह?
हाँ वो अंदर ना, नहीं उधर टाइम नहीं मिला जाने का। मैं बाहर गया पहले, तो वहां पे चेस खेलने लग गया लोगों के साथ, फिर अंदर आया तो पूरा इवेंट ही शुरू हो गया था वहां पे, तो आई कुडंट गो टू द टूर्नामेंट हॉल।
ये देखो ना,
हाँ, और मेरे को डिस्टर्ब भी नहीं करना था रे वहां पे ना, किसी को मैं चले जाता फिर कोई देख लेता कुछ बीच में, गेम में ना डिस्टर्ब नहीं करना था
कितना
मेरे
सही
को।
दिख रहा है ना।
बहुत सुंदर लग रहा है ब्रो, इट्स लाइक अ प्रॉपर कोविड हॉटस्पॉट।
अरे आज मैंने देखा विदित वगैरह सबके साथ फोटो वोटो ले रहे हैं सब, कुछ कुछ ये नहीं था मतलब कोविड का।
भाई माँ कसम भाई, मैंने विदित को बोला उस दिन कि भाई अब तुम आ ही रहे हो, अगर 25 को इधर वो करने के लिए, क्या है वो, डेथ मैच,
हाँ
तो उसी रात को वो कर लो, रोस्ट शो कर लो, हम सब जोक लिख लेंगे तुम्हारे लिए, सब कर लेंगे, अनीश भी आएगा। अनीश तो मान गया है।
हाँ।
विदित कह रहा है नहीं ब्रो कोविड है अभी, कोविड यू नो। फिर आज जाके भीड़ में बैठ के फोटो खिंचा रहा है सबके साथ, फिर बाद में मास्क लगा रहा है मेरे साथ। मैंने कहा अब क्या मास्क का फायदा भाई। बाय द वे आज हुआ ना कोविड किसी को?
किसको?
भाई तीन तीन प्लेयर्स को कोविड हुआ हमारे।
वो टूर्नामेंट में?
नहीं नहीं, आपको पता नहीं है?
नहीं।
अच्छा पता नहीं, मुझे बताना चाहिए कि नहीं फिर।
अच्छा, ऑलरेडी मतलब दे आर डाउन विद कोविड।
हाँ, दे नॉट हियर, दे डिड नॉट कम ओनली।
बट अभी प्लेयर्स को हुआ तो कुछ प्रॉब्लम नहीं है ना, दे विल ऑल बी ओके बाय द टाइम ऑफ ओलंपियाड।
That's what my grandmother also thought actually.
क्या? Yeah, but your grandmother is okay, no?
No, no, she
Then
passed away
when?
with COVID.
When?
She like 3 months
आप
ago,
तो
man.
लेकिन अलग अलग जोक बोलते हो अभी भी उनके बारे में।
हाँ तो because she has passed away, now I can say anything,
No,
right?
no, no. I thought she still alive. है ना, जिंदा है ना?
नहीं bro,
अच्छा।
like my Nana's wife is alive,
हाँ,
but
that one only.
the real grandmother is passed away.
जो कश्मीर में थे।
नाना के थे 3 4 5 6 थे उनकी, like नाना was a crazy आदमी यार।
Please, मेरे को बहुत डर लगता है।
अरे कश्मीर में ठंड भी तो होती है यार वहां पे ना, मतलब यू नो होता है वहां पे ऐसे सीन्स।
कुछ भी चल। तो आपका आज शो है क्या दिल्ली में? कल था, कल मतलब सॉरी कल है।
नहीं मैं तो ऐसे इसके लिए आया ब्रो,
अच्छा,
मेरा कोलकाता में शो था, उसके
मुझे
बाद
एक बात
मैंने
बताओ,
कहा।
आप कोलकाता में शो खत्म किया, ठीक है, तो आपका कुछ टिकट विकेट बुक ही नहीं है, मतलब आप किधर भी जा सकते हो?
कहीं भी जा सकता
वाह, मतलब आप एयरपोर्ट पे जाके टिकट खरीदते हो क्या?
हूँ। नहीं नहीं, मैं वो रात को टिकट खरीदा। बेसिकली क्या हुआ कि मैं कोलकाता से सोचा पुणे जाऊंगा, पर कोलकाता से पुणे सिर्फ एयर एशिया थी और गो एयर थी। और मैंने थोड़ा ऐसे, मेरे को थोड़ा, मैं बहुत पैरानॉइड आदमी हूँ यार, मेरे को ऐसे डर लगता है वो, इतना कुछ देखा है। और उसी वक्त न्यूज में चल रहा है कि कुछ तो बिहार पटना में एक आग लग गई कोई फ्लाइट में, और इतना एयर क्रैश इन्वेस्टिगेशन देखा है, और ये सब देखा है, फ्लाइंग बिस्ट का वीडियो
हाँ
देखा है।
वो।
तो मैं थोड़ा डर ही के ही रहता हूँ। मैं एयर एशिया में कभी ट्रैवल नहीं करता ना, मैं गोएर में करता, मैं सिर्फ विस्तारा में ही करता हूँ। तो विस्तारा तो सिर्फ दिल्ली के लिए ही थी, तो मैंने कहा दिल्ली में रुक जाते हैं 1 2 दिन,
अच्छा,
थोड़ा रेटिंग वेटिंग कम करते हैं अपने प्लेयर्स का, फिर जाते
अभी
हैं।
सब लोग इधर है क्या दिल्ली में या चले जाएंगे?
हाँ यहीं पे है वो, अभी कल जा रहे हैं लोग। हेलो।
हाँ, अटक गए।
अच्छा हाँ, मैंने अभी बैठ गया मैं।
हम्म।
हाँ, मैंने कहा कल जा रहे हैं सब लोग।
बंद करके खोलना पड़ेगा।
अच्छा अब
नहीं, आप अटक ही गए पूरे।
रुको रुको मैं।
Guys, all 4 games drawn today. Did you watch Anish's recap videos? They are awesome. Your thoughts on it? Of course, they are amazing. Whatever Anish does related to chess is always high quality and is always very highly recommended because he puts in effort and he's always very You know, he likes to maintain a good quality about whatever he does. Sagar bhai called Srinath plus Vidit. They are together. No, we had them on stream. We had them on stream some time ago. They were in their car. I also think many of them are very tired.
हेलो
हेलो.
हाँ आवाज आ रही है मेरी
हाँ, आवाज आ रही है.
दिख रहा हूँ क्या?
नहीं,
दिख क्यों नहीं रहा
पर
हेलो
कैमरा में कुछ इश्यू है शायद.
पता नहीं क्या इशू है मेरा जियो है भाई जियो तो भाई डिश चला रहा है नेट कैसे चला रहा है
But even if the net is an issue, your camera should work, no?
कैमरा इज वर्किंग ब्रो कैमरा तो आई एम लाइक आई कैन सी माय सेल्फ नो
अच्छा, you can see yourself. Somehow you are not to be
चैट कैसे
seen.
कर रहे हैं बड़ा बड़ा चैट हाउ आर यू गाइस डूइंग
अच्छा, आपका आवाज से ही चलाना पड़ेगा क्या?
मैं ट्राई कर रहा हूँ वाईफाई ऐसा कनेक्ट कर रहा है वहाँ
हम्म.
एक तो ये आईफोन की दिक्कत भी है ना कि एक बार हाँ आ गया
ये कैसा
लॉगिन हो जा
डिजाइन है?
भाई क्या हो गया
ये डिजाइन कैसा है?
अच्छा बाय द वे
हम्म.
आई मीन हैप्पी फादर्स डे
हाँ, थैंक यू. बट मैंने ना ही किसी को अडॉप्ट किया चेस में, ना ही मेरा बच्चा है.
अच्छा
कांट सेलिब्रेट फादर्स डे.
पता
अरे नाइस भाई. ये देखो मेरा ये बोर्ड 1, बोर्ड 2, बोर्ड 3, बोर्ड 4,
nice
मेन बोर्ड.
this explains why there is no happiness on father's day
ये रेफरेंस.
आपका बेटा तो
फिर
ये है ना भाई चेस बेस इंडिया
फिर ये हो गया चैट चेस मूव्स. फिर अगर गेस्ट आया उससे बात करने के लिए, फिर अगर फोटोज दिखाने तो, फिर अगर एनालिसिस सिर्फ करना है चेस बेस,
वाह
तो आपका स्ट्रीम डेक का इतना अच्छा इस्तेमाल शायद ही किसी जिंदगी में किसी ने किया होगा.
हाँ ना यार देखो यार मुझे तो
आपने
कभी यूज नहीं आया वो यार आपने
आपने
तो मस्त
कभी
यूज कर
यूज
लिया
ही नहीं किया. मैंने तो इतना यूज किया अभी स्ट्रीम डेक के बिना स्ट्रीमिंग, मतलब ये वाले जो रहते हैं ना बहुत सारे सीन्स, तो होता ही
ऐसा
नहीं.
होता है ना लाइफ में कि एक बार जब तुम्हारे पास कोई चीज नहीं होती तो तुम्हें उससे फर्क नहीं पड़ता बट एक बार तुम्हारे पास कोई चीज आ जाती है फिर उस पर तुम डिपेंडेंट हो जाते हो और फिर उसका लाइक लत लग जाती है
But I think whatever I have, if it is of a good quality, someday or the other it will be useful. Like I have so many books which I sometimes don't read for months, and then at some point I pick it up. But the book it has to be good quality.
No, I meant in a way that let's say that you know you were always living in a house where you had only a fan, okay,
Hmm.
and you were chill with it, right? Then suddenly you get an AC,
Hmm.
and now no matter what, you can't live without an AC. ऐसा हो जाता है
Hmm.
कि लाइफ में स्टैंडर्ड्स अब एक बार हो गए थोड़ा से तो फिर वो वापस डाउन करने मुश्किल हो जाते हैं लाइक बट अगर डाउन है तो या फिर जितने भी है उतने ही रहे तो चलता है अपने को लगता है सही है
So the idea is not to increase your standards, because finally, if the aim of life is happiness, then why to keep on increasing standards?
या
Finally, you will be unhappy.
इसलिए घाटकोपर में रहते हैं बेस्ट लगता है मेरे को
वो भी घाटकोपर अच्छा है.
भाई सागर शाह घर ऐसा क्रेजी एरिया में है ना भाई माँ कसम तो विश्वास नहीं करोगे
एरिया भी
एक
नहीं है, वो
पूरा
सिर्फ
ऐसे
एक ही गली है.
क्रेजी जंगल वंगल में से जाना पड़ता है भाई like you have no idea where Sagar Shah lives man no clue नीचे ऐसे रात को दारू पी के राड़ा हो रहा होता है भाई रोज टेल मी इफ आई एम लाइंग एनी वर्ड आई एम नॉट लाइंग यार सागर शाह नोज दिस नीचे फुल ऐसे चूहे हुए घूम रहे हैं मस्त क्रेजी
अरे भाई कोई आएगा ही
वो
नहीं तो ठीक.
स्टुअर्ट लिटिल में वो नहीं होते गंदे चूहे जो एकदम गैंग होते हैं उनकी एकदम गलियों में घूमते हैं वो एकदम मतलब सागर शाह के घर के नीचे से कितने सारे रैपर निकल रहे हैं भाई क्या होता है एकदम ऐसे कि भाई
So like
You know,
generally
एकदम
it's like
right from the streets.
you have a reality check, as I told you ना, मतलब उधर आप जाओगे, like suppose you made like a crore rupee deal, ठीक है, या 5 करोड़ का डील, ऐसा कुछ बहुत सही कोई शो मिल गया आपको, फिर आप नीचे जाओगे एंड देन यू सी कि व्हाट इज द ट्रूथ, देन यू आर लाइक ओके व्हाट डिड आई, लेट्स बी नॉर्मल, ऐसे. तो इट्स अ
नहीं नहीं
ग्रेट.
सही है. वो सीनरी मेरे को याद आता है घर के नीचे जो ऐसे अलग सा ही जंगल बना रहता है भाई. Demolished houses.
But now your problem is that you live in such a big bungalow that you can never really come down. Now you always have to upgrade. So अभी आपको एक बड़ा ऐसे लेना पड़ेगा, मतलब with a pool.
नहीं नहीं मुझे तो एक्चुअली बंगलो में मैं ऊपर ही रहता हूँ पूरा टाइम यार. मैं नीचे आता ही नहीं हूँ.
नीचे तो टेबल टेनिस है.
अब पीटीए बोल के आता हूँ मैं. तो अब जब मैं नया
हरे
घर
राम
लूंगा
जी
जब
है,
मैं.
इसके लिए आप नीचे नहीं आते हो. हरे राम जी नहीं रहता तो आपको जाना पड़ता था.
हाँ ना यार.
सोचो हरे राम जी को रखने के बाद आपका चलना कितना कम हो गया.
बहुत कम हो गया है भाई. पर अभी स्ट्रीमिंग जब से पॉज किया स्टैंड अप कर रहा हूँ बहुत हो गया. रोज 1 घंटा खड़ा होना बहुत मतलब एफर्ट होता है भाई. 1 घंटा परफॉर्म करना मेरा काफी वेट उससे कम हो गया था.
भाई आप आज पहली बार कोई चेस टूर्नामेंट में गए ना, पहली बार आफ्टर अ लॉन्ग टाइम. कोलकाता में
यार
थे.
सब भूल गए हो ना यार.
हाँ,
आप सब भूल गए हो क्या सागर से यार.
कोलकाता.
आपके साथ सामने गया था टूर्नामेंट खेल के आया था यार. वो
साइमल
बच्चों से हारा था यार वहां पे.
वो
भूल गए आप.
कोलकाता में ना.
अच्छा एक्चुअल टूर्नामेंट खेला था मैंने यार जिसमें वो दिवेंद्र बरुआ सर थे.
हाँ, कोलकाता. तो वही मैं बोल रहा हूँ, अभी आज जो आप गए इधर, तो आपको बहुत लोग ऐसे 1500, मतलब सोचो ना, उसमें से कितने सारे तो आपको फॉलो करके ही चेस खेलना शुरू किए रहेंगे.
पर मैं गया नहीं ना अंदर टूर्नामेंट हॉल में
अरे
इसलिए.
आप गए क्यों नहीं, आप पागल हो.
अरे
मैं तुमको
क्योंकि वो लोग
बोला.
डिस्टर्ब हो जाते हैं. वो ऑलरेडी मतलब खेल रहा था कोई वहां पे. क्योंकि पिछली बार मुझे याद है ना क्या हुआ था. पिछली बार मैं गया था तो वहां पे 1-2 लोग ऐसे. और तब तक गेम शुरू नहीं हुआ था. तो मुझे लगा कि यार डिस्टर्ब नहीं बने यार. ऐसा हो गया था
तो
कि वो
आप
लोग
जब गए अंदर तब ऑलरेडी मोदी जी आ गए थे.
अरे वो अलग. वो टूर्नामेंट अलग जगह हो रहा था.
अच्छा.
और ये अलग जगह हो रहा
अच्छा,
था.
दोनों अलग जगह पे था.
दोनों अलग
तो
जगह हो
आप
रहे थे वहां
अलग
पे
नहीं
अलग.
गए.
तो मैं सीधे इधर ही गया
तो
मोदी जी
उधर
वाले
कोई
में.
चेस प्लेयर थे, बहुत सारे रहेंगे ना.
उधर उधर बहुत कम थे चेस प्लेयर्स.
अच्छा.
उधर ऑडियंस आए थे. जैसे मोदी जी को देखने आए थे ऑडियंस. और
ओके.
ऐसे सुना है उन्होंने कि चेस हो रहा है कुछ तो आ रहा है. बट लाइक ऐसे नॉट एक्टिव चेस पे उतने नहीं थे उतने ज्यादा नहीं थे.
तो ऐसे इतने सारे 11,000 लोग को कैसे पता चल जाता है कि इधर मोदी जी आ रहे हैं, मतलब कैसे इतने सारे लोग आते हैं. ऐसे नहीं रहता.
ऐसे क्विकली ऑन व्हाट्सएप लाइक एक व्हाट्सएप ऐसे आता है तो स्प्रेड हो जाता है ना. इन 5 days दे गॉट टू नो ना यार. क्या एक व्हाट्सएप पे सबको पता चल जाता है. ब्रो ग्रुप्स होते हैं बहुत सारे.
पीआर टीम. अच्छा.
पीआर टीम होती है. बिकॉज लाइक आई फील दैट यू कांट एडवर्टाइज लाइक. अगर अगर उन्होंने एडवर्टाइज किया होता ये इवेंट कि मोदी जी आ रहे हैं और इतने सारे प्लेयर्स होने वाले हैं तो आई थिंक थोड़ा सिक्योरिटी इशू हो सकता है उससे. राइट.
ये तो
तो
अपन तो
इसीलिए
कर ही रहे थे ना.
अरे
अपन
तो
तो
पर
3 दिन
वो
से
लोग नहीं
कर
कर रहे.
रहे
वो
थे.
लोग करते तो पूरे दुनिया को पता रहता ना ऐसा.
अरे तो ऐसे आप बोल रहे हो कि चेसबेस इंडिया का 1 मिलियन सब्सक्राइबर बेस कम है क्या.
मोदी जी से तो कम ही है भाई. अगर मोदी जी ट्वीट डाल देते ना गोइंग ऑन स्वाइप अप टू बाय टिकट्स. अगर मोदी जी डालते ना तो ऐसे बिकता भाई वो ऐसा. पर वो करते ना तो सिक्योरिटी इशू भी आता फिर.
आज उन्होंने किया ट्वीट, बट हो
हाँ
गया, वो होने के
के
बाद
बाद किया
करते
होगा
हैं.
ना. तो इसलिए आई थिंक क्या होता होगा कि आ, वो ऐसे इंटरनल कहीं ना कहीं ग्रुप से लोगों को बताते होंगे कि मोदी जी आ रहे हैं करके आ जाओ. बिकॉज और आई डोंट नो वेयर they got the passes from. There was no link to buy the passes and all, right?
नहीं, इट वाज
And there
ऑल
were 13-14 thousand people like
13-14,000 पीपल. मैंने कभी
each.
देखा नहीं है, सिर्फ स्ट्रीम में ही रियल लाइफ में तो कभी नहीं देखा है. कैसा लगता है मतलब इमेजिन अपने स्ट्रीम में कभी कभी 13,000 15,000 ऐसे लोग रहते, तो रियल लाइफ में तो कितना पैक लगता रहेगा.
अपने स्ट्रीम में भी रियल लाइफ में रहते हैं ब्रो.
हाँ पता है, बट वो ऐसे स्कैटर्ड रहते हैं, ये एक ही
हाँ
जगह पे ऐसे.
हाँ हाँ.
आपको लेकिन कितना दूरी था मतलब मोदी जी से, उनके आप किधर बैठे थे.
मैं तो राइट में बैठा था उनसे थोड़ा मतलब. I think I don't know how many meters it was. Probably like 30 meters away.
अच्छा.
पर मेरे जैसे मतलब जब मैं अपने फोन में जूम कर रहा था 9x तो मेरे को क्लियरली दिख रहे थे वो. Fun था, like everybody was so happy today. It was like goosebumps moment, you know. It's like, see, no matter what your political ideology is, right? But he's the prime minister of the country, and when he comes and he walks on the stage, suddenly there's some aura, like I say, you get goosebumps.
One of the things which I like today only I started seeing what he's doing on YouTube. तो आज सुबह को उन्होंने कुछ टनल इनॉग्रेट किया था अंडरग्राउंड. Now he's at chess. मतलब the ability to do so many things back to back is something amazing. और कितना तैयारी वो स्पीच पढ़ रहे थे या
मतलब
टेलीप्रॉम्प्टर रहेगा ना कुछ.
होगा ही. दो दो चीजें तो लगी थी
इतना
साइड
कुछ
में, पता
मतलब
नहीं.
he spoke like so many things. I can't think.
Yeah,
मतलब
there's no way,
इतना
like
याद नहीं रख
like it
सकते.
has to only be, and there's you can't expect him to
Yeah, of course.
to
That is
remember
for
all
sure.
that.
For sure.
Yeah. और वो जो पीछे जो आवाज आ रही थी ना बंदे की कि दोस्तों अभी ये होने वाला है, तो वो एक्चुअली apparently everything was recorded that one to make sure like nothing goes wrong on the day of the event.
अच्छा पहले से ही.
हाँ, वो आदित्य ने बताया कि कल जो रिहर्सल हो रही थी उसमें भी वो प्ले हो रहा था वो साउंड.
ओह. तो आप उधर आपको सब सुनाई दे रहा था.
हाँ.
वो स्पीकर पे ही चल रहा था सब.
नहीं, मोदी जी बस वही डायस पे बात कर रहे थे विदाउट स्पीकर.
नहीं वो
वो
जो
ऐसे
एक
कान में
आवाज
बात कर रहे थे.
एक
ऋषि
जो
आनंद सर
आदमी
वो
का
कान में
आवाज
बोल
आ
रहे
रहा
थे
था
कि
ना.
मित्रों बहुत अच्छा किया आप लोगों ने. ऑफ कोर्स साउंड आ रहा था यार.
नहीं वो नहीं. मैं सोच रहा था कि ऐसे कैसे उन्होंने बीच बीच में जो साउंड डाला था कोई ऐसे लाइक हाउ वाज इट हैपनिंग. आई वाज ट्राइंग टू थिंक.
वो साउंड तो आ रहा था भाई, सबको आ रहा था. एक सेकंड ना, मेरे को एक मैसेज आया, बस एक सेकंड. ऑन कॉल. रफ्तार भाई का मेरे को मैसेज आया. पर यार मैजिकल मोमेंट था आज तो यार सागर भाई. आप होने चाहिए थे यार.
हाँ मिस हो गया. मैं
मजा
फोटोज
आया
देख
था.
रहा हूँ बहुत सही थे सब. आपका
फोमो हो
और
रहा होगा ना.
विदित का फोटो बहुत अच्छा था.
हाँ
नहीं मेरे
मेरे
को फोमो मतलब ऐसा अभी नहीं होता क्योंकि मेनली आई नो दैट समथिंग एल्स विल कम अप. Like if you miss
bro,
something,
nothing bigger than
you
this.
can't
The
be there
prime
everywhere.
minister of your country is coming to an event and you all play. How bigger can it get? Like, can you give me one example? क्या हो सकता है इससे बड़ा बताओ.
We will win gold, in the Olympiad.
So, but Modi ji will not come again, no?
But I'm saying moments like this, like there were so many beautiful.
13,000 people won't be there, no, that time.
Yes, but that is different kind of. I will be, say for example, कुछ और चीज होगा, so I will miss
You
out.
had to be there, bro. I'm telling you. This was a L.
मुझे
You
बुरा.
took an L today, bro. Sagar Shah, you took an L today. Like, I'm telling you should have been there, bhai.
आपको पता भी नहीं था सुबह को क्या होने वाला है. फिर बोल रहे हो, you should have
मेरे को
been
तो
there.
पता था ना. 2-3 दिन पहले से पता था मेरे को. कब से
पता
पता था?
मतलब you knew but you didn't know that कि ये कितना बड़ा होगा आज. मतलब
नहीं, I knew.
अच्छा.
मैं तो फॉलो कर रहा था ना आपके वो स्टोरीज. मैं बस आपको फोमो देने आता हूँ बेसिकली.
मैं तो थोड़ा बहुत भी फील कर लूंगा, लेकिन अमृता इस तो एक अनदर लेवल ऑफ ये. उसको अगर आप बोलोगे ना, बोलेंगे हाँ क्या हुआ, मेरे को आज रोटी चपाती सब खाया, मैंने घर का सब्जी खाया, वो सब दाल बनाया था, तो ये दैट इज इम्पोर्टेंट. सो दैट वे फोमो उसको कॉन्सेप्ट ही नहीं है कोई लाइफ में.
फोमो तो होता है. इस पे नॉर्म मैकडोनाल्ड का एक जोक था. कहता है कि जब पहली बार चांद पे जब गए थे ना लोग, 3 लोग गए थे, पता है आपको? नील आर्मस्ट्रॉन्ग, बज ऑल्ड्रिन और एक बंदा तीसरा था. जो तीसरे बंदे को बेचारे को मून पे आने का परमिशन नहीं था. उसको स्पेसक्राफ्ट में रहना था टू मेक श्योर एवरीथिंग इज फाइन. तो कहता है कि जब नील आर्मस्ट्रॉन्ग और बज ऑल्ड्रिन बाहर गए होंगे और ये देख रहा होगा उनको अपने विंडो से, इसको क्या फोमो हो रहा होगा बेचारे को कि कि साला मून पे है पर मून पे चल नहीं सकते. और फिर ये दोनों फुल यहाँ वहां जाके फुल फर्स्ट 1 स्टेप फॉर ह्यूमैनिटी, बिग स्टेप फॉर मैनकाइंड, ये सब डायलॉग वाला बोल के आए. और फिर इसको बुरा लगा होगा ना, इसने पूछा होगा उनको, तो हाउ वाज इट ऑन द मून? तो उन्होंने भी इसका दिल रखने के लिए बोल दिया होगा, ठीक ही था यार, आई रियली प्रेफर द अर्थ.
बट
फोमो तो होता है यार.
वो भी एक बात होती है ना, जैसे वो आदमी था उसने जो अचीव किया वो किसी और ने नहीं किया, वो बस
किसने?
जो तीसरा आदमी था, he looked at them at an angle
अबे उसको
from the
उससे खराब
spacecraft.
जिंदगी किसी की नहीं थी भाई। वो
नहीं
मून पे जाके मून पे नहीं चला तो क्या। मैं तो बोलता हूँ कि भाई उसने पता है क्या करना चाहिए था, उसने फिर भी कूद जाना चाहिए था बाहर मून पे, क्योंकि मून के लॉस के हिसाब से वो कोई अपराधी नहीं है ना ब्रो। यूएस में अपराधी है पर वो क्राइम तो मून पे कर रहा है ना भाई।
वापस तो इंडिया पे आना ही पड़ेगा ना।
पर
मतलब
क्राइम तो
सॉरी
मून पे कर रहा है ना वो।
अर्थ। So the thing is, imagine that when he comes back on the earth, ठीक है, so
एवरीवन
तब
गोना बी लाइक, नो
everyone
वन गोना।
everyone is going to interview Buzz Aldrin, Neil Armstrong, सब कैसा था कैसा पैर रखा वगैरह, then everyone will get tired after a while, they want new angle। तो ये आदमी आके बोलेगा I saw them from this side, there's a third person, I'll be like,
लोगों को या
what?
एक तो 90% को पता ही नहीं कि तीसरा भी गया था मून पे पहली बार।
वो मुझे नहीं पता था।
बेचारा भाई मून पे गया जाके उसमें रह गया भाई। इट्स लाइक यू नो आपके कंट्री में ओलंपियाड के लिए मोदी जी आ रहे हैं एंड यू जस्ट स्टे बैक इन घाटकोपर।
नहीं, एक दिन तो कुछ ऐसा करूंगा कि मतलब जाके आई कैन मीट हिम, यू नो, लाइक नॉट लाइक स्टे 30 meters अवे इन द स्टैंड्स एंड जूम थ्रू माय कैमरा।
ओह अच्छा 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 अच्छा, उसके लिए जीएम बनना पड़ेगा, नेशनल टीम में आना पड़ेगा सागर शाह।
नहीं, और भी वे है, कुछ तो
अच्छा
रहेंगे जो कुछ करूंगा, क्या पता।
क्या करोगे भाई?
भाई कुछ तो करेंगे ना, मतलब चेस को और बढ़ाएंगे, आगे करेंगे, ऐसा कुछ, फिर बोलेंगे शायद ओलंपिक्स में आ जाएगा चेस, फिर मेडल पे मेडल जीतेंगे।
भाई एक मोदी जी वर्सेस राहुल गांधी चेस मैच करा दोगे ना अगर आप, तो मानू आपको मैं।
पर वो मतलब खेलेंगे नहीं ना सब लोग, प्रायोरिटीज भी रहते हैं ना लाइफ में।
हाँ वो भी है। आई वंडर अरविंद केजरीवाल जी नहीं आया आज।
वी कैन टॉक अबाउट चेस वगैरह कुछ।
हाँ वो मैं भी अभी वो जोन में होना फुल ऐसे पॉलिटिशियन सारे।
हाँ, और आपको
आज
ये
आज
नहीं।
राहुल गांधी का बर्थडे भी था शायद से, नहीं?
अच्छा, आज था?
शायद से, मैंने पोस्टर वोस्टर देखे थे।
कल फिरोजा का बर्थडे था।
ओह
फिरोजा इज टर्न 19 years old। सोचो ना, 19 साल में वो कैंडिडेट बन गए।
हाँ पर उसके फिर वो
फिरोजा ने कितना फोमो किया होगा, तब जाके वो 19 साल की उम्र में कैंडिडेट बने।
हाँ पर फिर उसने कॉलेज में फिर मजे भी नहीं किए ना यार हमारी तरह, जो हमने गेड़िया हमारे रास्तों पे,
तो
फिर ने
वही
वो
तो,
सब नहीं किया ना
वो
यार।
उसको फोमो नहीं हो रहा है ना आज, तो इसके लिए तो हम उसके एंड गेम देख रहे हैं।
हाँ हाँ पर उसने वो मेमोरीज नहीं बनाए ना यार जो हमने बनाए कॉलेज डेज में, मेमोरीज सबने मिलके। तो
आपके कॉलेज
विन
के
लॉस
फ्रेंड वगैरह कोई मिलते हो क्या आप उनको?
किनको किनको?
कॉलेज के फ्रेंड को मिलते हो क्या कभी?
अरे पर अब नहीं मिलते उतना, पर तब मेमोरीज तो हमेशा के लिए रह गए ना यार।
याद भी करते हो क्या?
हाँ याद तो बहुत करता हूँ भाई।
मतलब आप बैठे हो, समझो फिरोजा उधर बैठा है और बोल रहा है भाई कैंडिडेट्स का वो गेम नाकामुरा के साथ बहुत मस्त था, और आप उधर बैठ के हाँ कॉलेज में मैंने बहुत सारी गाड़ियां चलाई थी वगैरह,
हाँ
तो क्या?
गाड़ियां नहीं चलाई थी मैंने,
हाँ
लाइक
वही, वो गेड़ी जो भी।
हाँ मतलब राइडिंग तो
आई
करी थी
थिंक
मैंने।
द फोमो जिनको होता है ना, जिनको फोमो, दे एक्चुअली हैव सम काइंड ऑफ कि वो जो कर रहे हैं चीज उसको इम्पोर्टेंस नहीं दे रहे, तो भी तभी फोमो होगा ना। लाइक फॉर
नहीं
एग्जाम्पल,
ब्रो, फोमो तो ऐसा होता है ना कि जैसे अगर आप कुछ नहीं कर रहे हो अभी एंड आप देख
मैं
लो कि
कुछ
आपके
नहीं
दोस्त
कर रहा हूं तो जाऊंगा ही ना उधर। जैसे मैं अगर आज
पर अगर आप
कैंडिडेट्स की
ऐसा भी
स्ट्रीम
कुछ कर रहे हो जो कि आप कभी और भी कर सकते थे,
so
है
the
ना?
thing is at the end of the day you are underplaying what you are doing
आप
right
अभी
now.
बस खुद को आज
no no
यू
no
ट्राइंग टू गेट टू स्लीप टुनाइट।
no, I'm just saying that
आपको सपने में आएगा देखना कि
we,
यार
we
मोदी
are
जी
not
से मिल लिया
discussing
होता ना
about
एक
this
बार। आपको
particular
सपने में
case.
सोने नहीं देगा ये चीज आज रात को, देखना करवटें लेते रहोगे आप रात भर, ऐसे टर्न करते रहोगे रात भर कि यार जा गया होता मैं यार, देखना आप।
मैं आपको
ये
सच
सब आप
बोलूं,
अपने आप को दिलासा दे रहे
मैं
हो।
सच बोलूं, मैं कोई भी इवेंट में गया ना अगर, तो I cannot enjoy it like a spectator. That is the problem. If it is chess.
But you would be recording it, just imagine,
But
you would
Aditya
definitely
was
get like a,
there. He was doing it.
but he doesn't
I
have the
cannot, I
charisma
cannot,
of Sagar Shah ना
I
यार।
cannot
Sagar Shah
jump
can
like him.
literally, Sagar Shah can literally go and walk up to Modi ji and say, "Sir, can I get an interview?" And he will get it. Like Sagar Shah is the man to do it.
मोदी जी
No
का
other
नहीं,
person.
no
Like,
one
ठीक
can
है.
go near him. No one
Arey,
can.
you only Sagar Shah can do it, man. If somebody can,
No one
you
can.
would have done something like that. I'm pretty sure, यार.
पता नहीं
You would
यार.
have. आपने क्या किया होता? आपने भरत सर को बोला होता. भरत सर से विशी सर का होता. कुछ ना कुछ करके आपने जुगाड़ कर ही दिया होता.
नहीं, ऑलरेडी ये वाले मतलब ये माहौल ही नहीं था ना, 14,000 लोग में नहीं हो सकता है, इम्पॉसिबल. कैसे करोगे? हाउ कैन यू डू इट? देयर इज नो वे. आई कैन डू इट इफ आई कैन गेट सम टाइम अदरवाइज. So that I have to find now. How to get his time otherwise.
But there were other people also, right? There were so many ministers who stayed back there for some
कौन
time.
थे ministers में?
Now I don't know exactly who were there, but there were a lot of ministers. There were a lot of foreign people.
I would
There
have
were a lot
loved,
of.
actually, yeah, that was true. I could have done.
अभी हो रहा है FOMO, हो रहा है
नहीं
FOMO, हो रहा है.
नहीं, वो इंटरव्यूज हो सकते थे, बट आई विल डू
बहुत हो
इट
सकते थे. इतने cool लोग आए थे सागर शाह. Like
ओलंपियाड में ना, we will get them on our stream to do the interviews. अपन
हाँ,
जो
पर
करेंगे ना एनालिसिस कमेंट्री, वहां पे we will invite them, and in fact Magnus Carlsen will also come. And see, Dvorkovich ji is going to fight for elections there. Then Rishi Anand would be there. Then Carlsen will be there. All Indian team will be there.
But
So-
this would also have been like, I'll tell you a small story, okay? Like when I was a child, right? एक बार I'd gone to the zoo with an ice cream in my hand, and a monkey came and he took away my ice cream, and I started crying. So my father got me a new one. Then I started crying more, that saying that I would have had two right now. So no matter what I get, I would have had one extra experience, right? That extra experience of this you will never get, man. You will get everything else, but you would have had this also.
And what about the fact that I am able to talk to you right now? मैं उधर रहता था ना, I know समय के साथ वर्चुअली बात करने में जो मजा है वो इन पर्सन नहीं है. इन पर्सन वो वर्चुअल वर्ल्ड में ही रहता है, किसी और के साथ बात करते रहते. सो आई एम गेटिंग योर टाइम ना. वही मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि देयर इज फोमो इज सच अ बैड फीलिंग दैट यू आर अंडर प्लेइंग व्हाट यू हैव डन. लाइक मुझे तो आज बहुत मजा आया. एक तो स्ट्रीम हुआ, मेरे को पता है, आई हैड नो आइडिया. आई वाज एट 5 o'clock, आई वाज सेटिंग अप माय ओबीएस कि भाई 6 बजे मेरा 6:30 को स्ट्रीम है. सडनली 5 o'clock स्ट्रीम. देन मैंने शुरू किया. देन उसके बाद मैंने वो क्या होने वाला है वो भी नहीं पता. मैं फिर ट्रांसलेशन शुरू किया. बहुत मजा आया, इतना मजा आया, मतलब देखते देखते ऐसे पूरा मैं स्ट्रीम में देख के हो माय गॉड क्या चल रहा है, ऐसे पागल ही हो गए. मतलब वो विषय
अभी मैं समझ रहा हूँ, पता है ये अब now everything is making sense, you know, like this end game that you were so excited about. क्या होता है ना कि जब बहुत फोमो होता है ना, तो तुम जो भी कर रहे होते हो ना, तुम्हें उसकी वैल्यू 10 गुना लगती है फिर कि भाई मैं जो कर रहा था बहुत सही कर रहा था ब्रो. मैं तो that is why you went so deep into the end game, you know.
I will tell you that this was a great event, and I if I would have been there, it would have been.
I'm telling you, tonight at 4 a.m. you're gonna message me saying, Samay bhai, do you know anybody with a time machine?
But I someday I think I will. Like my mother yesterday called me, yeah, 2 day before, and she said that इधर मुंबई समाचार करके एक पब्लिकेशन है, उनके 200 साल हुए. 200 years completed of that newspaper. सोचो. So there was a ceremony in Bandra, and Modi ji had come there for its ceremony. So my mom, dad, and everyone had gone. So she had said that you should also have come. So I said, were you able to, you know, like somehow see him? And she said, no, he was very far away. Like बहुत दूर थे, हम लोग क्राउड में ऐसे थे. तो मैं बोला कि मतलब देन व्हाट वाज द, ऐसे कुछ मतलब फोमो टाइप नहीं होगा ना, जैसे मतलब कुछ, बिकॉज देयर वाज नॉट आई कैन. सो आई टोल्ड हर दैट समडे विल मीट, लाइक आई विल ट्राई एंड मीट हिम ऐसे. तो आज भी नहीं, देयर वाज नो वे. सो आई थिंक दैट डे विल कम व्हेन इट विल बी सम गुड वर्क विल बी डन.
मुझे लगता है कि आपने शॉल तो पहना ही दिया था मोदी जी को फेलिसिटेशन के टाइम पे कि ऐसे बोला होता उन्होंने कि गाइस एंड नाउ टू गिव द शॉल टू मोदी जी वी हैव सागर शाह, और आपने लगाया होता शॉल. सोचो वो मोमेंट क्या होता आपकी लाइफ में भाई. प्राइम मिनिस्टर को शॉल पहनाया आपने
भाई. क्या पता
भरत सर ने 2 शॉलें पहनाई, एक शॉल तो आपको पहनाने देते वो.
मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ,
एक आदमी कम था उनके पास शॉल पहनाने के लिए.
कोई दिन कोई आपको भी शॉल पहनाएगा, कोई आप ऐसे भी होगा ना.
पता नहीं.
मतलब दिस वाज अ ह्यूज थिंग फॉर इंडियन चेस. आई विल एग्री.
आई वुड रादर कोई मेरा शॉल निकाल ले.
No, but anyway, it was a nice thing. मतलब chess में I think it was the first time something like this happened. Although in 2006 in Gujarat or 2007 or some point there was a world record done for chess at that point. So
Yeah, maximum boards played 1500, right?
पता नहीं कुछ तो थे. By the way, फ्यूचर शाह का सुपर चैट आया है. फालतू बातें छोड़ के पहले 2000 पहुंचो समय. भाई क्या है, चेस का एक दो स्ट्रीम तो करो अभी.
करता हूँ ना अभी ब्रो, अभी करूंगा आराम से, एक बार टूर हो जाए खत्म.
आपका कैसा चल रहा है टूर?
मस्त चल रहा है, माइंड स्पेस भी बहुत सही चल रहा है, राइटिंग वाले जोन में हूँ.
अच्छा.
एंड शो काफी टाइट हो गया है, मस्त हर जगह कर रहा हूँ, मजे आ रहे हैं. ग्रेट लाइफ, शॉर्ट लाइफ.
अच्छा, मतलब आर
एक बार
यू ऐसे ये वाला लाइफ अभी आपका वो फोमो नहीं हो रहा है आपको दूसरे लाइफ का?
गुड क्वेश्चन.
हम्म.
पर
तो आप तो
अभी
फोमो
लाइक
वाले
नहीं हो
बंदे
रहा
हो,
क्योंकि
आपको
एवरीडे
तो
इज
होगा ही.
समथिंग.
फोमो वाले बंदे हो.
हाँ, अगर स्टैंड अप नहीं कर रहा होता तो होता ना, पर रोज कुछ और भी कर रहा हूँ ना,
हम्म.
तो ऐसे वो तो याद तो आती है, तो फिर मैं आ जाता हूँ. कभी बी स्टैट्स की स्ट्रीम पे चले जाता हूँ, कभी आपके इधर आ जाता हूँ, कभी नीतीश ठाकुर के यहाँ चले जाता हूँ बीच में, जब भी ऐसा मन करता है थोड़ा चैट चिल करने का. वो मजा इसलिए चैट के साथ चिल करने का है ना, दैट इज द नशा.
हम्म.
चेस तो मैं खेल लेता हूँ कभी भी रात को खुद के साथ, पर वो चैट की आदत है कभी कभी कि भाई
वंश बोल
चैट
रहे
में
हैं
टाइम पास
भाई
होता था.
प्लीज इंदौर में शो करो ना.
हाँ, इंदौर में कर रहा हूँ ना ब्रो.
कर रहा है.
हाँ, 1st April भाई, नेक्स्ट ईयर इट्स डूइंग 1000 सीटर.
अच्छा, 1 अप्रैल नेक्स्ट ईयर.
या अभी नेक्स्ट टूर, नेक्स्ट लेग के लिए.
अच्छा.
बाकी
मजा आया. मेरे को तो बहुत आज खुशी हुई कि आप गए उधर, क्योंकि आपका तो कोई प्लान ही नहीं था ना जाने का. सो एटलीस्ट ऐसे, और बहुत लोगों को आप मिले भी रहोगे ना लाइक चेस के
हाँ
अंदर
हाँ,
ऐसे आफ्टर इट
मैं
गॉट
तो
ओवर.
आज सुबह 6 बजे उठना है मेरे को अभी वहां जाने के लिए.
आप जा रहे हो?
जाऊंगा ना मैं,
अच्छा.
भरत सिंह सर के साथ चिल करूंगा, और वो है वहाँ अपने सरीन
विशाल
सर,
सर.
विशाल सरीन सर, वो ही
बढ़िया.
मस्त बंदे,
हाँ. तो
वेरी
ये
जॉली गाय.
तो ये आप कल कहाँ पे है ये टॉर्च वाला?
ये तो लाल किले के पास है शायद.
तो लोग आएंगे ना, आप बताओ कुछ परफेक्ट, तो लोग भी थोड़े.
तो मैं 6 बजे कोई नहीं आ रहा है, हमारे
नहीं
जो
अब
2000 लोग हैं ना अभी जो देख रहे हैं, सब अभी रात भर जगेंगे 2-3 बजे तक, एकदम स्लीप साइकिल को खराब करके, बॉडी को खराब करके सोएंगे, ये नहीं उठेंगे फिर. क्योंकि एक बार तुम स्क्रीन देख रहे हो इस टाइम पे, तुम्हें आधा घंटा तो लग ही जाएगा ना, जब तक तुम until you can sleep. और ये लोग अभी बैठने वाले हैं, तुम आपको क्या लगता है स्ट्रीम देख के बंदों के सोने वाले? नहीं, अभी ये देखेंगे कुछ और, यूट्यूब पे टाइम पास शॉर्ट्स
नहीं,
शॉर्ट्स
इसमें
देखेंगे.
से 200 लोग तो ऑलरेडी सो गए रहेंगे, वो उनका स्ट्रीम चालू रहेगा ऐसे.
हाँ,
वो चलते रहेगा. कोई तो आके बंद करेगा या बैटरी खत्म हो जाएगी.
मुझे याद है एक बार आप सो ही गए थे स्ट्रीम पे, राजा बाबू के साथ स्ट्रीम थी एक बार.
मैं अभी भी ये वाले स्ट्रीम में मैं काफी थक जाता हूँ ये कैंडिडेट्स के, क्योंकि काफी लंबा होता है, 6 घंटा एनालिसिस. बट इट इज अ गुड ट्रेनिंग फॉर ओलंपियाड स्ट्रीम्स. So
या
Olympiad will be like 6 hours and all. So
अच्छा, हाँ इस बार तो वो होगा ना, क्लासिकल होगा ओलंपियाड.
कुछ इंटरेस्टिंग करेंगे.
क्या करेंगे लेकिन?
कुछ ना कुछ लोग को लेके आएंगे, बात करेंगे. बट वी हैव टू लुक एट 20+ गेम्स.
क्यों भाई?
इंडिया के तो मेल बोर्ड
इंडिया के
1.
देखेंगे ना,
हाँ,
हमें
बट
क्या
बोर्ड
फर्क है
1,
आगे उससे.
टीम 1, टीम 2.
अच्छा हाँ,
विमेन में टीम
टीम
1,
2 है.
टीम 2.
हाँ, तो इंडिया के कितने बोर्ड्स हैं
And
फिर?
then maybe on 28th June we'll get to know in another 8 days whether we have team 3, team 3. तो और 3 टीम हो जाएंगे इंडिया के. सो टोटल इट विल बी 24 गेम्स. 24
वाओ,
गेम्स देखना 6 घंटे में इज नॉट इजी. मैं इधर 4 गेम मैनेज नहीं कर पाता हूँ इजी.
कोई नहीं यार, हेल्प यू आउट ब्रो.
अरे आपका तो चाहिए ही ना, फटाफट फटाफट.
मैं ओबीएस संभालूंगा.
ये वाला
और
ओबीएस भाई, ये वाला ये है, इसमें क्लिकिंग ये सब करना पड़ेगा.
मुझे याद है जब पहले वो ओलंपियाड होता था, जब मैं एरो एरो ही बना लेता था.
तब
अब
तो
मैं क्या,
अरे भाई पहला 2020 में आप नहीं होते तो स्ट्रीम ही नहीं बनती, पता है, किसी
पर
को
अभी
नहीं
मेरे को
आता
ऐसा
था.
लगता है कि अब आपको सब आ गया है ब्रो. अब आपको ऐसा, इट्स लाइक इमेजिन समडे आई बिकम 2400 एंड देन यू विल आल्सो फील यार कि अब क्या करूं, समय को सब आ गया है यार. तो ऐसा हो गया कि अब तो सागर शाह आपको सब आ गया है, ओबीएस
वो
क्रॉपिंग
दिन
व्रॉपिंग,
आई
अब मैं क्या करूं
रिमेम्बर
आपके साथ.
यू वर सेइंग कि ओलंपियाड का स्ट्रीम करते हैं. So लाइक इंटरनेट अच्छा नहीं है, कुछ तो क्रैश होगा, ओबीएस सेटअप कैसे करना है, वो जूम को लाने का, जूम भी लाने का, चेसबोर्ड भी लाने का, इतना सारा, और गेस्ट भी आते रहते, सब कुछ कैसे कर देगा। और समय पूरा उधर अधिमान के चैनल पे हुआ, फिर चेसबेस इंडिया पे, सब कुछ समय मैनेज किया था।
अभी ऐसा है कि अभी वो भी आप मैनेज कर रहे हो, कमेंट्री भी आपको आती है, तो अब फिर मेरे को ऐसा थोड़ा आउट ऑफ प्लेस लगने
नहीं
लग
नहीं
जाता है
नहीं
कभी कभी,
ये-
और एक तो इंग्लिश में बात करते हो आप ऐसे इवेंट्स में क्रेजी, मेरी पहले ही इंग्लिश में मेरी पर्सनैलिटी कम हो जाती है भाई सडनली, तो मैं थोड़ा बीटी में ही रहता हूँ आजकल आपके साथ कमेंट्री करने में यार।
भाई ऐसा क्या
सच
बोल रहे
बताओ ना, अगर
हो भाई, ऐसा मत बोलो यार।
अबे अब रात के 2 बजे ऐसे खुल रहा हूँ भाई आपके साथ। आज मोदी जी को मिलके मेरे को फुल ऐसे लिमिटलेस लग रहा है अभी। कुछ भी बोल सकता हूँ मैं अभी, दिल के राज।
तो हिंदी में बोलेंगे भाई।
हाँ हाँ, करेंगे भाई, चिल करेंगे, मजे करेंगे।
नहीं, आप तो मेन आपका में प्रॉब्लम हो गया, पता है, मेरे में से कम। पहले आप है ना बिगिनर थे, तो आपको समझाने के लिए मुझे बहुत एफर्ट लगाना पड़ता था सब अच्छे से, तो लोग भी समझ जाते थे। अब आपको ही समझ जाता है 1 सेकंड के अंदर। ये एंड गेम जो आपको समझ गया, वो मैं जिस स्पीड से बताया, शायद से आपको 2 साल पहले आपको 2 घंटा लगता था, अभी आप 20 मिनट में समझ गए। तो प्रॉब्लम तो
हाँ,
आपका हो गया ना, आप अच्छे हो गए प्लेयर।
उतना नहीं हुआ ना।
हाँ, और इसके लिए इट्स गुड दैट राइट नाउ यू आर नॉट डूइंग चेस, क्योंकि जब ओलंपियाड में आप आओगे ना, ब्लंडर पे ब्लंडर, फिर थोड़ा कमेंट्री में मजा। फिर आप बोलोगे, अरे सारो ये मूव क्यों नहीं कर रहा, अच्छा अरे ये तो पीस मर रहा है, हाँ फिर चैट भी बोलेगा, अच्छा अरे हाँ हमको भी यही दिख रहा था। बीच में यू हैड बिकम सो स्ट्रांग कि भाई आपको कुछ बता के कोई मतलब ही नहीं। और कभी कभी तो मैं बोलता भाई एनालॉजी शुरू करूंगा मैं, तो समय को तो ऑलरेडी सब पता है, वो तो बीच में ही बोलेगा क्या फिर से एनालॉजी शुरू कर दिया इन्होंने। तो वो आपका भी प्रॉब्लम हो गया ना भाई।
वो तो फिर मैं कहा, मतलब मैं बुलेट खेलना शुरू करता हूँ और आप स्ट्रीम डेक फेंक दो, तो फिर होगा अपना
तो बोल रहा हूँ
ओलंपियाड का क्रेजी
अपना
स्ट्रीमिंग।
अपना अभी जो चल रहा है ना, वो ही रे, जो कपल बोलते ना 2-3 साल बाद प्रॉब्लम शुरू हो जाते।
वही हो रहा है अपना। हम चेंज हो गए सागर शाह, वी आर नॉट द सेम। इट्स नॉट यू, इट्स अस।
तो ऐसा दोनों का दुख है, पर अपने को वो बुक पढ़ना पड़ेगा, एंड वी हैव टू इवॉल्व नाउ टू द नेक्स्ट स्टेज। नाउ यू अंडरस्टैंड हाउ नेचुरली इट कैन नॉट वर्क। स्टार्ट में इट वाज नेचुरल, यू डिडंट नो चेस मच, आई वाज
यू डिडंट नो
फ्रेश।
ओबीएस।
हाँ आई वाज ओबीएस कुछ नहीं, सो हो गया। अब दोनों ने इम्प्रूव किया, अब क्या करेंगे? सो नाउ बुक्स किधर है, बुक पढ़ो थोड़ा। हाँ, एक वो लेकिन करेंगे भाई, अगर अगर समझो इंडिया फाइनल्स तक, मतलब फाइनल्स तो नहीं है इसमें, बट इफ वी आर हैविंग गोल्ड चांस, देन लास्ट डे यू कैन बिकम सुप्रीम लीडर, आई कैन बिकम फ्यूचर शाह, एंड देन वी कैन
उसके बाद सबसे, अगर ऐसे सिचुएशन में ना अगर गंदा जाता है ना मैच, उसके बाद बहुत खराब लगेगा। सोचो हम फुल कैरेक्टर में और मैच एकदम खराब जा रहा है, क्या ही कर लेंगे फिर हम भाई।
नहीं नहीं अच्छा जाएगा।
ऐसे रिस्क नहीं लेते अपन, इज्जत से करते मस्त।
आज आपने सोचा था सुप्रीम लीडर का ड्रेस पहनने को उधर?
नहीं नहीं, एक काफी था भाई।
और खाना खाया आज, मजा आया सब लोग आप लोग
खाना तो दबा के खाया भाई मैंने।
उधर? वही कोई आए फिर स्ट्रीम से कोई आए
आए
मिलने
ना,
को?
एक आंटी आई और उनका बच्चा आया, और बच्चा बोला कि मेरी आंटी बहुत बड़ी फैन है। मैं बोला गेमर फ्लीट की? बोला नहीं, विदित की। तो अपेरेंटली शी सॉ हिम इन द वर्ल्ड कप, एंड वो एकदम माँ वाला प्यार नहीं होता कि मेरा बेटा बहुत अच्छा लगता है आपको खेलते हुए देख के, वैसे वाला जोन में था। तो ऑफ कोर्स विदित मेड अ व्लॉग आउट ऑफ इट।
अच्छा
विदित ने आंटी फुल सेंटी हो रही है, ठीक है, आंटी कह रही है बेटा बहुत अच्छा लगा आपको। विदित कह रही कैमरा 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 ऑन, या आंटी क्या कह रहे थे? फिर आंटी वापस कह रही शुरू से कि बेटा बहुत अच्छा लगा। फिर कह थैंक यू आंटी फॉर द कंटेंट। ग्रीडी विडी।
ये सबसे वर्स्ट पार्ट है ब्लॉगिंग का, कि माइंड में
आई स्वेयर ब्रो, आज क्या हुआ, जब विदित आया ना मेरे को मिलने के लिए, गले मिला, तो आपका आदित्य कहता अरे प्लीज प्लीज एक और बार, एक और बार, एक और बार। वो आया नहीं। मैंने कहा यार तुम पूरा
ठीक है,
इमोशन का कबाड़ा कर दो।
तीसरा आदमी बोल रहा है तो फिर भी ठीक है, चलो उसके लिए कर। पर जो आदमी कर रहा है वही बोलता है कि भाई फिर से करो।
फिर से कर दो, ये आया नहीं ढंग से। भाई
बट
आपने वो वाला ब्लॉग देखा है क्या? एक कपल है जिनकी डिलीवरी हो रही थी, उसकी वाइफ ऐसे प्रेग्नेंट है और डिलीवरी कर रही है उसकी, और उसका पति ऐसे वीडियो बना रहा है ऐसे ब्लॉग, दोस्तों मेरी वाइफ बहुत बीमार है एंड अभी उनकी डिलीवरी हो रही है यहाँ पे। देखा है वो, एक एक कपल आया है, दिखा, लिंक भेजता है, ऐसे कर रहा है कि मेरी वाइफ, जैसे आप देख सकते हैं, और फिर उसके पेट से बच्चा निकालते हुए दिखाता है वो
अच्छा।
व्लॉग में, और फिर बच्चे के मुंह पे वो रहता है एक स्माइली। तो मुझे लगा कि चलो जितना भी है, ही इज एटलीस्ट प्रोटेक्टिंग द आइडेंटिटी ऑफ द चाइल्ड। कहता है इसके बच्चे पे मैंने अभी स्माइली डाला है ताकि मैं अगले व्लॉग में इसका फेस रिवील करूंगा। मैं कहता वर्ल्ड हैज टू एंड मैन, लाइक थैनोस, यू वर राइट।
मुझे विदित की याद दिला दी। विदित इज लाइक मैं जीएफ रिवील करूंगा मेरे व्लॉग में।
स्माइली स्माइली डाला है एकदम, अगले वीडियो में फेस रिवील करेंगे।
But somehow like making vlog is so tough, I realized.
No, no,
You need
it's
to
a,
be like in that focus. Like I started day with सिर्फ आज vlog बनाना है, but थोड़ी देर बाद मैं बह जाता हूँ वो दिन के अंदर, तो vlog बनाना भूल ही जाता हूँ। Like I start very like आज दोस्तों मैं उठ गया हूँ, अब मैं जा रहा हूँ कहीं पे, and then like मैं चेस इंडिया चेस क्लब जाता हूँ, तो कैसे शुरू करता हूँ 4 बजे, नाउ आई एम एट चेस गोइंग टू चेस इंडिया, फिर नीचे रिक्शा लेता हूँ, उधर भी बोल रहा हूँ, फिर ऐसे सब, फिर जब मैं एंटर होता हूँ तब इतने सारे लोग हैं चेस खेलने में, तो सब भूल गया, तो मेरे पास सिर्फ इंट्रो बहुत सारे दिन का पड़ा है, पर कंप्लीट ही नहीं
पर
होता।
आप बनाते भी, आप ऐसे इन्फो व्लॉग बनाते हो ना, आप ऐसे like you don't try to play a character, or you don't try to play like the, you know,
नहीं
do any
इंट्रो
jokes
या
and
फिर
all.
मैं कुछ टाइम पास थोड़ा बहुत दिखा सकता हूँ, बट ऑफ कोर्स आपके जितना ऐसा ये नहीं।
नहीं, पर मेरे में क्या रहता है कि मैं कुछ भी कर देता हूँ ना, मैं ऐसे इम्प्रोव में चले जाता हूँ, उसमें कैरेक्टर प्ले करने जाता हूँ, तो फिर मैं कुछ ना कुछ निकल ही आता है मेरे में, ऐसा सीरियस वाला नहीं होता। सीरियस वाला मुझे लगता है कि थोड़ा मुश्किल होगा टू गेट
आपका
कंटेंट आउट
व्लॉग
ऑफ।
तो बहुत मतलब आई थिंक योर व्लॉग्स आर रियली फनी। आई हैव सीन मेनी व्लॉग्स, बट आई हैव
I
लाफ्ड द
just go for
मोस्ट।
the punchline. Whatever is the first punchline coming to my head, I just go for it, bro. I'm like, चलो इधर नहीं डालेंगे फर्स्ट थॉट तो कहाँ डालेंगे भाई,
but
स्टैंड अप में
but
नहीं
there are
डालना है।
so many types of vlogs, like for example, if you see, I don't know,
हाँ, मतलब वही है ना कि जैसे लोग को अलग अलग पसंद है, कुछ लोग को वो पसंद है कि दूसरे घरों में क्या हो रहा है देखना है मेरे को, सौरभ जोशी ने आज दाल पकाई की भिंडी,
हाँ,
और कुछ लोग को वो देखने मजा आता है,
नहीं
लाइक दे
वो
फॉलो इट एवरी
उसका
डे।
दाल वगैरह से बेटर है कि उसके लाइफ में क्या, क्योंकि
हाँ,
कंसिस्टेंट है
लाइफ
ना,
इट्स
आप
लाइक अ
तो
डेली
यू आर
डेली
नॉट
सोप यू आर
कंसिस्टेंट।
फॉलोइंग, राइट? इट्स लाइक यू आर फॉलोइंग हिज लाइफ एज यू आर ग्लूड टू हिज लाइफ, एंड इट्स प्रीटी एडिक्टिव इफ आई बी ऑनेस्ट विद यू नो। मैंने एक दो व्लॉग देखे सौरभ जोशी के, मेरे को पसंद आए, मैंने ऐसे बोला कि एडिक्टिव है, लाइक इट्स प्रीटी, आई अंडरस्टैंड व्हाई इट वर्क्स।
या
एंड सिमिलरली विद फ्लाइंग बीस्ट, यू फॉलो देयर आर्क, यू फॉलो देयर स्टोरी। कुछ लोग का व्लॉग, ध्रुव राठी का ऐसे व्लॉग रहता है, बहुत इंफॉर्मेशन देता है, वो सबका अपना अपना जॉनर है ब्रो। मेरे को तो, मैं तो सिर्फ ऐसे व्लॉग बनाता हूँ जिसमें मैं कुछ टाइम पास कर रहा हूँ ऐसे। Like if you see my vlogs, you will get to know very little about my real life. Like Vivek is not my maid and Sahil is not my Besham manager and all, but these are all characters that just make the video fun. And it's like everyone knows it's just jokes and we're just having fun.
हाँ, आई थिंक वही तो मैंने पहले, मेरे को वही समझने को टाइम लगा कि इवन व्हेन पीपल नो दे आर बीइंग फूल्ड, लाइक फूल्ड, या यू नो कि यहाँ पे कुछ हो रहा है, दे स्टिल इट्स फनी, लाइक
Ah, because they're in on the
कि
joke, right? They're
आई
in on
नो
the
दैट
joke with
यू
you.
विल नाउ डू समथिंग दैट बिकॉज आफ्टर सीइंग, बट स्टिल व्हेन यू डू इट बहुत हंसने को आता है, आई डोंट नो
हाँ,
व्हाई
एक
इट्स।
एक एक सेकंड ना, सांगवान आ गया नीचे।
अच्छा,
Do you remember सांगवान?
आई थिंक ही इज अ गेमर, नो?
हाँ हाँ,
ऑसम।
he is a PUBG gamer.
अच्छा, तो आज आपका सब प्लान मीट्स है क्या?
मतलब मैंने बुला लिया उसको रात में, मैंने कहा आई जा भी।
अमेजिंग।
Every time I meet someone, because you have to have some fun off with real people also, no? It's important.
तो आप सब जगह मिलते हो लोगों को, जो जिनको
हाँ
ऑनलाइन ऑनलाइन सब आपके कनेक्शंस बने रहेंगे, वो सबको
हाँ
यू मीट?
हाँ
जैसे आई थिंक कुशा कपिला लिव्स इन दिल्ली ना,
हाँ, उनको भी मिला था मैं अभी रिसेंटली वहां पे, अपने
मामा अर्थ का।
बॉम्बे में मिला था मैं,
अच्छा,
उपमन्यु के बर्थडे पार्टी में मिला था उनको। जब से एक तो इंस्टाग्राम पे सबको अनफॉलो कर दिया ना भाई, कुछ
अच्छा
पता ही
लग
नहीं
रहा है।
दुनिया क्या कर रही है। मतलब शॉर्ट है, लाइफ इज ग्रेट बिकॉज आई ओनली फॉलो द दीपक कलाल। बाय द वे, हिज न्यू सॉन्ग इज आउट, दीपक कलाल का टोरा।
मैं ये पूछता हूँ, you have reached that level of calmness, ठीक है, by unfollowing. Now everything from here is downhill by following
Why
him.
downhill, bro?
When you will follow everyone, you will once again get into
No,
that.
no, I'm just gonna follow Deepak Kalal, bro. I'm happy with Deepak Kalal.
So
He's
now,
my life.
correct, but you will, यही situation में आप रहोगे अभी next few years.
Yeah,
अच्छा.
I'm very happy. Like I've never been happier. मतलब मैं ऐसा लग रहा है मेरे को कि अच्छा लग रहा है, फन हो रहा है इंस्टा पे.
But you have no,
डालता हूँ कुछ.
आपका feed ही नहीं है ना कुछ.
फीड तो मेरा बहुत है भाई, but it's all filled with Deepak Kalal.
ये कैसे सोचा रहेगा आपने कि इसको ही करेंगे? आप किसी और को भी
Because
कर
he's a
सकते
true artist.
अच्छा.
He really doesn't care, man.
आप इनको मिले फिर राज शमानी को?
मिला ना, राजकुमारी को तो मिलते रहता हूँ मैं. उधर उस पे मामा की पार्टी में मिला था, एक और जगह नहीं तो मिला था.
फिर सब ठीक हो गया? आपने इतना सब वो बोला, वो सब आप लोगों का
ठीक ही था यार, मेरा उसका कभी कुछ खराब कहाँ था. वो कुछ डालता है कभी कुछ क्रेजी, तो फिर मैं उस पे लाइक अपना ऑनेस्ट ओपिनियन डाल देता हूँ कि यार ये क्या है भाई. If I have 25 years, I will still work for 26. तो फिर उस पे मैं कुछ तो लिख देता हूँ, but like no hard feelings for him, यार. No, with very few people actually.
आपने कुछ ऐसा कुछ देखा अभी रिसेंटली, कोई शोज वगैरह अच्छे?
मैंने एक मूवी देखी भाई, कागज.
अच्छा, पुरानी?
पंकज त्रिपाठी की मूवी है. नहीं, इस पे Z5 पे. बहुत मस्त प्रेमिस है. प्रेमिस क्या है मालूम है क्या? एक उसका भाई है और उसकी पुश्तैनी थोड़ी जायदाद थी, जमीन थी, और इसके भाइयों ने इसको ऐसे सरकारी कागजों पे डेट दिखा दिया है और वो जमीन इसकी पूरी ले ली है.
अच्छा.
And now it's an alive man who's trying to fight and who's trying to prove that he's alive, and on every government paper he's dead.
Nice.
And it's an actual true story, by the way. It's based on like true events, and it's a very funny movie.
This cannot happen with you and me, right? Because of
I
all
don't
this
know.
online presence. It can happen with people who have now, in the age of social media, it's very difficult for this to happen if someone is using social media regularly.
No, it can happen. I think if you don't have many resources, I think it can happen. Like no matter what, even if you're on social media, but if the opposition party is like very, they पैसे खिला रहे हैं सही लोगों को, ये सब कर रहे हैं, तो हो सकता है. बहुत फनी मूवी है यार, ऐसे चीजें करता है ना वो. Then he tries to go and get arrested, so that if he gets arrested, at least they will be on record on the government paper that he's alive.
Nice.
So then he's praying, it's so funny. He and his wife is praying, please arrest ho jaye, life short ho jayegi. Fir he's going to the police and he's doing random shit over there, से roll कर रहा है रास्ते पे, बीच में ऐसे कर रहा है, कह रहा है अरेस्ट कर दो मेरे को. फिर वो कहता है कि मैं अरेस्ट नहीं करूंगा तेरे को, ऐसे नहीं होते अरेस्ट. फिर ये उसको ब्राइब देता है, कह रहा है मेरे को अरेस्ट कर लो, ये लो पैसे. उल्टा हो रहा है बेसिकली पूरा जो रियल में होता है. तो वो कहता है तुम मुझे घूस दे रहे हो, कह रहा है. तो कहता है अगर आप नहीं लेंगे तो बहुत आश्चर्य होगा मुझे कि ऐसे भी एक दो लोग जिंदा है अभी. फिर वो कहता है दे दो उस पौधे के नीचे डालो.
नाइस, मैं देखता हूँ ये.
देखो बहुत मस्त मूवी, बहुत फनी मूवी, मेरे को अच्छी लगी.
मैं ये भी देखा एक गुल्लक करके, दैट वाज नाइस.
बेसिकली जब तुम विस्तारा में फ्लाई कर रहे हो ना, तो तुम vistaraworld.com पे जाके वाईफाई, अगर तुम वाईफाई कनेक्ट कर लो फ्लाइट में, उधर कुछ नेट नहीं चलता, vistaraworld.com चलता है लेकिन, तो उसमें बहुत सारे ऐसे मूवीज हैं, तो उसी में देखता हूँ मैं ये सब.
अच्छा,
वरना मेरे पास कहाँ से Z5.
बढ़िया है.
आपने देखा कोई शोज?
हाँ, मैंने वही गुल्लक थोड़ा देखा, लाइक आई सी लाइक 1 एपिसोड ऐसे, तो वो अच्छा था. एंड वो एक विलियम्स है ना, सेरेना और वीनस विलियम्स के पापा के ऊपर एक मूवी आया है, हाउ ही मेड बोथ ऑफ देम. उन्होंने पूरा प्लानिंग कर दिया था.
How he made both of them?
मतलब
I don't think we need a movie to understand that.
टेनिस चैंपियंस.
अच्छा, like that.
सो दैट वन वाज. और मैं बहुत सारे बुक पढ़ रहा हूँ. एक बुक है भाई, आपने पढ़ा है वो बुक?
नहीं भाई.
थिंक एंड ग्रो रिच कुछ तो
ना थिंक एंड ग्रो मैंने देखा है, वो बुक मैंने पढ़ा नहीं है कभी.
हाँ,
मेरे को एक बंदे ने एक बुक दिया परसों,
हम्म,
बहुत फनी बुक है. उसने ये बुक दिया मेरे को, ठीक है, द अडल्ट ओनली जोक बुक. और इसमें वो सारे जोक्स है जो अपने बचपन में नहीं होते थे, एक कहानी होती थी एक, वो वाले जोक्स है इसमें. लाइक यू जस्ट लाइक,
एक लड़का बोलता है कि तीन मेरे पापा ये कर सकते हैं, मेरे पापा वो कर सकते हैं। मैं बचपन में ऐसे जोक बहुत बोलता था।
हाँ वैसे ही सारे मतलब
हम्म।
एकदम ऐसे फनी फनी से स्टोरीज, नॉट स्टैंड अप वाले जोक्स
हाँ,
बट
ये
लाइक,
मत पढ़ना भाई इधर कोई।
नहीं
ठीक है।
बट
हाँ।
I'll tell you,
नहीं
इसमें
नहीं
इसमें
नहीं
सारे वैसे नहीं है।
भाई, नहीं चाहिए, नहीं सुनना है।
अरे सुनो तो, एक जोक तो
नहीं
सुनो अभी
यार,
यार, अब
पूरा
ऐसा क्या।
टाइटल ही बुक का गलत है।
अरे पर उसमें सारे जोक ऐसे नहीं है ब्रो, मेरे को पता है ना भाई कि क्या बोलना है क्या नहीं बोलना है भाई।
आप कुछ भी बोल दोगे।
नहीं यार कुछ नहीं बोलूंगा। इसमें एक जोक है, तो कहता है कि एक बार एक
प्लीज नहीं सुनना।
अरे यार मैं, आप ट्रस्ट कर रहे हो ना मेरे पे यार, घोड़ा इज रिस्पेक्टेबल इन द जोक, ट्रस्ट मी। इट्स जस्ट दीस आर जस्ट विटी जोक्स, लाइक बहुत कम इसमें वो सब जोक्स। तो कहता है कि एक बार एक सीआईए के लिए एक ओपनिंग खुलती है। सीआईए पता है, वो सीक्रेट सर्विस, और उसमें एक ही स्पॉट खुलता है और 3 लोग उसमें बच
क्या
जाते हैं पूरे
क्या ये
इंटरव्यू।
बुक में से है या ये खुद का है आपका?
अरे बुक में से है यार, मैं
तो
कह
फिर
रहा हूँ
तो
बुक में से।
खुद का देख। हाँ ठीक है।
ठीक है, और भाई ट्रस्ट मी ना यार, आप वो
हाँ।
डर में मत रहो, फिर आपको मजा नहीं आएगा, यू विल नॉट अप्रिशिएट द जोक देन। बोलो क्या।
हम्म।
तो क्या इसमें इसका जोक है, कहता है कि एक बार एक सीआईए सीक्रेट सर्विस के लिए एक पोजीशन खुलती है, एक ही होती है, और 3 लोग उसमें बच जाते हैं इंटरव्यू के बाद। 2 लड़के और एक लड़की बच जाती है। तो सीआईए ऑफिसर्स आते हैं फाइनल टेस्ट लेने के लिए। तो पहले लड़के को बोलते हैं इधर आओ, ये गन लो, अंदर एक इंसान है, तुम्हें उसको मार के आना है, तो जाओ। तो जाता है अंदर और देखता है उसकी वाइफ होती है वहां पे। तो वो मार नहीं पाता है, वो बाहर आ जाता है, बोलता है मेरी वाइफ को मैं गोली नहीं मार सकता हूँ सर। तो कहते हैं तुम में वो बात नहीं, हट जाओ यहाँ से। दूसरे लड़के को बोलते हैं तुम आओ भाई, ये लो गन, अंदर तुम्हारी वाइफ है, उसको जाके मार के आओ। वो अंदर जाता है, ट्रिगर पे हाथ रखता है, पर दबा नहीं पा, रोने लग जाता है वो। कहता है मेरे बच्चों की माँ है सर, मैं इसको कैसे मारूं। तो उसको बोलते हैं तुम भी निकल जाओ यहाँ से, तुम में भी वो बात नहीं। फिर वो लड़की को बोलता है कि ये लो गन, अंदर तुम्हारा हस्बैंड है, उसको मार के आओ। तो वो अंदर जाती है और 2-3 मिनट तक कुछ आवाज नहीं आती। फिर सडनली चीखों की आवाज आती है, आ! और फिर फिर ये बाहर आती है, फुल ऐसे थक के आती है, कहती है तुमने मुझे बताया नहीं कि इसमें कोई भी गोली नहीं थी, मुझे उसे चेयर और टेबल से मारना पड़ा।
शी। डार्क जोक। बहुत ही ज्यादा डार्क है।
पर फनी है ना, लाइक इट्स
भाई
लाइक अ
ये बुक
नाइस।
में से नहीं है ना, ये इसमें क्या है?
बुक में
अच्छा।
से, लाइक नॉट ऑल द जोक्स आर लाइक डर्टी,
ओह अच्छा।
लाइक
हाँ,
सम आर जस्ट लाइक
ये
दिस
भी
ओनली।
है, थोड़ा एडल्ट टाइप ही था क्योंकि ये काफी डार्क था ना।
ऐसे नॉक नॉक,
Who's there?
एच,
Edge who?
ब्लेस यू।
Oh.
इसमें ये सब भी ऐसे टाइम पास पढ़ने के लिए ना, लाइक मैं बचपन में बहुत सब पढ़ता था, सबने हमने पढ़ा है ये सब, लाइक खुशवंत सिंह जोक बुक्स, ये
हाँ,
सब वो सब। तो ऐसे ही लाइक टू टेल योर फ्रेंड्स सम जोक्स व्हेन यू आर लाइक पार्टीइंग एंड हैविंग फन लाइक।
amazing. आपने आज चेस खेला किसके साथ?
मैंने आज खेला ना, एक बच्चे के साथ खेला,
अच्छा।
थोड़ा अजीब सा हो गया उसमें, पता क्या हो गया।
हम्म।
उसने एक मूव खेली लास्ट में और उसने बोला चेकमेट, ठीक है, और उसका जो रुक से उसने चेकमेट दिया, वो रुक मेरे बिशप से मर रहा था, लेकिन वो दूर था मेरा बिशप, तो मैंने देखा नहीं। तो मैं सोच रहा हूँ क्या करूं, और वो फोर्स्ड मूव थी, मतलब वही एक ही मूव है। और इतने में एक बंदे ने चिल्ला दिया वहां से, अरे बिशप। तो मैंने तब देख लिया, पर फिर मैं तब भी उसको देख ही लेता ना, बिकॉज इट्स द ओनली मूव देयर। पर मैंने तब नहीं देखी थी, तो उसने बच्चे ने कहा चीटिंग चीटिंग चीटिंग, फिर मैंने कहा बच्चे से क्या लड़ू मैं, मैंने कहा हाँ हाँ चीटिंग चीटिंग, चलो तू जीत गया भाई चल। मेरे को बहुत घिन आई खुद पे कि मैंने देखा कैसे नहीं है बिशप यहाँ पे है भाई।
आपके
बच्चे
साथ
का एरोगेंस तोड़ने में जो मजा है ना भाई, वो नहीं किसी में।
एक्चुअली सब लोग बच्चों के साथ खेलने को डरते हैं, आपको
बच्चों
मजा
का
आता है।
एरोगेंस तोड़ने में मजा है भाई चेस में। बच्चे को एकदम ऐसे ट्रॉमा दे दो भाई, एकदम 30 लोग के सामने हरा दो एकदम बच्चे को, बच्चा फिर बड़े होके क्रेजी कुछ तो बीटी में जाएगा फिर। बच्चा बड़े होके एमिनम बन रहा है कि बचपन में मेरे को हराया था चेस में एक बंदे ने 30 लोग के सामने।
पर आप हम्पी के साथ खेले ना आज?
हाँ ऐसे टाइम पास किया उनके साथ, ऐसे एक दो, ऐसे 2-3 मुश्किलें। बट आई चिल्ड विद हर लॉट। मैं हमेशा उनसे थोड़ा इंटिमिडेट रहता था फॉर सम रीजन। मुझे लगता था कि बहुत वो सीरियस होंगी एंड ये वो, बट शी वाज वेरी लाइक फन एंड
चलो
चिल, एंड शी
फ्रेंडली।
वाज लाइक जोक वोक मार रहे थे हम लोग, तेलुगु में बहुत बातें करी, मजा आया।
और दिव्या दिव्या भी मिली रहेगी।
वो नहीं मिली मेरे को,
अच्छा।
वो तब तक चली गई थी, लाइक अंटिल आई वाज देयर। Everybody stayed back for some photos, but I think she had gone by then.
और आनंद वो टॉर्च लेके फिर कहाँ भागे वो?
भाग ही गए वो, कसम से वो टॉर्च लेके आए, ठीक है, ऐसे भागे और भाग ही गए वो कहीं से यार, एग्जिट ही हो गए वो, फिर आए ही नहीं कहीं, आए ही नहीं वो यार। हम सब वेट कर रहे हैं कि आएंगे, आए ही नहीं वो फिर।
एक्चुअली 14,000 लोग में से निकलने के लिए
ग्रेट स्ट्रेटजी है वो, बाय द वे। 220 IQ,
क्योंकि
230 IQ है
if
वो।
he was there, he would have been completely like so many people would have come.
Gathered and photos and COVID का पहले ही डर है अभी आजकल, and तो what a genius strategy। कह रहे कोई सस्पेक्ट नहीं करेगा, ये लेके जाता हूँ, भाग जाता हूँ, सीधे ही घर जाता हूँ। होटल में लेटे हैं बस, क्रेजी। लोग कह रहे हैं अभी आएंगे, विशी सर आएंगे, फोटो खिंचाएंगे हम। विशी सर वहां पे भाई बैठे हैं मशाल लेके भाई। जीनियस।
पर कल आप थोड़ा ट्राई करना, मतलब पकड़ने को वो टॉर्च मिलेगा।
देखता हूँ यार, मतलब मेरे को, मैं बस आई एम जस्ट हियर टू विटनेस इज अ बिग थिंग फॉर मी यार।
Like it will be like, you know, because I think who all will carry the torch, there will be a list like of people, so it will be nice like
अगर
you,
आप होते तो आप एक हाथ, मैं एक हाथ रख के चला देता मैं, पर ऐसे
but you
अकेले में
deserve
मेरे
it,
में नहीं है
like
वो।
I think the so much
नहीं
of
ब्रो, आप साथ में होते तभी करता मैं ब्रो।
पर
अगेन
मैं तो-
इट्स ऑल योर फॉल्ट,
मेरा तो अभी
ऑल योर
मुंबई में से
फॉल्ट।
जाएगा ना,
मैं
तब
कह
मैं
रहा हूँ
ट्राई
अभी
करूंगा।
भी मौका है, फ्लाइट लेके आ जाओ भाई सुबह 6 बजे।
नहीं उतना नहीं कर सकता अभी।
चलो चलो ठीक है भाई,
ठीक है
चलो
भाई,
सागर भाई आप सो
चलो।
जाओ फिर।
थैंक यू आने के लिए, बहुत
ठीक है।
एक्चुअली आई लाफ अ लॉट एंड आई टोल्ड यू ना दिस थिंग, आई डोंट नो इफ आई टोल्ड यू और आई टोल्ड समवन एल्स कि मेरा 2020 बहुत अच्छा चला, एट
What,
द
laughter is the best medicine?
टफेस्ट पीरियड ऑफ एवरीवन्स लाइफ, मेनी पीपल, मैं ऐसे ही हंसते हंसते निकल गया
हाँ
एंड couldn't understand only कि इतना
हाँ
आसानी
ना
से
भाई, कैसे निकल गया पता नहीं
हंसते
चला
हंसते।
2020।
एंड नाउ समटाइम्स आई फील लाइक कि
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल,
फिर
बट
बुक्स
सेम
वगैरह
हियर ब्रो,
पढ़ना
सेम
पड़ता है ना, फिर बुक्स, तब बुक पढ़ने को टाइम नहीं था, तब जब बुक खोलता था तो आपका फोन ये चलो स्ट्रीम करते हैं, तो स्ट्रीम करने लगता था।
चलो भाई, मेरे को सुबह 6 बजे उठना है अभी।
हाँ
6 बजे उठना क्या, 5:30 बजे उठना है, 6 बजे
आपने
तो
आज
पहुंचना है।
ब्लॉग बनाया कुछ आज का?
थोड़ा थोड़ा क्लिप्स विप्स लिया, बहुत शोर था अंदर तो ज्यादा ले नहीं पाया मैं।
अच्छा,
और पता नहीं यार,
वो
मतलब
बनाया
उतना
है
नहीं
ना
लिया।
अपन ने इधर जो आपने किया था उसका व्लॉग, आप डालोगे कि नहीं वो वाला?
कौन सा
इधर जो अपन ने ऐड बनाया था वो,
ऐड बनाया था जो व्लॉग?
अरे वो,
उसका कहाँ व्लॉग लिया था मैंने?
अरे अमृता शूट कर रही थी सब चीजें
अब तो
इधर।
अमृता ने ही शूट किया था ना वो, तो
हाँ
मैंने कहाँ किया था?
पता है, पर वो क्लिप्स किधर भी अभी तक रिलीज नहीं है वो फुटेज, तो आपको बनाना है तो मैं आपको
हाँ वो
भेजता।
फुटेज है, मुझे लगा कि हो गया होगा अभी तक जस्ट बेसिक क्लिप्स पे।
अभी तक नहीं किया है, वो वाला कर सकते, वो
पेंडिंग
आया
है
नहीं।
अभी, मतलब वो
हाँ
पाइपलाइन में होगा।
अब वो,
मैंने कहा होगा अभी पाइपलाइन में जस्ट बेसिक क्लिप्स के।
हाँ एडिटर अभी बैठे हैं, सब काम कर रहे हैं। सही है भाई, आप ध्यान
हाँ
रखना एंड ऑल द बेस्ट। अभी नेक्स्ट शो आपका देखने को लोग
चलो भाई, टेक केयर।
देखने को कहाँ जा सकते हैं लोग
यस,
आपको मिलने को?
बम्बई ब्रो, मुंबई।
मुंबई में अभी?
मुंबई मुंबई मुंबई।
कब है?
हाँ हाँ,
कब है?
वीकेंड।
कब? ये वीकेंड?
और वीकेंड पे सैटरडे, फ्राइडे, सैटरडे, संडे, हाँ तीनों दिन है।
अभी मुंबई में हो ना? इस वीकेंड को मैं नहीं मिस करूंगा, आई विल ट्राई टू। अरे कैंडिडेट्स, ठीक है देखता हूँ मैं।
हाँ हाँ मुंबई, डन डन। मैं बताता हूँ आपको, फिर आ जाओ। आपको मैं, आप बता देना कौन सी डेट पे आप आ सकते हो, फिर मैं आपको डेट वो बदलूंगा, टाइमिंग और इससे बता दूंगा।
फ्राइडे को हो सकता है क्योंकि
ठीक
फ्राइडे
है,
को ऑफ डे। हाँ ठीक है भाई,
चलो सागर भाई, गुड
सी यू,
नाइट।
गुड नाइट,
गुड
गुड
नाइट
नाइट,
चैट,
बाय, सी यू,
बाय बाय,
टेक केयर।
गुड नाइट।
गाइस समय आया था, मजा आया, इट वाज गुड फन टॉकिंग विथ हिम, बहुत, देयर आर सो मेनी नाइस थिंग्स, वेरी गुड टॉक। अमित रॉय कह रहे हैं आफ्टर C3 knight C3 कैन द किंग गो टू C1? अमित यस you can, but it's a draw somehow and I will put the analysis tomorrow, बहुत ही बढ़िया ड्रॉ है, बहुत ही बढ़िया गेम है. दिस इज जस्ट आउटस्टैंडिंग गेम, आउटस्टैंडिंग एंड गेम. संदीप जी कह रहे हैं समय के साथ कभी समय ही पता नहीं चलता. एग्जैक्टली. Manmay Chopra, we have shortlisted 32 players. We will be moving ahead on it, and August में after Olympiad we will have India's Got Chess Talent. ध्याई पारेख कह रहे why are you not in Chennai? अरे ये पूरा शो दिल्ली में हुआ था, चेन्नई में नहीं. मेगा पत्रा कह रही when Samay is there, there's nice things every time. That is true. नमन मैंने सब कुछ साथ में ही दिया था सीए में. आई नेवर गेव लाइक एक ग्रुप फिर दूसरा, सब साथ में दिया. संदीप जी कह रहे हैं सागर 75 सिटीज का लिस्ट कहाँ पे देख सकते हैं? अभी तो आई थिंक दे विल रिलीज इट. वंस दे रिलीज इट आई विल डेफिनेटली शेयर. ठीक है दोस्तों, आई विल कॉल इट अ नाइट. मज़ा आया बहुत. इट वॉज ग्रेट फन एनालाइजिंग दिस गेम्स एंड ऑल्सो समय आए एंड में बहुत मस्त था. जस्ट थोड़े पिक्चर्स आपको दिखा सकता हूँ जो लोगों ने मिस किए है. ये देखो, आज टॉर्च रिले इवेंट था. इट वाज अ ब्यूटीफुल इवेंट. देयर इज ऑल्सो समय देयर वाज ऑल्सो विदित देयर. फिर ऐसे था, सब लोग खेल रहे थे चेस. सच अ ब्यूटीफुली दिल्ली में एक चीज़ है, लाइक दे डू इट सो वेल, लाइक यू फील इट्स क्राउडेड बट इट्स ऑल्सो वेरी ऐसे फ्री. ऐसे एवरी बोर्ड पे स्पेस है, ऐसे क्रैम्प्ड नहीं है. सो दैट्स वेरी नाइसली ऑर्गेनाइज्ड. Manav Shah, if you can write to us at chessbaseindia@gmail.com, we will reply to you. Mitrabhai is leading torch relay rapid after round 5. अच्छा 5 rounds ही हुए हिमांक. I thought it was 1 day event. It is 2 day. 5 out of 7. I think tournament हो गया है. It was a 1 day event. Karthik Narula says I scored 5 out of 7. अरे congrats Karthik. Event ended. Yeah, exactly. ठीक है गाइस, आई विल सी यू ऑल. टुमारो इज हरि कृष्णा के साथ स्ट्रीम 5 बजे. प्लीज़ डू कम जॉइन. ही वन प्राग मास्टर्स. he played very well, so please do come and we will talk with him, analyze chess. I will ask your questions that are there in the community post. If you haven't posted yet, please do post your question in the community post. I will select at least 10 to 15 good questions and ask him with your name. ठीक है, bye bye, take care, see you.